fibers and animal hairs, which we haven't had time to characterize further at this time.
Would you be able to give us the same summary, please, for item number 27, the cap that was found on the driver's floor of the Bronco?
Surely. Item number 111 contains, the new number, item number 111, is the hairs and fibers removed from item number 27, the cap. And that contains, among the hairs were 6 human head hairs ranging in color from brown to black, ranging in length from 1.1 to 2.2 centimeters, and exhibiting predominantly negroid characteristics. 2 of these hairs have intact roots, and the remaining 4 hairs do not have intact roots. And then it goes on to talk about several fibers and animal hairs, which we have not characterized at this time, and some insect activity, which is...
Regarding the 2 hairs that are intact with roots, would it be possible to have your laboratory keep one and share one with an independent laboratory?
Not at this time, because there's no guarantee that with 1 hair you can do PCR or any kind of... it's not necessarily conclusive. We may need both to do DNA analysis on. 1 is not always enough.
With the 4 hairs that do not have roots?
Yes.
Would it be possible to share those for independent analysis?
Well, I believe rather than, we're going to, our approach to that normally would be, let me just put it in that form, would be that we analyze all 4, because we don't know whether they're similar at this point. Came from the same individual, or could have come from the same individual. We would like to compare all 4 of those hairs to our exemplars, and then using via a master criminalist or something to that effect, allow your laboratory to have all 4 of those hairs or whatever, and they could be viewed by you, all 4 of them. You can't split the hairs. I think we went through this on the news.
Yes, we did go through that, but let me just ask you, hairs aren't consumed in the analysis?
No, they're not in microscopic analysis.
So as far as that goes, that once you did whatever you were going to do to the hairs, the ones that without the roots, they could go to the defense and they could do whatever they wanted to with the hairs, presuming that they weren't destroyed somehow in their analysis.
That's correct, John.
The ones with the roots
Cynthia
are
McFadden, our legal affairs correspondent. On this very specific point, why is this so important?
Really, Peter, the whole question is who gets to test the evidence. How much evidence is there? Whether there's hair follicle or hair shaft is important. A hair follicle, the deeper hairs that's attached to your scalp, has more DNA available for testing, put in layman's terms, and so they want to make sure that the defense can get a fair chance to test this evidence if there's enough of it to test. And Peter, we ought to make one important point here. Part of the reason some of these tests haven't been done is because the prosecution agreed to wait to do them until the defense was satisfied with the way the samples were split up. So part of the reason the testing hasn't been done is because they agreed explicitly not to do it until these issues were resolved.
I have some notes on that. Apparently that must be one of the reports. I thought that was in your package that I gave you yesterday. Item number 37. Oh, that's the one that's not completed. Okay, that analysis is not completed at this time. We're still working on that.
So you cannot tell us how many hairs
No, I
that were
cannot.
there or what type of hairs they were?
No, that's still being worked on.
Do you know when you'll have that result?
Hopefully by Monday.
And regarding item number 38?
Item number 38, that one's completed. Item number 113 are hairs, fibers, etc., and debris removed from item number 38. And the blue knit cap. Item 38 is the blue knit cap.
Thank you.
I'll just get summarized down to the important part here. There were 34 human hairs. 32 are consistent with head hair and 2 are consistent with body hair. Among the 32 head hairs, 25 are dark reddish brown to black in color, ranging in length from 0.7 to 3.5 centimeters and exhibiting predominantly negroid characteristics. Additionally, 4 of these 25 hairs have intact roots, while the remaining 21 do not. And these came from both the interior and exterior surfaces of the knit cap.
Of the 4, I'm sorry, complete your answer, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. From the remaining 7 head hairs, 5 are blonde in color, ranging in length from 3.0 to 8.5. Okay, I'm sorry. I know that, but I'm reading. From the remaining 7 head hairs, 5 are blonde in color and range in length from 3.0 to 8.5 centimeters and exhibit predominantly Caucasian characteristics and exhibit indications of chemical treatment, i.e. bleaching. These hairs were all located on the exterior surface of the cap. The remaining 2 head hairs, also located on the exterior surface of item 38, are brown and reddish brown in color, 1.0 and 0.9 centimeters in length, respectively, and exhibit predominantly Caucasian characteristics. None of the above described 7 hairs have intact roots, and then there's several animal hairs and fibers which we have not characterized at this time.
I want to bring in Robert Filibosian now, the former district attorney of Los Angeles County. Mr. Filibosian, help us here with why this is significant.
Well, we're not sure at this point in time if there are these longish, blondish hairs on the exterior of the cap. They're chemically treated. That could indicate that they came from Nicole Simpson. There's a possibility there. We don't know exactly where that cap was located or where it was found. Presumably, it was found somewhere near the bodies. If Mr. Simpson's hair is inside the cap, Nicole Simpson's hair is on the outside of the cap, and if Ron Goldman's hair is on the outside of the cap, it would be very, very significant.
Thank you.
That's a characteristic, and he used terminology used in hair only, and I'm afraid they've never changed it, so we have to stick with that.
Of those 4 hairs, are any of those available to an independent examiner?
Again, not at this time. We'd like to, but the ones with roots,
Yes.
I'm sorry, ones with roots, again, until the DNA is done, I prefer not to. We don't know. We don't know the strength. We don't know how old the hairs are, so we don't know how strong the DNA might be in the root. Again, at this time, I wouldn't want to give them up until our testing is done.
Where will that testing take place?
I believe we haven't totally decided where we're going to do it yet, but it probably will be done by an independent lab.
Just in case you were not with us this morning, the attorneys unveiled a list of more than 100 pieces of evidence, from blood and hairs to leather gloves, even a cigarette butt and a stick. Police today were searching a vacant lot in Brentwood, where O.J. Simpson's residence was, for further evidence. If you were with us this morning, you probably also know that court papers were filed by Mr. Simpson's lawyers, who were arguing that key pieces of evidence should be thrown out on the grounds that they were improperly obtained. But we'll discuss that a little while from now. Let's listen to the Assistant District Attorney.
With respect to the knit cap, item number 38, you indicate that on the interior of the cap was located 34 human hairs?
Now, the 34 hairs, as she stated here, that were from the interior and exterior of the cap.
That's total?
That's total.
Okay. Okay, 2 of those 34 hairs are consistent with body hair. Is that...
2 are consistent with body hair.
And were those 2 that were consistent with body hair found to be demonstrative of Negroid or Caucasian characteristics?
She didn't characterize them at this point, and she didn't also not, this is our hair analyst, we have not had time to look at them to see if we can tell that. Very often body hair is so fine and so small, it's impossible to determine origin.
And with respect to body hair, is that capable of being, do those 2 hairs have roots?
Apparently, it's not indicated here, and I don't have her notes. I just realized that she did not indicate roots or no roots.
Can that be determined?
Yes.
Then of the 32 head hairs, 25 were found to have Negroid characteristics?
Yes, that's correct, Counsel.
And those came from the interior of the cap?
No, those are both from the interior and exterior.
And then the hairs that were determined to be primarily Caucasian, chemically treated blonde hairs, those were from the exterior?
Exterior.
Question for Professor Peter Aranella from the University of California. We've heard 3 kinds of hair mentioned here, Professor Aranella. Negroid hair, Caucasian hair which may have been bleached, and one other kind of hair. Anything we need to read into this?
Well, I think it's very significant if some of the hair could be not matched, but at least could be close in appearance to Mr. Goldman's hair. Nicole Simpson having hair of hers on Mr. Simpson's cap by itself isn't all that incriminating because of her possible access to that cap at other times. But what's the explanation for hair that could be similar in appearance to Mr. Goldman's hair being on that cap belonging to Mr. Simpson? So I think if they can show that this third hair sample looks to be very similar in shape and color and structure to Mr. Goldman's hair, that would be of significance.
But emphasis, we're a long way from knowing that at the moment.
That's absolutely right, and in fact, a hair expert can never testify with certainty this hair sample came from this particular person, but they can talk about similarities of hair.
Thank you.
30 to 100 hairs. And one of my references is from a book, Forensic Science and Introduction to Criminalistics, by Peter DeForest, Robert Ganslin, and Henry C. Lee. And
I'm sorry, is that the same Henry Lee that we had testimony?
yes, it is. It's the only Henry Lee I know, and that was the one I'm assuming that was the one I was questioned about. On page 211
Of that book?
of that book, which I have,
Co-authored by Henry Lee?
yes, of which I have extra copies here, if anybody wants to
Yeah, so John.
have one. On page 211, he refers to known samples of hair, and we're talking about microscopic examination only here, not DNA analysis. They're two entirely separate types of analysis needing separate samples. Known samples of hair should be given careful consideration if questioned head hairs are to be submitted, and the known samples...
I don't want to distract too much from the testimony here for those of you who are following the absolute minutiae of this, but for some of us at least, clarification may be necessary. Cynthia, the reason for all of the emphasis on this is because there are no eyewitnesses to this crime, to the best of our knowledge. This is all circumstantial evidence, right?
Exactly, Peter. And, you know, circumstantial evidence may have a bad name. Circumstantial evidence is good evidence. Many people are in prison today or on death row today based entirely upon circumstantial evidence cases. We can talk more about it later, but it's important to understand circumstantial evidence is plenty to convict someone, even of the most serious crime.
Thank you.
So the symposium held on proceedings of the International Symposium on Forensic Hair Comparisons. Again, I have copies for anyone that wishes to read them.
Is this the one that you furnished copies of to everyone?
Yes, that's the correct one.
All right.
May I refer you to, Ms. Kessler, may I refer you to page 11 of that document that has been furnished to court and counsel, which you furnished to me this morning, page 11,
Right,
the
that's
second
right.
paragraph.
It is recommended that a known head hair sample consist of at least 20 hairs from each of 5 different areas of the scalp, and then refers to center, front, back, and both sides, and that these hairs be obtained by both pulling and combing. And then it goes on to talk about a little bit of procedure in doing that collection, and then it goes on to talking about how we select that, or what the routine procedure for selecting a random sample of those 100 hairs is. And that's where we have come up over the years from different sources for wanting between 30 to 100 head hairs for microscopic comparison for the exemplar.
Now, this
What
article
you're
that
hearing a little bit here now is part of a debate about how many hairs might be necessary for the various analyses. Ms. Kessler, representing the Los Angeles Police Department Criminalistic Lab, has said they'd like to have 100. The defense attorney, Mr. Shapiro, has argued on behalf of one of his specialists in the case, a noted criminologist from Connecticut, Mr. Lee, that 2 or 3 would be necessary, and therefore it would be easier for the prosecution to share the evidence. So far it hasn't been resolved
would
completely.
seem to indicate also that
I haven't heard the end of the question yet, so I can't quite rule.
reading the article that you've read to us, the portion of the article you've read to us from the book co-authored by Henry Lee, what do you deduce concerning his practice or advised practice in terms of the size of sample required to do an effective microscopic analysis of hairs.
Ronald Goldman's family,
Here's
of
the
course.
report that the authors of this
Father,
novel, this book,
stepmother.
indicates that a minimum of 30 to 40 hairs is necessary before you can do it, before you have an adequate sample.
Nicole Simpson's sister on the left, and her mother to the right, in dark glasses, just behind her.
And one for the court. I'd like to mark it, or also admit this for the court's consideration, in addition to the article that I've furnished the court with this morning.
All right, did you want to then mark those as actual exhibits with regard to the motion?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so we'll denote Proceedings of the International Symposium on Forensic Hair Comparisons article as People's Exhibit Number 1 for purposes of this motion only.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And would you describe the title of the other document, please?
Yes, Your Honor. It's entitled Forensic Science, an Introduction to Criminalistics, authored by Peter DeForest, R.E. Gaenslen, that's Gaensslen, and Henry C. Lee.
And you wanted to note that as People's 2 for this
Yes, Your Honor.
motion?
Thank you.
All right. Do you have additional questions of the witness at this time?
Just a couple more, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right.
With respect to the information that you've given us concerning DNA analysis and the quantities of evidence required to perform those tests, where did you get that information?
The analysis, the amount of sample needed for DNA analysis has been given to us over the years by different entities and experts in the field, including the FBI, Cellmark, Private Laboratory Cellmark Diagnostics. Obviously, before we sent something to them, we needed to know what they purported to be the minimum sample that was required. It began, and I can indicate too, it began when we first started that.
If you look carefully, you'll see something about O.J. Simpson's appearance today, which tells us about a change in his status. He's wearing a necktie. And the reason he is wearing a necktie for the first time in court is that he has been taken off the suicide watch by the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department on the recommendation of their attending psychiatrist. As you recall, when he was first put in a cell some days ago, his belt, his shoelaces, his tie were all taken away from him.
A sample of blood is sufficient in quantity or quality for DNA testing?
Yes, we do. We have sent out over 100 cases for RFLP, all of which have been evaluated in the same manner that was discussed here today, and those contained in excess of 400 items, which we've evaluated for RFLP or PCR or other types of analysis, and it's basically done on the basis that we discussed here today.
And when you say RFLP and PCR, you're referring to tests for DNA?
Yes, 2 different types of testing for DNA, that's correct.
So the evaluation process to determine how much, whether you have a sufficient sample for further testing is something that is done by you on a routine basis?
Yes.
And have you previously been consulted before as to whether there is sufficient evidence, blood, to allow for a split?
In other cases, yes.
And is that also done by you on a routine basis?
Yes, in the last couple of recent years, I've turned that over to other people, but in the beginning, when we first began sending out DNA, I strictly did the evaluation myself.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro?
Yes,
Anything further?
Your Honor, may I direct the court's and counsel's attention to our discovery motion, item 29C, which we had filed last week regarding expert witnesses. Any and all writings or publications used in any way by the experts in forming opinions or obtaining a basis for forming an opinion, including teaching manuals, journals, treatise, textbooks, bulletins, and other records of classes in the expert's field of expertise or otherwise. Again, we've been repeatedly assured every time an issue comes up that all items of discovery will be complied with. Clearly, this has not been complied with.
Well, it has. I turned over everything as soon as I received it. This morning I received the item now marked as People's 1, and as counsel was able to speak, the witness brought people's number 2 with her, and I didn't have any knowledge of it until the witness brought it in. And if counsel would like to question the witness as to how she came about obtaining people's 2 and whether I've ever seen it before she brought it out on the witness stand today, I'd welcome him to do so.
Mr. Shapiro, it strikes me that this motion with regard to the hairs was one that sort of came up rather suddenly based on your filing an order for my signature yesterday, I believe, limiting the hair sample to 1 hair, and that's how we got on this whole issue. And if you feel that you haven't had sufficient time to meet these manuals, then, you know, I'm willing to give you some additional time to deal with that. But I don't see that there's been any bad faith exercise on the part of the people at this point in time, in light of the short notice that we're dealing with here in this instance.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're prepared to proceed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. With regard to...
Even those of us who are laymen and know little about the law recognize what has been happening here with Michelle Kessler, the assistant lab director for the Los Angeles Police Department Criminal Lab, and Mr. Shapiro. It's a question of whose criminalistic expert is better, yours or mine, and who in the final analysis will be believed. And so this began this morning with Mr. Shapiro questioning Ms. Kessler's qualifications, sending for her resume, which required a recess in the court, talking at some length about his own expert, Henry Lee, the director of Connecticut State Police Forensic Science Lab, and then the Deputy District Attorney Marsha Clark building her witness up again. Part of the minutiae, as we said, but part of the strategy, part of the inevitability of the early stages of a preliminary hearing. Now, ABC News coverage of today's hearing will continue, but stations along the line that intend to cut away for their own local news may do so now.
It takes a minimum, well, first of all, we're not going to do the...
I can't believe this incredible sense of light. I feel so light.
Unless it was a question of replacing it. But it's a very important discussion because it speaks to circumstantial evidence, it speaks to the DNA of an individual, the genetic fingerprint or footprint of someone, and the characteristics of hair. I'm going to ask our resident analyst, defense lawyer Leslie Abramson, to tell us
what deprives Mr. Simpson of his right to an independent analysis of the samples, and therefore will prevent him from ever coming forward to show that errors have been made in the analysis.
Ms. Clark?
I think that we have repetitively covered that ground. If what counsel is attempting to assure himself of is that there are no errors in the methods employed in the analysis. I have invited him and a team of experts to examine and observe every step of the procedure of testing as to every single item. I repeat that invitation again. I can only reiterate, Your Honor, that the investigation has to be governed by the appropriate scientific procedures as determined by the experts, and that the prosecution must be permitted to investigate its own case. To do otherwise would permit counsel to come forward, limit the number of tests that we conduct on a piece of evidence, and then argue to the court that the results of testing are unreliable because they were incomplete. Obviously, that's a catch-22 situation that the people should never be placed in. We want to thoroughly investigate this case and obtain every result possible to gain maximum confidence in the results. Any exclusion that is obtained by the result of any test may very well indicate that the source of the item in question is not the source that was anticipated, either be it victim or witness or defendant. Likewise, any inclusion would tend to corroborate the inclusions indicated by prior tests. So the complete testing of every item of evidence is clearly a very necessary and important thing. Therefore, people simply indicate that they are desirous of pursuing every test possible, and we invite counsel and all team of experts we want to have present to to please come and observe every process, test every buffer and every solution to make sure that nothing is contaminated, and that way we'll preserve every right to which he's entitled.
All right, the court is prepared to make its ruling at this time. And that is this. What Ms. Clark has characterized as an invitation to the defense to be present at these various testing of these various samples about which we've heard testimony today is going to be more than an invitation. It's going to be subject to a court order that, in fact, the defense be present for the testing that's performed on any of these items, particularly in light of the fact that the only testimony that was presented today is that Ms. Kessler, who is the expert in this area who testified, does not know whether, in fact, any of the tests that are going to be performed will, in fact, consume the entire sample. In light of that fact that we do not know whether there'll be a sample remaining, in order to safeguard Mr. Simpson's rights in this matter, the court does order that the defense be entitled to be present as indicated, and not just by mere invitation, but as a requirement in this case. With regard to the hairs and the number of hairs, the court will order that the prosecution be entitled to obtain at least 40, but no more than 100 hairs from the various areas, the 5 areas as denoted in the scalp of Mr. Simpson. That should accommodate a sufficient sample of hair to perform microscopic analysis or any other analysis that the people have indicated that they may do, and sufficient sample for the defense also to perform their tests after the prosecution is finished performing whatever tests they need as well. If that at some point in time is insufficient, then the matter can be revisited at some future date. But I think that really should accommodate the needs of everyone, and hopefully we can put this issue to rest at this point.
Thank you.
Now, with those matters taken care of, we can move to the substance of the hearing today, which is for the purpose of conducting the preliminary hearing in this case. And although we did have a brief conference in chambers with the reporter, I just wanted to reiterate on the record that both sides are ready to proceed to preliminary hearing. Is that right, Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And Ms. Clark?
That is, Your Honor.
All right. The court is in receipt of a notice of motion and motion to suppress and return evidence, to quash and traverse search warrants, and a memorandum of points and authorities and declaration of Gerald Ullman in support. That motion was filed yesterday afternoon, almost 5 o'clock. Now, it would be the court's proposal that we handle that motion. And at the time that we commence that motion, we are in fact commencing the preliminary hearing in this case, but that we handle the motion first before we get to any other kind of testimony or other issues with regard to the preliminary hearing. Is there any objection to handling the motion first?
I may be heard, Your Honor.
Yes.
The people were served this motion at 10 minutes to 5 last night. We had no prior notice of any intention of the defense to file such a motion. In light of that fact, we were prepared to proceed with civilian witnesses in this preliminary hearing, as I informed defense counsel pursuant to his phone call to me last night. In view of the fact that those witnesses were already prepared and subpoenaed to be in court, we were unable to contact them and rescind their subpoena in time, and they will be substantially inconvenienced at this point if we are to proceed with the motion in lieu of their testimony. What I'm asking of the court, if it is acceptable, Your Honor, is to present the testimony of these civilian witnesses and proceed with the motion on Tuesday, when the civilian witnesses will have been all contacted and told not to attend court, so that we can handle the motion instead.
All right. I personally have no problem with that. I assume that the testimony of civilian witnesses is not going to specifically relate to the issues or the evidence that's involved in this motion to suppress. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Mr. Ullman?
With respect to the filing of the motion, Your Honor, much of the factual basis of the motion was based on testimony that was presented in the grand jury that the defense first became aware of on Monday or Tuesday this week when it came to the grand jury transcripts. And the motion was filed just as soon as it was completed. We have no objection to proceeding with witnesses who will not present any testimony affected by the motion to suppress. But before any testimony is presented relating to evidence obtained at the premises of Mr. Simpson, we would like to motion to be heard.
All right, I think that's an agreeable way to proceed in this case. And so we will defer then any further evidence with regard to the motion until Tuesday. You have sufficient civilian witnesses, you feel, to fill the remainder of today and tomorrow as well?
I believe I do, Your Honor. It's hard to predict the length of cross-examination, but I think that will be the case.
All right. Do you have a witness available at this time?
Your Honor, I will be presenting the first two civilian witnesses on behalf of the people. It is my understanding that those witnesses are sequestered per the court's suggestion in an office upstairs. If I need granted leave to contact someone upstairs and see if I can have at least the first of those witnesses brought to this court.
All right, let me just ask a question. And I know that we got off to a late start because of things that were out of the control of any of us. If we were to take this 15-minute recess, which is a little bit earlier than I anticipated at this point, until 3 o'clock, which is actually a little bit more than 15 minutes, and then at 3 o'clock we began the testimony and went straight until 4:30, that would give you time to get your witness down here without any disruption at this point. Because otherwise the witness is probably going to take, 5 minutes or so to come from the 18th floor to get down here.
That's what I would expect.
And then we'd end up taking a break shortly after we begin. So I think that's what we'll do. We'll take the afternoon recess at this point in time, begin promptly at 3 o'clock. Please have your witness here so that we can begin the testimony at that time.
Well, quite a lot has happened there, though it may not be apparent to everyone. They're going to take a brief recess now while a couple of the civilian witnesses, the first two civilian witnesses in the actual preliminary hearing, other than Michel Kessler, the lab representative from the LAPD, will be heard. And we're going to come back in just...
And Mr. Wattenberg, would you tell us where your business is located, please?
Our business is located at 3rd and Broadway at 310 South Broadway in the old Bradbury building.
And, sir, how long has your business been located in the old Bradbury building?
My brother and I have had the business since 1965, and prior to that, another gentleman owned the business for about 40 years, and his name was Mr. Ross.
And during that period of time, has Ross Cutlery been located at one location or another within the old Bradbury building?
It's been located in 3 different locations within the building.
Now, Mr. Wattenberg, you are co-owner of Ross Cutlery, is that correct?
That is correct.
And with whom do you co-own Ross Cutlery?
I co-own Ross Cutlery with my brother, Richard Wattenberg.
And, sir, at this time, how many employees do you have?
We have, counting my brother and myself, there's 7 of us.
And, sir, as of this time, is one of the employees who work for you named Jose Camacho?
Yes, there is.
And about how long has Mr. Camacho worked for you, Mr. Wattenberg?
Mr. Camacho has worked for me approximately 20 years.
And what is his job title?
He's in sales.
Mr. Wattenberg, I would like to direct your attention to the date of Tuesday, May the 3rd, 1994. Were you working at your business on that date?
Yes, I was.
And was Mr. Camacho, the employee to whom you have just referred, was he working that day as well?
Yes, he was.
Mr. Wattenberg, do you recall approximately what time you arrived at Ross Cutlery that day?
That day, I more than likely came in somewhere between 7 and 7:30.
And, sir, are you the one who opens the business?
Generally, I am, yes.
And, Mr. Wattenberg, on that date of May the 3rd, 1994, were you working during the afternoon hours?
Yes, I was.
And was Mr. Camacho working that afternoon as well?
Yes, sir, he was.
On that particular afternoon, Mr. Wattenberg, did you observe any unusual activity occurring outside of your business that afternoon?
Yes, sir, I did.
And would you please tell us what you observed?
This particular day, there was a film company there doing a pilot for a TV series, I believe.
And what types of things did you see that evidenced such filming or such a project underway?
There was a rather large film crew there with cameras, lights, and all the different items that go along with filming.
And specifically in relation to your storefront, where was this filming occurring?
Directly in front of our store.
And did you, during the course of that afternoon, happen to observe some of the filming as it was occurring?
Yes, I did.
And during the course of your observations of that filming, did you recognize anyone on the set?
Yes, sir, I did.
And who was that you observed, sir?
Mr. O.J. Simpson.
You see Mr. O.J. Simpson present in court today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Would you point him out for us, please?
The gentleman over there.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, counsel. Mr. Wattenberg, during the course of that afternoon, did the defendant ever come into your store, Ross Cutlery?
Yes, he did.
And how many times do you recall him coming into your store that afternoon?
I believe I saw him there once, possibly twice myself.
Okay. Now, with regard to the first time, to your best recollection, did you pay close attention to the defendant as he came into the store?
Not really. We just let him browse around. We didn't bother him, or I should say I didn't bother him.
Was your attention drawn to other activities at the time?
At the other time, I was busy doing several different things in the store that I normally do.
I see. Now, were you present in the store that afternoon when Mr. Simpson, the defendant, came in a second time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And would you tell us what occurred when you observed the defendant come in the store the second time?
I believe that he came in and looking into our store from the outside, he was looking at items on the left-hand side of our store, which would be the north side of our store. And I think Mr. Jose Camacho showed him several different items that he had an interest in, and he spent some time with him, talking with him and stuff.
And Mr. Wattenberg, where were you when you observed the defendant come into the store the second time?
To my best of knowledge, I was at the front portion of the store on the other side.
Would this be on the south side of the building, or your store, rather?
On the south side of the building, yes, sir.
At any point in time, during the second time that the defendant came into your store, did he ever come over to your location on the south side of the store?
Yes, sir, he did.
And tell us what happened when the defendant came over either to or near your position, sir.
I believe, if memory serves me right, I spoke with him briefly, and he pointed out a couple of items on the back shelf of the display where I was standing, and I showed him an item.
And Mr. Wattenberg, when you refer to items, what do you mean, sir?
He had an interest in some knives that we sell.
What type of knives did the defendant express an interest in?
The item that I recall was a large lock blade knife.
And could you describe that particular type of knife a little further for us, sir?
Sure. This particular knife is about 15 inches in length when it's opened. It has a locking device on it that holds the blade in a fixed position. When you release the lock and fold the blade closed, I believe it's about maybe 8.5 inches in length. It has a stag handle on it with a shiny stainless steel blade. The blade has some engraving on it, and basically the ends, the hilt is brass, and there's a little guard toward the front portion of it that's also brass.
And Mr. Wattenberg, when you refer to a stag handle, would you explain what you mean, sir?
Stag handle is the antlers off of a deer, and they utilize this quite a bit on some of the nicer, what they call collectible knives, because it makes an attractive handle.
Now, at the time the defendant was expressing interest in this particular knife, were you standing behind a counter of some sort?
Yes, sir. I was standing behind the display counter.
Is that a glass-topped display counter?
Yes, it is.
And where was this particular knife in which the defendant had expressed interest?
Directly behind me.
Was it on a wall?
It's on a wall, yes, sir.
Did you remove that knife from the wall in order to show it to the defendant?
Yes, sir, I did.
And would you please describe what happened, sir?
About the time when I took the knife off the wall to show it to the defendant, Mr. Camacho, which had been waiting on him previously, entered the picture, and I had some things that I needed to do in the back, so Mr. Camacho continued the sale.
Now, with regard to the manner in which this particular knife was it displayed with the blade open or closed within the handle?
And to my best knowledge, it was open.
And when you displayed the knife, that is, took it from the wall, displayed it for the defendant, was the blade open or within the handle?
As far as I can recall, it was, yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Wattenberg, at the time, and as of this particular date, did you have more than one size of this particular type of knife within your store?
At the particular time, I think we had two knives similar to this on display, one short one and one long one.
And how much shorter was the shorter one than the longer one you've described?
Possibly a couple of inches. I don't know the exact dimension of it.
Was there a price difference between the two?
There's a slight price difference, yes, maybe $10 or $15 difference in price.
Do you recall the price of the larger knife which you showed to the defendant?
I believe the larger knife was $74.98.
Now, do you recall showing the smaller version of this larger knife to the defendant that afternoon?
I really don't recall whether I did or not.
Is it possible that you did?
It is possible that I did. I was very busy that day and might not remember it.
And you recall, sir, however, showing the larger knife to the defendant, is that correct?
That is correct.
Are you certain of that?
Yes, I am.
How certain are you of that?
Very sure.
Now, did you continue to have or did you have any sort of conversation with the defendant as you were showing him this knife?
I really can't recall whether I did or not.
Did the defendant express an interest in purchasing this particular knife?
At the present time when I was there showing it to him, he just wanted to see the knife, which I, took off the back display, and I don't know if I handed it to him or put it on the counter, but I did, show it to him.
At some point in time, Mr. Wattenberg, did Mr. Camacho come over to assist you with the defendant?
Yes, he did.
Okay, tell us what happened then, sir.
After then, I believe that I excused myself. I had some things that I needed to do in the back, some paperwork, and I left and returned to the back of the store where we have like a little office area.
Shortly thereafter, did you see Mr. Camacho again?
Yes, a little bit after that, Mr. Camacho came to the back where I was, and he handed me the knife and told me that the customer wished to have it sharpened. I took it in the back where we do our sharpening, and I sharpened the knife, and then I returned to the front with it, and I put it on the counter.
Now, sir, when you're referring to the customer, are you referring to the defendant?
Yes, sir, I am.
And with regard to the knife that was brought back to you, was this the same knife that you had brought off the display and presented to the defendant or showed to the defendant?
Yes, sir, it was.
This was the larger 15-inch overall dimensioned knife, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, Mr. Wattenberg, is there a difference between a single-edged knife and a double-edged knife?
Yes, sir, there is.
Would you explain the difference for us, please?
Sure. A single-edged knife is sharpened on one side only, and a double-edged knife is sharpened on both sides.
And what type of knife was this knife that you sharpened for the defendant that afternoon?
This knife was a single-edged knife, sharp on one side only.
With regard to the other side of a single-edged knife, is the edge, as with regard to this particular knife, blunt, dull, sharpened? How would you characterize it?
On this particular knife, the reverse side is completely flat or blunt.
Now, with regard to the knife that you sharpened for Mr. Camacho, you were certain that this was the larger of the stiletto-type knives that you've described. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, what did you do, Mr. Wattenberg, after you sharpened the knife for Mr. Camacho?
After I sharpened the knife for Mr. Camacho, I put it on the counter and continued doing what I was doing in the back. I believe I was doing some paperwork or possibly doing some ordering. I don't remember exactly, it's length of time ago, so I couldn't tell you exactly what I was doing, but some type of office work.
Okay. Did you ever see the defendant leave your store that afternoon?
No, I don't believe that I did. I was in the back working, and I don't believe that I saw him leave the store.
you had some awareness developed at some point that he had in fact left the store. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Wattenberg, I would now like to direct your attention to Tuesday, June the 14th, 1994. Were you working at Ross Cutlery on that particular day?
I believe that I was. I'm not familiarized with that particular day. It was on a Tuesday, you said?
That's correct.
On a Tuesday, I definitely would have been there.
And do you recall a date when some detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department arrived at your store?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you were present when they arrived?
Yes, I was.
Were any other employees present besides yourself?
There were several other employees there.
Amongst them were your brother, Richard?
Yes, my brother Richard was there.
I suppose it would be unfair to characterize your brother Richard as an employee. He is in fact a co-owner.
Co-owner, correct.
There we are. But amongst the employees present was Mr. Camacho there?
Yes, sir, he was.
And did you speak with the detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes, sir, I did speak with them.
Did your brother Richard speak with the detectives?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did Mr. Camacho speak with the detectives?
Yes, sir.
During the course of your conversation with the detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department, did you show them a knife?
Yes, sir, we did.
Were you asked by those detectives to show them a particular type of knife?
Yes, sir, we were.
And tell us what you did, sir.
I took them to the front area of my store where these particular knives were sold and proceeded to show them the knife.
And by the knife, what knife are you referring to, Mr. Watt?
They had an interest in the knife that we had previously sold to Mr. O.J. Simpson.
And did you show them an identical knife?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was that knife identical as far as you can determine to the knife that was sold to the defendant?
It was identical in size and type. Some of these knives will vary a little bit because the stag is a natural material, so it could be a little darker, a little lighter, but the overall size and function of the knife is the same.
Was the knife that you showed to the Los Angeles Police Department detectives identical in terms of price?
Yes, sir, it was.
Was it also priced at $74.98?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Was that knife sold to the detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes, sir, it was.
Your Honor, at this time I would like to mark an exhibit for identification. Would the court prefer that I mark it next in order as 3, or may I mark it as People's 1 for purposes of the prelim per se?
All right, we'll call it People's 1 for purposes of the preliminary hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. And may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have here a board upon which is contained 4 photographs depicting various aspects of a knife, which I would characterize as being a knife as described by Mr. Wattenberg in his testimony this afternoon. Each of the 4 photographs is designated by a letter A, B, C, and D. May this exhibit be marked as People's 1 for identification?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Wattenberg, I'm going to direct your attention to the exhibit which has now been marked as People's 1 for identification. Do you see that exhibit, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And specifically, do you see the photograph which has been designated as photograph A?
Yes, sir.
And would you describe for us, sir, what is depicted in photograph A?
In photograph A, there's a picture of the knife in its open position. This is a knife that we currently sell in our store.
And when you refer to the knife, again, do these photos depict in a true and accurate fashion the knife that was sold by your store to the detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department on or about June the 14th?
Yes, sir. This one appears to be the exact knife.
So with regard to photograph A, sir, does that photograph depict some of the characteristics of the knife purchased by the defendant on May the 3rd and that you have described in your testimony?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the photograph designated as photograph B. Do you see that photograph, sir?
Yes, sir.
With regard to that photograph, does that photograph depict the overall dimensions of the knife that was sold to the detectives from the Los Angeles Police Department and which was identical to the one sold to the defendant?
Would it be possible for me to take a closer look at it?
With the court's permission.
Of course, you can step down and take a look.
Yes, sir, that appears to be the knife. It's equal length to the one that Mr. Simpson purchased, and also the detectives from the police department purchased.
And in terms of dimensions, Mr. Wattenberg, what is the overall length for that knife?
The overall length is approximately 15 inches.
And sir, when we refer to overall knife, we are referring to the knife in a locked, open position, are we not?
That is correct.
Directing your attention, sir, to photograph C, the photograph designated with the C. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And Mr. Wattenberg, what does that photograph depict?
That photograph there is showing the length of the blade.
And what is the length of the blade as depicted in that photograph?
The length of the blade in the photo is approximately 6 inches.
Mr. Wattenberg, earlier in your testimony this afternoon, you described some inscription on the blade that was sold to the defendant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you see either similar or identical inscription upon the blade depicted in photograph C?
The engraving on the blade is identical.
And what does the engraving, what is the engraving? What is engraved on that blade?
On the blade, it's engraved stiletto, and then it says Germany underneath it.
Now, Mr. Wattenberg, I'd like to direct your attention to the photograph designated with the D. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what does that photograph depict?
That photograph shows the knife in a closed position.
And can you give us the approximate dimensions of the knife in a closed position?
In a closed position, it's approximately, I believe, 8 inches.
Now, Mr. Wattenberg, in your testimony today, you've described the knife that was sold to the defendant as a locking blade knife. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Would you tell us what that means, sir?
Okay, a locking blade knife is a knife that has a mechanism in it that when the blade is swung to an open position, it locks it into that open position so it won't easily close when it's being used.
And by what process, sir, does one close such a knife if one wanted to?
On this particular knife, there's a lever at the rear portion of the knife that you push down and then fold the blade closed.
And except for depressing that lever, would the knife remain locked in an open blade position if positioned that way?
In most general use, it would, yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Wattenberg, you are aware, are you not, that your employee, Mr. Jose Camacho, testified before the Los Angeles County Grand Jury last week, are you not?
Yes, sir, I am.
And after Mr. Camacho testified, did you become aware that he had been approached by various individuals from the media who were trying to get Mr. Camacho to talk to the media?
Okay, let me clarify this because I was on a vacation and I was gone the week that this all transpired. I learned of this after returning from vacation, so I have to testify in that regards that I wasn't there when the news media deluged our store, but I learned of it afterward.
And is it your understanding, sir, that the news media deluged your store only after Mr. Camacho testified before the grand jury?
To my knowledge, that's correct, yes.
And Mr. Wattenberg, after you returned from your trip, did you become aware that Mr. Camacho, as well as your brother, had signed some sort of agreement with someone?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what was your awareness?
They had signed an agreement with the Enquirer magazine, National Enquirer.
And when was it that you became aware of this agreement?
I was made aware of this when I returned on Saturday. Let's see, I don't know the date on Saturday. Was last Saturday. Approximately maybe 8 o'clock when I got home, I called my brother, and my brother told me what had transpired during the week when I was gone.
Mr. Wattenberg, did you sign an agreement with the National Enquirer?
No, sir, I did not.
However, sir, do you expect to profit in some manner from your brother and your employee, Mr. Camacho, having signed such an agreement?
Yes, sir, I do.
And would you explain to us, please, how you expect to profit?
My brother and I, being equal partners in the business, are going to divide this money up 3 ways. Mr. Camacho will receive 1/3, my brother 1/3, and myself 1/3.
And what sum of money are we talking about, Mr. Wattenberg?
The figure, I believe, is $12,500.
Have you been contacted personally by anyone from the National Enquirer?
Yes, sir, I have.
And would you describe the circumstances of that, please?
A gentleman named Mr. Alan Smith, which is the senior reporter for the West Coast, called me, I believe, on Saturday. Can I clarify one thing? Because I just realized that I made a mistake.
Be my guest, sir.
I returned on Friday evening, not on Saturday, from my trip from Germany. On Saturday morning, I got a call from Mr. Alan Smith that he wanted to purchase one of these knives to send it in to the Enquirer so they could use it for photo purposes. And I don't remember the exact time. Mr. Smith came in the store. We talked briefly. He purchased the knife. I called Federal Express, I believe, and they sent a courier to pick up the knife about an hour later, which we had ready for them.
Well, Mr. Wattenberg, to your knowledge, has your brother or Mr. Camacho received any money from the National Enquirer as of today's date?
No, sir, we have not.
Do you have some expectation of when you might receive some money from the National Enquirer?
My brother was instructed by the National Enquirer that after the story has run for a week, that we would be, given the payment.
And, sir, when do you expect the story to run?
The story is due to be released Monday.
Now, have you described the extent of your contact, your personal contact with the National Enquirer?
Yes, sir, I have.
And, sir, to date, you have not received any money from the National Enquirer? Is that
No, I have not, sir.
Mr. Wattenberg, if I may, with regard to the figure of $12,500 that you've indicated in your testimony this afternoon, is that figure or that sum to be divided equally amongst the 3 of you, that is yourself, your brother, and Mr. Camacho?
That is correct, sir.
And it is not the fact that you are to receive approximately $12,500, your brother receives $12,500, and Mr. Camacho receives $12,500.
No, it's a total of $12,500 complete, all 3 of us together.
Thank you, Mr. Wattenberg. No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, thank you.
Well, the news here for the public is that a knife was sold to O.J. Simpson at the Ross Cutlery store. The public has not known about this up until now, though the National Enquirer magazine apparently did.
Interested in.
Are there different categories of knives that you carry in your store?
Yes, sir, there are.
What are those categories?
We carry cook's knives, butcher knives, general purpose kitchen knives, pocket knives of every size and description that you could think of, hunting knives. You know, the list could go on and on. There's many, many different categories of knives.
How would you differentiate a hunting knife from a collectible knife?
Hunting knife could also be a collectible knife. It would depend on who made it and the quality involved.
What is the main purpose of a hunting knife?
The main purpose of a hunting knife is fishing and hunting.
And to use for what purpose?
Generally for a cutting tool.
And are those usually single-edged or double-edged?
Most hunting knives are with a single edge.
And did Mr. Simpson at any time ask to see a hunting knife?
I believe that he did, yes, sir.
And you showed him numerous knives, did you not?
Myself, personally, I did not.
Mr. Camacho, to your knowledge, did?
Yes, sir, he did.
Do you maintain books and records in the course of your business?
Yes, sir, we do.
And do you maintain an inventory of your business?
We carry...
For those of you around the country, this is Peter Jennings in New York, expecting ABC's World News Tonight. It will be along in just a moment. In fact, you're watching part of it at the moment. This is Alan Wattenberg, the co-owner of the Ross Cutlery Store in Los Angeles, who has just testified in the preliminary hearing of O.J. Simpson that his store sold to O.J. Simpson a hunting knife for $74.98 on May the 3rd. He is now being cross-examined by Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Simpson's attorney.
Items that are sold during a given day?
Generally not, sir.
Have you checked your receipts for this particular day?
Yes, I have.
And did they keep a list of the individual purchases?
No, this sale was just a cash sale, which was rung up on the cash register.
When a sale is made in the normal course of your business, is a receipt given?
There are times when a receipt is given if a customer requires it, or if it's something that's being, like, mailed, that we need a record of, you know, for mailing purposes, or if an item is put on layaway, there are receipts made out. But if a sale is made, just a cash sale, it is rung up on the cash register.
Are duplicate receipts made?
No, sir, they're not.
Just one copy of one receipt?
Yes, sir.
And that goes to the customer?
That's correct, sir.
So what you are telling us is you have no records whatsoever to establish that this particular item for this particular price was sold on this particular day?
That would be correct, sir.
Regarding the exhibit that you've been shown and that was purchased by the Los Angeles Police Department about a week ago.
Yes, sir.
Except for the handle, you would say the knife is the identical knife?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And the handle will vary in design and color?
There could be slight differences in the color and texture of the bone.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Hodgman, anything further?
And, Your Honor, I have no redirect.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wattenberg.
Thank
Until
you.
you're officially excused from giving testimony in connection with this matter, I'm going to order you please not to discuss your testimony with anyone.
So World News Tonight, for those countries around the country which take it at this particular moment, will continue
Do you have another witness?
after this brief word from one of our sponsors, the other news of the day, and the rest of the O.J. Simpson story and O.J. Simpson's testimony will continue as well for those of you not in the East Coast with my colleague Forrest Sawyer in the anchor chair.
Tonight on Primetime, the state versus O.J. Simpson. With the preliminary hearing underway, the struggle over high-tech evidence heats up. Just what is this evidence? Why does the prosecution need it? And how is the defense trying to suppress it? Plus, a rare view of O.J.'s early years on Primetime tonight.
271 Park.
Considering what a payphone endures, you might expect trouble getting your call through.
Shrivel.
But a genuine Bell payphone from US West is reliably built and regularly serviced. So the last thing you'll ever have to do is worry. US West payphones. For every call you make. For every call that has to get through.
Hi, it's me.
US West.
Your Honor, I'd like to apprise the court of the fact that the people have filed a response to the motion to suppress. It was faxed to counsel, and I'd like to also serve counsel on the record with a formed copy of the motion as well, and a copy to Mr. Ullman. And
All right, for the record, the court received that about 10 minutes ago.
Yes.
All right.
We received it at 7:26 this morning.
Okay. Call your next witness at this time.
Thank you. People call Mr. Mr. Alan Park.
So this motion to suppress will be held up for a while, so will the envelope be held up for a while, And the first person called is a Mr. Alan Clark.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
Alan Park, A-L-L-A-N-P-A-R-K.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Park, tell us what you do for a living.
Drive limousines.
And how long have you been doing that, sir?
I was working for Town & Country Limo for about 3 months, 3.5 months.
And as of June the 12th, 1994, were you working for Town & Country Limousine?
Yes, I was.
Were you a limo driver for that company, sir?
Yes, I was.
On the date of June the 12th, 1994, did you have an order for pickup in Brentwood that evening?
Yes, I did.
And what was your order?
My order was to pick up O.J. Simpson at 360 Rockingham Lane.
And what time were you supposed to be there?
10:45
Where were you supposed to take him?
to L.A. Airport.
Now, had you ever been to that area before?
No, I haven't.
And what time did you get there?
I arrived at about 10:25. I got there early. I wanted to make sure I knew where the house was, and we're always told to be there 10 minutes early.
So you were there actually 20 minutes early.
Yes.
When you arrived there at 10:25, where did you park?
I parked on Ashford, pointing east. Or west, that would be. Sorry.
Was that near a gate of some kind?
Yes, it was. It was across the street from a gate.
And was that gate that we're referring to, was that gate part of the property of 360 Rockingham?
Yes, it was.
So you parked across the street from the residence on the Ashford side?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, that
Well, we just stated yes. Is that where you parked?
That's where I parked.
he said it was across the street from the residence. That was not his testimony.
Where exactly were you parked, sir?
I was parked right on Ashford across the street from the residence.
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have a series of photographs, A through F. Ask that you mark people's next in order of these 5, 6. Showing you what's been marked as people 6. Can you tell me if you recognize this location, sir?
Yes, I do.
I'm going to put it up here so you can see. Can you see it?
Yeah.
Here's a pointer if you need it. First of all, directing your attention to photograph labeled B. Does that appear to be a corner to you, sir?
Yes, it does.
Can you point out which side is which street? Can you tell from that photograph?
It's kind of hard.
All right, let me direct your attention then to photograph C. You want to step down and look at it?
Okay.
Can you orient yourself now?
Oh, yeah, that's Rockingham.
All right. For the record, the witness has gestured to the photograph labeled C and said that's Rockingham. So the street shown where the police car is and where that white Bronco is farther down the street, that's Rockingham?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Then in photograph B, can you tell us what streets are shown?
Well, it looks like the corner of Ashford and Rockingham.
Can you point out to us which one is Ashford?
This one to the left.
Okay, and for the record, the witness has pointed out the left street indicated in the facing photograph. And which side is Rockingham?
This side with the police car.
For the record, the witness has pointed to the area shown with the police car in photograph B. I have a diagram, Your Honor. I'll ask that this be marked equal 7. Showing you people 7, sir. Can you tell us if you recognize what's depicted in that diagram?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
It looks like a diagram of the residence.
Now, on that diagram, can you show us roughly where you parked when you first arrived at 360 Rockingham at 10:25?
I was on this side of the street of Ashford, parked almost parallel with the gate.
And for the record, the witnesses pointed to the very top of the diagram that would appear to be across the street from the residence and parallel to the gate indicated by 2 horizontal lines, one slightly lower than the other. Can you point out the area that you're referring to as gate, sir, for the record?
Is the gate?
Mm-hmm.
This area right here.
Thank you. The witness has pointed out that area. I can ask you to write on the diagram, if you will, write gate, where you're indicating gate.
Right gate?
Yes, the word. Is there another gate indicated in that diagram?
Yes.
Can you write that down also, sir?
Now, for the first time, you can see that there are 2 gates to the entrance. There's one on Ashford Street, and there's one on Rockingham
With
Street.
the word gate.
This will be relevant a little later on.
At the top of the diagram, where the 2 lines were indicated earlier, just above where it says driveway, he's indicated gate, and then at the bottom of the diagram where it says driveway again he's indicated gate. Can the court see it?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Now, how was it that what route did you take to get to that location, sir?
I came up Rockingham on this side going north, and I was going a little fast, so I missed the house, saw the address, made a right onto Ashford, went halfway down to Ashford and made a U-turn, came back and parked where I said earlier.
Now, was that a stretch limo or a regular size? Can you tell us how big it was?
It was a stretch.
Did that make it difficult for you to make turns?
Yeah. And
So you got to the location across the street from the gate of the Ashford side of the house at 10:25 and parked there.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Yeah?
Correct.
What happened next?
I had a little bit of time, so I just stepped out of the car and had a cigarette and listened to the radio for a little bit. And
When you stepped out of the car, where did you go?
I just went to the back of the limousine, sat on the curb.
And after you finished your cigarette, what did you do?
Got back in the car and proceeded to wait another 5 minutes or so, or at about 10:40 is when I pulled up to the front gate. After I came around first, I came around Ashford onto Rockingham, looked in the driveway, and it just didn't look accessible as the other driveway, so I backed up and came back over to Ashford.
All right, so you got back in your car at about what time after having a cigarette?
Just before 10:40.
And what did you do then?
Just what I told you.
You drove down Ashford?
Yes, made a left on Rockingham. Looked at the driveway and just, it didn't look easy to get into, so I backed straight back up and went back to the Ashford gate.
So was it 10:40 at the point when you reached the Rockingham gate?
It was, about the time. There was only a 30-second interval or so from me coming from this gate going back to there. It was about 10:40 when I pulled up to the gate on Ashford.
So was it about 10:39 then when you pulled down to the Rockingham gate?
Yes, you can say that.
When you pulled down to the Rockingham gate, you say you looked up the driveway?
Yes.
Would that mean, sir, that your driver's side window was parallel to the driveway?
Yes, it was.
And so you were right next to this area here that I'm indicating with my pen, which is just above the line that seems to indicate the edge of the driveway uppermost on the Rockingham side.
Yes.
Now, why are you looking at that driveway? For what purpose?
To drive into it.
And why did it seem inaccessible to you?
It just seemed too narrow of the two walls here, and just the way the cars were, and the way the driveway bent this way, it didn't look as easy as the other side. It was coming in straight ahead and then making the turn.
So it looked a little bit too tight to get up to the front door
Yes.
of that gate? So you were looking carefully through that window to assess whether or not you could make the turn.
Yeah.
Did you notice any white Ford Bronco parked on the Rockingham side near the gate?
No, I didn't.
Would you have seen it had it been parked there next to the gate?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustain us to the form of the question.
Given the manner in which you were looking at that location when you pulled up to the Rockingham gate, would that white Ford Bronco have been right in your field of view?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer.
I wouldn't say it was right in my exact site.
Was it in your field of view where you were looking
No.
towards the driveway? Was that area, let me indicate with my pen. Were you able to see this area as you were looking up the driveway?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and for the record, I'm indicating the area just above the line that appears to indicate the upper boundary of the driveway. Okay. Were you able to see this area?
Yes, I was.
And as you were looking down the driveway, you could see this area that I'm indicating with my pen.
Yes.
And you did not see the white Ford Bronco.
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Now that was 10:40 approximately, 10:39 you said?
Yes.
And then what did you do? After you pulled up to that Rockingham gate?
I backed straight back up and made another left on Ashford and came up to this gate, Ashford gate.
For the record, the witness pointed to the Ashford gate. Where did you park when you came back to the Ashford side?
I pulled in frontwards in the limousine, and, the front bumper was just about touching the gate.
So at that point, was the front of your limo pointing into the driveway?
Yes, it was.
And what time was it at that point when you pulled up to the gate facing into the driveway on the Ashford side?
About 10:40.
What happened next?
I turned off my lights and I just had my parking lights on. I stepped out of the car and rang the intercom, which is just to the left.
Can you
My
show
left.
us where that is?
It would be right about here.
See that you marked that. Why don't you just mark that with an I, where the intercom was? For the record, the witness has placed an I on the diagram. At what appears to be the,
Well, it's not that exact spot.
near the one of the lines indicating gate on the diagram that is closest to the Ashford side. And when you press the intercom, was there a sound that it made?
Yeah, it made a buzzing noise or something like that.
And what happened after you buzzed?
There was no answer.
What did you do?
I continued to buzz the bell a few times after that.
Did you get an answer?
No.
Now, can you tell me, sir, at that point, were you able to see the house itself?
Yes, I was.
Were there lights on in the house?
There was one on upstairs.
And downstairs?
Not that I can see now. I thought they were off.
From what you could tell, all the lights appear to be off downstairs.
Yes.
For how long did you continue to ring the bell?
I rang it off and on until about 10:50 before I called my boss.
So from 10:40 to 10:50, you continued to ring the bell?
Yeah.
And you got no response?
No.
When you were ringing the bell, Can you tell us whether you were facing into the driveway or away? How are you standing?
I was standing right in front of the gate.
And which way were you facing?
Kind of southeast, not looking straight through the gate, but just facing the intercom.
And facing the intercom meant that you were facing the driveway?
Towards the driveway, yeah. It's not exactly looking straight into the driveway. I'm kind of catty corner looking at the wall.
What wall is that?
This wall here, just the big pillar.
And for the record, the witness has indicated the box area just to the right of the place where he put I. Are you able to see the driveway from where you're standing at the intercom?
Yes.
You continued to ring the bell until 10:50 and you got no answer.
Correct.
What happened at that point?
At that point, I made a phone call paging my boss, which I waited for him to call back. He called back at about 10:55.
Now, did you call was your boss the first person you called?
I paged him first, and I wasn't sure if the page went through, so I called my mom and had her get a phone number for me, which was his house number. And I called back on the house number, nobody was there, and right after I hung up, he called back.
What time was it when you paged your boss?
Just about 10:50.
Well, you were ringing the bell until 10:50?
Mm-hmm.
Say yes?
Yes.
Then you paged him, you said?
Yes.
Then you called your mom?
Yes.
And then you paged him again?
No, I called his house.
You called his house?
And there was no answer. And after I hung up the phone, I was called back. The page was responded. He called me back.
And between the time that you paged your boss and he called back, what did you do? Did you get out of the car again?
Yeah, I got out of the car and rang the bell a couple more times.
So you had paged your boss, called your mother, called his home, and then got out of the car and rang the bell again?
A couple times, yeah.
A couple of times?
Yeah, just...
Was there an answer?
No.
Did you get back in the car?
Yeah, when the phone rang.
So you heard the phone ring inside the car?
Yeah, I had the door open. The car door was open, so...
I see. So the driver's side door was open?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
And then you went... So when you were at the intercom, buzzing again, you could hear the phone ringing inside the car?
Yes.
You got back in the car, what happened next?
My boss was on the phone, and I just told him, I said, I don't think anybody's home. And what he told me was that, he said, Mr. Simpson's always running late, so just make sure you hang out till about 11:15, and if he's not there by then, just go ahead and come on home.
Did he give you some direction about what to look for in the house?
He asked me if there was a light on in, you know, because I told him there was no lights on. And he asked me if there was a light on that resembled like a pantry or something like that that was behind the garage area. And I just told him no, I didn't see any lights on downstairs at all.
What time was it when your boss called you back?
About 10:55.
So you had he called you back at 10:55, you had the conversation with him that you've recounted for us. And after you had that conversation with him, what did you do?
As before I was gonna hang up, that's when I saw this white male come out from behind the house.
Were you seated in the car at the time?
Yes, I was.
Was your driver's door open or closed?
From what I can remember, it was open.
Saw a white male step out where, if you can indicate on the diagram?
He came out from this way. He came out towards the driveway.
For the record, the witness is indicating what appears to be a path area to the right of the driveway, as it's indicated on the Ashford side. Do you have the pen still?
No.
Could you indicate with an X roughly the general area where you first saw that white male?
When I first saw him?
Yes. Can you make it a little bigger? Thank you. For the record, the witness has done so, placing a blue X in the area previously indicated. Well, where you were seated at that time, sir, can you show us what area was visible to you of the driveway?
It would be about, I could see to about the corner of the house, a little bit farther back to about this area.
I'm going to ask you to draw a line indicating that area of visibility that you just pointed us with the pointer. For the record, the witness has done so. Can you tell us, is there a porch light at the area marked front door? At the front door of the residence, is there a porch light?
From what I can remember, yes.
How much light did that offer? How much area did it light up?
You want me to draw it?
Sure. For the record, the witness has drawn a line that appears to be an arc in front of the two circles closest to the driveway, to the left of the front door area. Was that a very bright light that came from the porch light?
Not that I remember. I mean, it was a normal porch light.
Okay, so the porch light was lit, but the house was dark downstairs.
Correct.
Now, the lighting of the driveway, can you tell us how much of the driveway was lit and how much was in darkness from your vantage point, from where you were in the limousine outside the gate on the Ashford side?
Well, this area here is pretty hard to see. Anything back here it was dark.
Can you indicate that again? What part was in darkness? From what point back?
I'd say from about here, back.
Are you indicating like from the corner of the garage uppermost? In a line?
From my visual point where when I told you I can see on back.
Can I ask you to draw a straight line from the area, I guess you've indicated the corner of the garage here, to back to indicate what was in darkness?
Anything there, Pat?
All right, I'm going to indicate for the purpose of clarity with hatch marks, just to indicate that that means that you're indicating that was dark, all right? Now, was there a light somewhere above the garage?
From what I can remember, I think there was a light, but it was very high up, and it didn't offer that much light. I think there were some trees around there.
Now, when your boss called back at 10:55, during that phone call, you said you saw the white male come out on the Ashford side path.
Correct.
And about what time was that?
In 10:56, 10:57, you know.
Can you describe that white male for us?
5'11", 170 pounds. Blonde hair, medium length.
Was he holding anything?
He had a flashlight.
How long did the conversation with your boss last?
3 minutes, I don't know.
3 minutes?
2 minutes, 3 minutes, I don't know. I can't remember.
Pardon?
I can't remember.
It was not a long conversation.
No, it was very brief.
So your estimate right now is about 2 or 3 minutes?
Yeah, I guess.
Did you see something else after you saw that white male on the Ashford side path?
Almost simultaneously as I saw him, I saw somebody cross the driveway and go into the house from this area, came out.
Can you please put an X where you first saw that person?
I think you already have an X on the diagram. Maybe you should make that an X sub 1 or 2.
Want me to circle the X?
Was that person a male or a female?
I couldn't tell.
Can you describe the person?
6 foot, 200 pounds,
Black or white?
black.
What were they wearing?
Just seemed to be dark clothes.
Why don't you put P for person, where you put that X before? For the record, the witness has done so. So you saw someone, African-American, 6 foot, 200 pounds, wearing all dark clothing.
From what I can recall, yes.
Could you tell if that person had anything in their hands?
No.
And was that person moving quickly or slowly?
Walking pretty fast.
And where did that person go?
Into the front door.
Of this residence?
Yes.
And when that person walked into the front door, what happened next?
A couple lights came on, and I was still waiting, you know, just waiting for this white male to open the gate, or he was just standing there, kind of recognized me, waved at me, or...
So you saw this person walk into the front door of the house, and did the lights come on downstairs immediately?
Yes, a light came on in the entryway.
As that person passed through the porch light going into the front door, could you see who that person was?
No.
Could you tell at that point whether the person was male or female?
I couldn't tell.
Okay, immediately after that person entered the door and the lights went on downstairs, what happened next?
I waited a couple seconds to see if the white male was going to come and open the gate, which he didn't, so I got back out of the car and buzzed the gate again. At that time, I got an answer.
Now wait, how long was it between the time you saw the person enter the front door, the lights went on, you buzzed the gate? How much time elapsed between the lights going on, the person entering the front door, and you buzzing the gate?
15, 20 seconds.
So 15 or 20 seconds after the person entered the house, you buzzed the gate.
Yes.
What happened then?
The intercom was answered by what I believe was Mr. Simpson. And he told me that he overslept and he just got out of the shower and that he'd be be down in a minute.
And when you say you believe Mr. Simpson, is that someone you see in court today, sir?
Yes, it is.
Can you please point him out?
He's right here.
And what's he wearing today?
We'll stipulate that.
All right.
So Mr. Simpson told you that he'd overslept and he just got out of the shower?
Correct.
And he'd be down in a few minutes?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes.
The person that you saw walk into the house, after which you saw the lights go on, could you tell where they came from, whether it was Rockingham or the garage area?
I couldn't tell what direction he was coming from. I could tell you what direction he was walking.
Yes. He was walking towards the front door?
Yes.
But you couldn't tell where he was coming from?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question. The witnesses testified he couldn't tell whether it was a male or female. And Ms. Clark is saying he couldn't tell where he was coming from.
Sustained. Assumes the fact not in evidence at this point.
You couldn't tell where that person was coming from?
Correct.
After you had the conversation with Mr. Simpson, what happened next?
I got back in the car and waited for the gate to be open, which still took another 30 seconds or so.
Did you see where the male white was at that point?
He stood there pretty much the whole time.
Could you see whether he walked over to the garage area at some point while you were waiting for him to open the gate and talking to Mr. Simpson?
Not that I can recall, no.
Was the male white and the other person you saw walking into the front door, dressed in all dark clothing, were they ever on the driveway at the same point in time?
I don't remember that. I wouldn't.
You don't remember?
I don't
seeing them on the
recall.
driveway at
No.
the same point, at the same time?
No.
Your Honor, the witness has not had a chance to complete his answer.
Yes, please let the witness finish entirely before you make an additional statement.
Had you completed your answer?
Yes.
At some point, did the male white open the gate for you?
Yes, he did.
How long had you been waiting at... Let's try that. Let me ask you this. After you spoke to the defendant on the intercom, how long after that did you have to wait for this other man to open the gate?
30 seconds or more.
What happened next?
He came towards me and opened the gate. I drove in.
Can you tell us where you parked the car?
I parked it right in front with the driver's side window parallel to the front door.
What happened next?
I popped the trunk and got out.
Did you notice whether anything was outside the front door?
Yes, there was a couple bags on the ground.
What kind?
Just black duffel bags.
Did you notice whether there were any other bags outside?
There was another one laying back towards the garage area, towards the back of the two cars that were parked in there.
Were there cars parked in the driveway?
From what I remember, yes.
Where were they?
There was two parked right here.
Do you remember what kind of cars they were?
I know one was a Rolls Royce and the other I couldn't tell.
Which one was closest to the house?
I can't remember that.
You can't remember whether it was the Rolls or the other one?
No.
Could you put 2Cs where you think the cars were parked on the driveway? Where in relation to those 2 cars did you see the other bag?
It was back here.
Was it on pavement or was it on grass, if you know?
From what I remember, it was on the driveway.
Can you put a B where you think you saw that other bag? And for the record, the witness has placed 2 Cs where he indicated car on the driveway, which would have the gate that opens on a Rockingham, and he's placed a B just to the right of the second C. Can you describe that bag at all?
I couldn't describe it from where I was. It just seemed to be another dark duffel bag.
After you popped the trunk and got out of the car, what happened next?
The white male approached me.
Say something to you?
Yeah, he asked me how long I was ringing the bell.
Tell him?
Yeah,
What'd you tell him?
about 15 minutes.
Did you have, what else happened? Did you continue to talk to him?
I talked to him for a couple minutes.
Did you remember him asking you about an earthquake?
Yeah, he asked if I felt one.
Had you?
No.
Did you tell him that?
Yes.
Did he ask you for anything?
Well, later on, he asked me for a flashlight.
After you finished talking to this person, did you see what he did or where he went?
He walked to the corner of the garage at one point. He was calling the dog. I was petting the dog.
Can you show us again where he walked to?
He was standing by the corner of the garage here.
Would you please put a circle where you have indicated to us earlier that you saw him after you had the conversation. And for the record, the witness has done so, placing a circle at the southernmost tip of the garage. Now, did you see whether or not he went around, indicate to you with my pen, around to the southernmost area south of the garage?
I can't recall if he did or not.
You don't recall if he did or not?
Yes.
But the last time you saw him was in the area you've indicated with the circle?
Yes.
What happened next? You saw him walk down to that portion of the garage. What happened next?
I was sitting there petting the dog. He kept calling the dog to come over there, but the dog didn't want to leave, so he came back over.
What happened next?
At about that time, Mr. Simpson came out of the house.
And when the defendant came out of the house, was he carrying anything?
From what I remember, he had a like brown Gucci garment bag.
And what did he do with it?
He set it on the ground. I put it in the trunk.
And what about the duffel bags?
I picked those up and asked him where he'd like them. He said inside the car.
Did you put them inside the car?
Yes.
Can you tell us how much time passed between the time you saw the person in dark clothing, 6 foot, 200 pounds, go into the house, and the defendant come out of the house?
.5 minutes or so. at the most, 5 minutes.
Now, this male white that you're referring to, did he come back from the garage area?
Yes, he did.
And did you see him have a conversation with the defendant when he returned?
From what I can remember, he helped him. At some point, they got the golf bags out of one of the cars and brought that over to the car. I was sitting at the back of the trunk most of the time.
What were you doing at the back of the trunk?
Just waiting for him to bring out bags.
And your limo was pointing towards what would ultimately be the Rockingham gate?
Yes.
Do you recall whether the male white had a conversation with the defendant about an earthquake?
I think the defendant heard us talking about it, and as he was walking by getting his bags, he said, "Oh, we had an earthquake," like a question.
So after all the bags were placed in the trunk, where were you and the defendant and the male white?
At one point, the defendant and the male white walked into the entry of the house, right in the front door area, and I was standing next to the back door waiting to open it.
Before that, was there ever a point when the three of you were standing behind the trunk as you were arranging the bags in the trunk?
I don't remember all at the same time. I mean, could have been.
The bag that you've indicated with the V on the diagram, whatever happened with that bag?
We were standing, Mr. Simpson and I were towards the back of the limousine, and the white male offered to go get the bag, but Mr. Simpson said, "No, that's okay. That's okay, let me get it."
He said, the defendant said, "That's okay, let me get it"?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
And did he?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes? So the defendant went over and got that bag that you've indicated with a V?
Yes.
And did he bring it back to the limousine?
Yes, I think so.
Did that go into the trunk or into the inside of the car?
I don't remember that.
You didn't put it in?
No.
The defendant did?
Yes.
Now, after all the bags were loaded, what happened next?
After all the bags were loaded, that's when I guess the defendant went to go lock the house up or whatever, and we got ready to take off. We had to go. We were in a very big hurry.
You indicated that the defendant walked into the house with the male white at some point.
Yes.
And for how long did they go into the house?
Not more than a minute.
Was that before or after all the bags were loaded?
From what I can remember, after.
So all the bags were loaded and they stepped into the house briefly and came back out?
Yes.
And when they came back out, could you hear what they were talking about?
No.
Do you recall hearing a discussion about searching the property?
Yes.
What did you hear?
As they came out and came towards the car, the only thing I remember that I can hear was, "You go around this way and I'll go around the other way."
Who said that?
Mr. Simpson and the white male.
Who said you go one way and I'll go the other?
Mr. Simpson.
And what happened then?
The white male walked towards the corner of the garage, where I indicated before, and I closed all the trunks up and everything, and I thought they were going to walk around the property. I was going to go with them, just to, make sure nothing was back there. And at that time, Mr. Simpson said, "We got to go."
So the defendant said, "You go one way, I'll go the other." The male white walked to the southern edge of the garage that you've indicated with a circle.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes.
the defendant said, let's go.
Yes.
Did you see where the male white went? Whether he went to the lower southernmost portion of the property below the garage at that point, or were you paying attention?
I wasn't paying attention to that.
Then did you leave?
Yes.
What gate did you leave from?
The Rockingham gate.
And which way did you go on Rockingham as you exited the gate?
I made a left.
Did you look to see whether any cars were parked on the right side as you faced the driveway of Rockingham, outside the residence?
I didn't look to see.
You were looking at parked cars?
Yeah.
Were you looking to see if there was traffic?
Yes, of course.
Can you tell us how many bags the defendant loaded into the car?
Five, if I can recall.
You went left on Rockingham?
Yes.
Can you tell us what the defendant was wearing that night when you left for the airport?
From what I can remember, some like stonewashed blue jeans and a white, like a polo shirt, white collared shirt, golf shirt.
Remember what kind of shoes?
No.
From what you could observe, sir, did he appear to be upset or angry or nervous?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Can you describe the defendant's behavior that night when you saw him at the point that you were packing up the car with him and getting ready to leave?
Well, I've never met him before, so everything seemed okay to me.
Nothing seemed unusual to you?
No.
Did you notice any injuries to his hands?
No, I didn't.
Did his hair appear to be wet?
Not that I remember.
What time was it when you exited the Rockingham gate?
I'd say about 11:15.
Did you have some conversation with the defendant in the limousine as you drove to the airport?
Not conversation, no.
Did he say something to you?
He repeated 2 or 3 times that he was hot, and I can't remember if he asked where the air conditioning was, but I told him he could turn it on.
And did he?
Yes.
And how many times did he repeat that he was hot?
And that's an answer.
Overruled.
I said 2 or 3 times.
Was the window up or down?
At some point.
Sustained.
Was any window up, or, was any window down?
From what I can remember, he had the back passenger window down.
One or both?
Just one that I remember.
So the window was down and the air conditioning was on?
Yes.
Are there lights that can be turned on in the back seat of that limousine?
Yes, there is.
Were those lights on or off?
They were off at the time. I think he used them a couple times. Turned it off and on.
Did he ask you how to use them?
Yeah, he was looking for it, and by the time I was about to give an answer, he found it.
So he asked you how to turn on the light?
And he said, "Where's a light switch?"
And then did the light go on?
Yes.
Could you see what he was doing at that time?
I wasn't looking.
Were you able to see any body movement?
To some point.
I'm sorry?
To some point. He was...
What did you see?
Well, he had his bags on the floor, and I just figured he was just checking that he had everything.
What body movements could you see that led you to believe that?
That he was bending down.
Could you see arms or shoulders moving?
No.
You just saw him bending down?
Yes.
What was the traffic like that night?
It was very light.
Were you driving fast?
I wasn't doing the speed limit, I'll tell you that.
Now, can you recount for us the route that you took to the airport?
I took Rockingham down to Sunset, made a left onto Sunset and went down, which would be west, to the 405 freeway. I wasn't too familiar with the area, so the only thing that I could remember was to make a left off of Sunset to get onto the freeway. And at that time, he told me I can make a right, but I missed the street.
When you say he told you, you're talking about the defendant?
Yes.
So he was helping you with directions to the airport?
At that point, yes.
Did he help you again later on?
He just asked me if I wanted what street I was going to take, and he suggested I take Sepulveda. Probably be the quickest.
And did you?
Yes.
What time did you get to the airport?
About 11:35.
And when you got to the airport, what did you do?
Parked the car, popped the trunk, and started to help him get his bags out. I grabbed the Gucci bag first, and at that time he asked me to go get one of the sky caps.
So did you leave the Gucci bag there and go get the
Yeah,
sky cap?
I set it down on the ground, and I went to go retrieve one, and everybody was busy, so I just grabbed a luggage cart.
And what did you do with that luggage cart?
I came back over to the car, and he set his golf clubs on there and the Gucci bag.
And what about the two duffel bags and the other bag that you indicate on the diagram with a V? Where did those go?
He carried them.
The defendant carried them?
Yeah.
Nothing further?
Mr. Shapiro, did you wish to cross-examine at this time? All right.
Morning, Mr. Park.
Good morning.
Mr. Park, you understand the serious nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
The legal grounds for your objection?
It's argumentative.
I haven't yet even heard the entire question. Do you want to finish your question, Mr. Shapiro?
Yes, I would like to. Do you understand the serious nature for which you're testifying here today?
Objection, Your Honor.
And your objection is this argumentative?
Yes, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Why would Mr. Shapiro assume that he does not understand the seriousness of the charges? There's been no indication of that.
You can answer the question. Sir?
I don't understand what you mean. The serious of me testifying?
Do you know what this matter concerns your testimony?
Oh, yes.
What does it concern?
It concerns a murder trial.
And therefore, you want to be very careful with your testimony to make sure you don't make any errors. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you want to be very sure every time you testified under oath that you would not make any errors. Is that correct?
Same objection, Your Honor. I mean, no other witness has been subjected to this kind of intimidation. I think this is highly inappropriate. There's been no reason to indicate that this witness does not take his
oath very seriously and is testifying as accurately as he can.
The objection is overruled.
You may answer the question, sir.
Can you repeat it?
You understand that when you testify under oath, that there is an obligation to tell the truth?
Yes.
Have you done so?
Yes.
Just very briefly, you're watching the preliminary hearing in Los Angeles District Court of the O.J. Simpson case. The witness on the stand at the moment is the first witness of the day. His name is Alan
I
Park.
don't understand the nature of the question.
He was the limousine driver on the night of June the 12th who took O.J. Simpson to the airport.
One time.
And that was when?
At the grand jury.
And you also testified today?
Yes.
That's be twice.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And before the grand jury, you were under oath, were you not?
Yes, I was.
And that was on June 21st, about a week ago. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you testified there, was your memory as to the events that you saw at the Simpson residence better than it was today?
I'd say it's the same.
Did you testify on page 257, line 11, in regard to the individual you described as a male or female today? And just seconds after that, I saw a black male, 6'1", 100 and 200 pounds, come from the area that I saw him from was about. Did you give that testimony to the grand jury, sir?
If it's there, I did.
Do you recall giving that testimony to the grand jury?
Yes, I do.
And was that discrepancy called to your attention by anyone before you testified today?
I don't understand what you're...
Has anyone pointed out to you before you testified that before the grand jury you said it was a male, black, and that today you gave testimony that it was either a male or a female, you couldn't tell which?
Objection, Your Honor. Nobody's had a chance to point anything out to him. He only just said it today.
The objection is overruled.
The only thing that I can say here is that the person that I described is 6 foot, 200 pounds. It just seems to be a pretty big female.
That wasn't my question, sir. Did anyone discuss with you the fact that you might have on another occasion said it was either a male or a female, you couldn't tell which?
Yes.
Who pointed that out to you?
Who pointed what out?
You testified at the grand jury that it was a male black. Is that correct?
Yes.
You testified here today that it was a male or female, you couldn't tell which. Is that correct?
Yes.
Prior to your testimony today, has anyone pointed out that there may be a discrepancy in the testimony that you gave at the grand jury and the testimony that you were going to give today?
No.
You ever described the person as 6 feet, 180 pounds?
Not that I remember.
Did you ever describe the other individual as 5'10", 160 pounds?
I could have.
Did you ever describe Mr. Simpson as coming out of the house wearing a black overcoat?
Yes, I do.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
I remember him wearing some kind of a coat.
Did you ever tell anyone that the person came out was wearing an overcoat, a black overcoat?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you say that when Miss Clark asked you how the man was dressed this morning?
I guess I just didn't give full detail.
Did you say that to the grand jury that the man was wearing an overcoat?
I don't remember.
Did you read your grand jury testimony?
No, I didn't.
Testified here?
No, I didn't.
Was it shown to you by anyone?
No, it wasn't.
Did you discuss your testimony before you testified here today with anyone?
Yes, my mom.
Other than your mother, did you discuss it with anyone else?
My boss,
Other than who's your boss?
Dale St. John of Town and Country Limo.
When did you discuss it with him?
Days after.
And when did you discuss it with your mother?
Just a few days after.
Have you discussed it with anyone else?
The police.
How many times did you discuss it with the police?
I was interviewed once, but there was phone calls for other questions here and there.
Did you receive the phone calls first or the interview first?
Well, they called me and just asked me to come down.
So you didn't discuss anything on the phone?
No.
Do you recall what date you went down?
The 15th of...
Where did you go?
To the Harbor District, the police department there in San Pedro.
What time did you arrive?
9:30, 9 o'clock.
To whom did you speak?
To Paul Tippin and Brian Carr.
How long did you speak with them?
2 hours.
Was that interview tape recorded?
Not that I know of.
Did they did they take notes of your conversation?
Yes, they did.
Did they reduce those notes to a report that you know of?
No.
Did they ever have you sign a statement or a report?
No.
Did you meet with them again that day?
No, I didn't.
Did you meet with any other detectives that day?
No.
Is that the only time you've ever met with detectives?
I met them after that.
When did you meet after that?
They were at the grand jury.
Did they take your statement at the grand jury?
No, they didn't.
So you just saw them casually at the grand jury?
Yes.
So as far as formal statement interviews to any law enforcement officer whatsoever, you've only given one, and that was on the 15th?
Yes.
For 2 hours?
About.
Was it before or after that that you talked to your mother?
It was before.
How much before?
Tuesday.
What time did you talk to your mother?
After I, she was there when I was talking over the phone with Mr. Simpson's lawyers.
When did you talk to Mr. Simpson's lawyers?
The 14th, I believe.
And was that in the evening?
It was towards the evening, yes.
And did you place the phone call?
Yes, I called them.
And did you call an office known as Leroy Taft's office?
So I don't know what office it was. I just called the phone number.
Did you speak to two people who identified themselves as lawyers there?
Yes.
Was one Mr. Leroy Taft? Or identifying himself as Leroy Taft?
Leroy Taft? That name?
Skip Taft?
Skip Taft. That rings a bell.
Did the other identify himself as Robert Shapiro?
I think it was just Bob.
And was this on a speakerphone?
Yes, it was.
And at this time, your mother was listening?
She was sitting next to me, yes.
And this is the first time you gave any statement to anyone regarding this incident, is that
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
How long was that statement?
Half an hour, I don't know.
Have you ever heard any recording of that statement?
Have I?
Yes.
Yes, I have.
When did you hear that?
Last Friday.
Where did you hear that?
Upstairs.
Who played it for you?
The district attorney.
And was it at that time that you realized you made the statement, I couldn't tell whether it was a male or female?
Yes, I heard that.
And did anybody point out at that point in time that when you told the grand jury you said it was a male?
No.
Did anyone ask you if there were any discrepancies in your testimony or in your statement that you gave to myself and Mr. Taft?
No.
that time, did you tell Mr. Taft and myself that you couldn't tell whether or not that person could have been O.J. Simpson?
Repeat that?
Did you tell Mr. Taft and myself that during the conversation on the 14th that the person that walked into the house in dark clothing was somebody you couldn't tell whether or not it was O.J. Simpson?
Yes.
And did you tell us that evening that after you buzzed the intercom about 2 minutes later, Mr. Simpson came on?
I don't recall.
And that you could recognize Mr. Simpson's voice?
Yes, I could recognize his voice.
And you asked him at that time, you told him at that time that you were there, and he said, I've been here for a few minutes?
No.
You never said that?
No.
Did you ever say that, I've been here for a few minutes?
I told the white male at the home.
It was at that time that we asked you how Mr. Simpson was dressed when he came out. You said he was wearing blue jeans, a white shirt, and another kind of overcoat, a black overcoat?
Yes.
All that? Was that a heavy overcoat?
No.
Did you know he was going to Chicago?
Yes.
Did you know what the weather was like in Chicago?
I have no idea.
How do you know what the weight of the overcoat was?
The weight?
Yeah.
It just looked thin.
Did you ever carry it?
No.
Did you ever try it on?
No.
Do you know what material it was made of?
Couldn't tell you.
Do you know if it had a lining?
No.
Did you tell us that when you pulled in, he already had a couple of bags on the porch?
Yes.
That he went over to his cars and got another bag?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Simpson walk in and out of the house at all?
He walked in a couple times.
How many times?
2 or 3.
Other than carrying his bags or luggage out, did you see him carrying anything else out of the house?
No.
Now, did you put Mr. Simpson's bags in the trunk?
Some.
How many did you put in?
From what I can remember, 3.
What about the golf bag? Where did the golf bag end up?
In the trunk.
Who put it there?
I can't remember if it was the white male or Mr. Simpson.
Now, when I asked you about the person that was coming in and out of the house, did you say the following? I'm going to say he was a good 6'1", 180 pounds. Did you say that?
I could have.
What time did you tell us you left Mr. Simpson's house for the airport?
The time I left, 11:15.
Is that what you told us?
I can't remember.
Could you have told us a different time?
Could have. It would have been right around there.
Would have been earlier or later?
Could have been either one. I don't know.
You're not sure these times, are you?
I don't know what I told you. I know what time I left. It had to have been right around 11:15, 10 after 11.
Well, you wouldn't lie to me when I talk to you, would you?
No.
Objection. Objection. That was argumentative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What time did you arrive at the airport?
About 11:35.
Now, by judging these times, when did the times become important to you?
When did they become important? They weren't important to me at the night. But I just kind of on a schedule, so I do remember times.
And what were you using to gauge the time?
My watch,
What kind of watch do you wear?
a wristwatch.
Well, can you describe it a little better than that?
Is
it an automatic watch, a wind-up watch?
It's got a battery. It's not wind up. It's got hands on it.
Are you wearing that watch right now? Excuse me. Are you
Yes.
wearing the watch now? You were looking at your wrist?
Yes.
You want to just hold that up, maybe? All right. He's wearing on the left wrist a wristwatch or something.
When's the last time you checked that watch with some official time?
I look at clocks all the time. It seems to be okay to me.
Same clock at the same time as in the courtroom now?
Yes.
What time does your clock show?
It says about 16 after 10.
You remember when the last time you set that watch was?
Last time I said it? Yeah. I just set it on the 1st.
Because you changed the dates, right?
Yes.
You don't recall when you set it prior to that, do you?
No.
You testified that you've been working for Town and Country Limousine for the last 2.5 months?
2.5, 3 months, yes.
Did you tell us you've been working there for 5 months?
Not that I remember. I might have said I've been driving limos for 5 months.
And is that the case?
Yes.
What other, do you work for any other limousine company?
I didn't work for a company. I just worked for a private owner.
How long have you worked for that person?
It was about 2 months, 2.5 months.
And then you got the job for Town and Country?
Yes.
Was that a full-time job at the time?
No. No.
And did you have any scheduled hours that you worked?
No.
When did you first receive notification that you were going to have a pickup at O.J. Simpson's house?
It had to have been sometime in the morning, 10, 11 o'clock.
Where did you receive that notification?
From my boss. He lives across the street.
Did he just walk over, or did he call you?
I can't remember if he came over or called.
And what did he tell you?
He told me I had to pick up at 7 o'clock earlier in the night at LAX, picking up a couple clients and taking them to Beverly Hills. And then he told me I had to pick up at 10:45 at Mr. Simpson's house.
Where did you start for your 7 o'clock pickup at LAX?
Where'd I start?
Where'd you leave from?
From his house in Torrance.
So he has his cars at his house?
Yes.
And what type of vehicle were you driving?
A Lincoln Town Car.
What is the size of that car?
It's a stretch. I don't know what the length of it is.
Do you know if stretches come in different lengths?
Yes, they do.
And you don't know what the length of this car is?
No.
What time did you leave for the airport for that pickup?
To the airport?
Yes.
6. We got a phone call, which we found out the plane was coming in early. The pickup was at 7 o'clock, and we found out they were coming in at 6:30, so I left at about 6 o'clock.
What airlines did you go to for the pickup?
It was British Airways or something like that.
Or something like that?
Yeah.
Sure.
Not positive.
What was the flight number?
I don't remember this stuff.
What was the name of the parties you were picking up?
It was Bill Taylor and another person.
What was the other person's name?
Keith something.
Don't remember the last name of Keith?
No, he wasn't important. He was just with Bill Taylor.
What time did you pick up their luggage? At the airport?
No, they just carried it off. It's just a short...
carry-on?
Yeah.
How many bags did each of them have?
Bill Taylor had 2, and the other guy had 1.
Would you describe those bags, please?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at them. I never handled them.
Where did you first see them?
The bags are him, the people.
Oh.
Getting off the flight.
Were you at the...
I was at the gate.
At the gate. Did you have a sign up to their names?
Yes, I did.
And people came up to you?
Yes.
So you saw them carrying bags?
Yes.
Would you describe the bags they were carrying?
Objection, ask and answer.
Sustained.
They carried their own bags to your limousine?
I wasn't driving the limousine at that time.
Who was driving the limousine?
I was in a... I had to make a switch. I was in a town car. Just a regular town car.
What kind of car were you driving?
Lincoln town car.
What color?
White.
And where did you put the bags that these two gentlemen had?
I popped the trunk and they put them in there.
They put them in?
Yeah.
Where did you take them?
To the Peninsula Hotel.
What time did you arrive at the Peninsula?
The plane was supposed to be in at 6:30. It didn't arrive until about 6:45. I dropped them off at about 7:30.
Are you sure that time?
Around there.
Are you sure those times as you are of the times that you've given us for Mr. Simpson?
If not, I know these times a little bit better.
Why do you know these times better?
Because just the way that everything happened, as I called my boss, what time the pickup was, what time he had to be at the airport, what time we left, what time we arrived. It was just more clear to me. With the phone calls and...
Well, you had phone calls with this flight. You had
at home.
Indication the flight was late.
We were still at home. I was talking to him personally.
After you dropped off these two gentlemen at the Peninsula Hotel, where did you go?
I came back.
Came back where?
Came back home.
What time did you get home?
8 o'clock or so.
8 o'clock or so. Did you judge the time by anything?
Just from when I left the Peninsula to the standard time it would take me to get home.
Where you live? I don't need your exact address, but give me
Torrance.
cross streets. if you might.
182nd and Prairie.
And what did you do when you got home at 8 o'clock?
Well, I had a snack and changed cars and got ready to go.
Where'd you change cars?
At his house.
You went back to your boss's house across the street?
Yes.
What time did you go there?
Had to have been 9 o'clock or so. Just to talk to him and make sure that Mr. Simpson was still going.
What did he tell you?
He said, yeah, so far he knows that the flight's still on, his pickup.
How much time did you spend with your boss at his house at 1 o'clock?
Well, I don't remember. Just a few minutes.
Then what you did?
Went back home.
How long did you stay home?
Till about 9:45.
What did you do at that time?
Left,
How were you dressed when you left?
just like this, with a coat.
Same exact clothes?
Yeah?
Pardon?
Yes.
Same tie, same shirt, same pants?
Yes.
Same shoes, same socks?
Yes.
And 9:45, you leave your house now to go to Rockingham?
Yes.
Were you given directions to Rockingham by anybody?
By my boss, yes.
What were the directions he gave you?
To go up to 405 until sunset and make a left on Sunset going west, make a right on Rockingham.
And then just go to the address?
Yes.
Did he give you any other specific information as to what to have or what to do when you were picking up Mr. Simpson?
Not that I recall,
Are
no.
there some people that like beverages in a car, newspapers, things like that in the limousine business?
For some people, but he didn't give me any special instructions. There's
So
usually...
just pick him up and take him to the airport?
Yeah.
Did he tell you what flight he was going on?
American Airlines. That was just where to drop him off.
And he gave you that information earlier in the morning, didn't he?
Yes.
Did he tell you what time the flight was leaving?
He just said he had to be at the airport at 11:45 flight.
He gave you the flight number and the information that morning.
I'm not sure if he gave me the flight number. He just said American Airlines is where he usually flies out of.
You didn't clock out with your boss when you left your house to go pick up Mr. Simpson, did you?
No.
And you don't keep any time records where you record the times on a timesheet or anything?
No.
So you're approximating this, are you not?
Yes.
And most of the times that you're talking about, you're approximating.
Yes.
No objection. Withdraw.
Is that the end of your honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro, let me just ask you, do you have a substantially more cross-examination for the witness?
Well, that's what I'm reviewing right now, Your Honor.
It might be appropriate for us to take our morning recess at this point in time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
15 minutes. And, Mr. Park, I'm going to ask you, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone except the lawyers involved in this matter.
Your Honor, may I ask you at this point in time, since we're still on direct examination, that you not discuss this case with any lawyers?
I think we're on cross.
We're on cross-examination, that you not discuss this case with any lawyers?
Well, I think that he has the right to speak to the district attorney if he wishes. Obviously, you could question him concerning that if he does, in fact, speak to the district attorney.
Your Honor, then may I ask you not to take a recess at this time?
All right.
There is not going to be a recess in this preliminary hearing at the moment.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
And
All right. Well, you do
Mr.
get to step
Shapiro.
down at this point, and my admonition still applies. Do not discuss your testimony with anyone. You may speak to the lawyers in this matter. Oh, I'm sorry. Will it be lengthy?
No.
All right. Mr. Park, again, if I can have you just take a seat for a couple minutes.
The record reflects that Mr. Park looked at me in a very unfriendly way. I will be brief, Mr. Park.
Okay.
Are you vague about the time that you arrived at the 360 Rockingham address, sir?
No.
You know that precisely you arrived at 10:25?
I'm going to object to the form of the question, Your Honor.
On what basis?
That it's leading and suggestive.
Sustained.
The witness already testified to that. How could I be leading?
Well, then it's asked and answered.
It's foundational.
There's no reason for foundation if it's already in the record.
Your question was leading.
Mr. Park, are you vague about the time that you arrived at the 360 Rockingham address on the night of June the 12th?
I'm certain.
And why are you certain?
Because when I arrived and parked, I looked at my watch.
And that time was?
At 10:25.
Is there a clock in the car?
Yes, there is.
And did that clock match up to the time on your watch?
It might be a couple minutes off.
Approximately the correct time?
Yes.
Are you vague about when you called your boss?
Yes.
Are you vague about when you pulled down to the Rockingham gate?
Yes.
What times are you certain of?
I'm certain about... I looked at my watch quite a bit, waiting to pick up. I'm certain about the time I arrived. I'm certain about the time I came up to the Ashford gate and started ringing. I'm certain about the time of the call from my boss.
So you're certain of the time that you arrived at the location, 360 Rockingham?
Yes.
And you're certain about the time that you began to ring the bell at the Ashford gate?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. This is going over the same exact testimony that's already been listened to.
No, that's
Overruled.
And what time was it that you began to ring the bell that you're certain of?
10:40.
And what time was it that you, and you said, excuse me, strike that, you said you were certain of the time that your boss called you back?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because as he called, I looked at my watch to look at time. He told me to wait until 11:15, so I looked what time it was then to make sure it wasn't 11:15.
So you looked specifically at your watch when he told you to wait until 11:15?
Yes.
And the time was then?
10:55.
And how long after that point that you looked at your watch and saw it was 10:55 that you saw the African-American person who was 6 foot, about 200 pounds, going into the house?
It was a couple minutes. I was on the phone a couple minutes.
And you're certain of that time?
Yes.
Now, you spoke to Mr. Shapiro before you ever spoke to the police or myself in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
You had the interview with him on June the 14th?
From what I remember, yes.
And that was the interview he referred to as being on speakerphone with him?
Yes.
Did you know you were being taped by him at the time, sir?
No, I was never told I was being taped or never asked to be taped.
Mr. Shapiro never told you that he was taping your conversation?
No, never.
And he never asked you permission to tape your conversation?
No, never.
And Mr. Shapiro questioned you about the times during that conversation he had with you on June the 14th? What time you arrived, what time you left?
From what I remember, yes.
And when you spoke to Mr. Shapiro on June the 14th, 1994, you gave him the same times that you've given us in court today, isn't that correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro, do you have any further questions?
No, Your Honor.
I think that this time you can safely step down.
Thank you very
And
much.
I remind you not to discuss your testimony. We will take that recess that I mentioned for 15 minutes.
All right, the court is now going to recess for 15 minutes. We have now been joined by all of our panelists and analysts who will be back to see what they think of this morning's session so far, right after this message. One assumes that he is somewhere in the building. This is one of the two witnesses that the prosecution had said it intended to call when court was adjourned for the holiday weekend. Brief comment, Cynthia, on what we're seeing?
Well, Peter, just on the point that we were just discussing, which is whether they can keep this evidence out or not, we should just maybe let viewers know that in terms of a warrant from the police are permitted to make a search of somebody's home under 3 particular sets of circumstances. If they're in hot pursuit, if they're there to rescue somebody, or if they're there because they believe that evidence is about to be destroyed. Now, those circumstances are still subject to argument, but this prosecutor is saying that they were not even there pursuant to a search. We can talk about it a little more.
Clerk is right here.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to
Thank
give
you.
in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
State and spell your name for the record.
Brian, B-R-I-A-N, Cato, K-A-T-O, Kaelin, K-A-E-L-I-N.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Kalin.
Morning.
Were you acquainted with someone by the name of Nicole Brown Simpson?
Yes.
When did you meet her?
December of '92.
And where was that?
In Aspen, Colorado.
You were friends?
Yes.
Was there a romantic involvement between you?
No.
Do you recall seeing her again in January of 1993?
Yes.
And on what was that occasion?
There was a party
Where?
in her house,
Which was where?
325 Gretna Green
In Brentwood?
in Brentwood.
Now, that particular house, did it have a guest house behind it?
Yes, it did.
Did you see that guest house when you were at the party?
Yes, I did.
Did you like that guest house?
Yes, I did.
Was anyone living at it at the time?
Just furniture. That was it.
Just furniture?
Right. No person.
Did that give you some ideas?
Yes, it did.
What idea was that?
To move in.
And who did you talk to about that?
To Nicole.
Did you ask to move into the guest house?
Yes, I did.
What was your arrangement?
To clean up the guest house and to move in.
So she agreed to let you do that?
Yes, she did.
For paying for rent?
Yes.
And what rent were you paying?
It was $450 to $500. I sometimes took care of the kids, and she would deduct stuff. She was very nice about everything.
So she would give money off your rent in return for you taking care of the children?
Yes.
Now, she lived in the main house on Gretna Green?
Yes, she did.
And does anybody live there with her?
Sydney and Justin, her children.
Sydney was how old then?
Sydney was 7.
And Justin?
Was, I think, 4 1/2, 4 3/4, around there.
You've indicated a person you knew, Nicole Brown Simpson, showing you what's been marked as equals 3. Can I ask if you recognize the person shown there?
Yes.
And who is that?
Nicole.
The person you've been referring to today?
Yes.
During that time that you were living on Gretna Green in that guest house, behind the house, did you meet the defendant?
Yes.
And when I say the defendant, do you see someone in court today that I'm referring to? Do you see that person in court?
Yes.
And what is he wearing?
A suit, coat, and tie.
Color of the suit?
Blue, I think. Dark blue.
Indicating the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, the house on Gretna Green, the guest house, was that separated from the main house?
Yes.
And for how long did you live there?
I lived there until January of '94.
What happened in January of '94?
I moved.
Why did you move?
Because there was another place to move to.
What about Nicole? Did she move?
Yes, she did.
Where did she move to?
She moved to Bundy in Brentwood.
You did not move with her?
I did not move with her.
Had you planned to move with her initially?
Yes.
The Bundy residence, did you see it?
Yes.
Did it have a separate guest house?
No, it did not.
Where were you going to stay?
It didn't have a separate guest house. It had a separate room. It was part of the house, but it was down some stairs.
And so you were going to rent a room in that house?
Yes.
But you didn't?
No.
Why not?
Because I had a chance to move into another place.
How did that come about?
OJ asked me to move into his place.
When you say OJ, you mean the defendant?
Yes.
He asked you to move into his place?
That he had a room that I could have gotten from him.
Did he tell you why he wanted you to move into his place instead of moving with Nicole to the Bundy address?
It was probably better that I would be at the house.
And why did he tell you it would be better for you to be at his house?
I don't know. I mean, I was inside the house, and it was probably not right for me to be inside the house instead of a guest house, and that way I wouldn't be inside the same house.
With Nicole?
With Nicole.
Is that what he told you?
I mean, I don't know the exact words. It was...
What did he tell you, Mr. Kalin?
That he had a place at his house, and I could stay there.
And why did he tell you he wanted you to do that?
That it wouldn't be probably right that for me to be in the house, they're trying to work things out, and I was agreed, and so I said okay.
So he told you that he and Nicole were trying to work things out and it would be better if you stayed at his place.
Yeah, well, they offered his place, and I said okay.
And how much rent did you pay the defendant to stay at his place?
Nothing. It was, OJ gave it to me.
The defendant gave it to you for free?
Yes.
And when did you move in?
January of '94.
You see a diagram there to your left?
Yes.
Now, this diagram that was previously marked equals 7 for identification. Do you recognize what's shown in it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the house of how it would look.
What house?
On Rockingham, OJ's.
The one at 360 Rockingham?
Yes.
Now, can you see your guest house on this diagram?
No.
It's not shown here, is it?
No, it's not.
If the diagram were to extend farther back where I'm standing, which is the opposite end of the area marked Rockingham on this diagram, would the guest house be back here?
Yes, it would.
Behind the main house?
Yes.
What else is back there where your guest house is?
There's a pool, a jacuzzi, tennis courts, basketball courts together.
Is there a pool house as well?
Yes, there is.
Does the pool house have a bedroom in it?
A bedroom, no.
And how many guest house units are there?
3.
Are they all together or separate?
Separated.
Do they have common walls? Do you know what I mean?
No. I mean, can I hear someone pounding?
No. The guest houses that are behind the main house at 360 Rockingham, are they all connected together
Yes, they are.
so that each of them has a common wall?
Yes.
Now, the area that is shown to the south of the garage, I'm going to point it out to you with my pen. This area right down here. Can you tell us what is in that area?
Back there would be air conditioning units. It's like the back of the house is a little alleyway, shrubs, a little gate that...
Is there a concrete walkway there?
Yes.
And is it overhung with some trees coming from the other property?
Yes.
Is there a fence?
Yes, I believe there is. From the other house, yeah, it separates.
So is that the area that is the end of the property of 360 Rockingham? In other words, is that the boundary between the 360 Rockingham address and the neighbor's house?
Yes.
Does the back of your guest house, the wall that is the back of your guest house, face onto that little walkway?
Yes, it does.
And the back of your air conditioning unit also hang out over that walkway?
Yes.
Is your air conditioning unit installed in a window or a hole in the wall?
It's a hole in the wall.
Directing your attention to June the 12th, 1994, Sunday night, or excuse me, Sunday day. Who was at home in the house that day? Who did you see in the house at 360 Rockingham?
OJ.
The defendant?
Yes.
Anyone else?
I didn't see anyone else in the house now.
What time was it when you saw the defendant for the first time at the house on 360 Rockingham?
I think it was about 2:30 in the afternoon.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Yes.
And what was that conversation about?
I asked about his golf game. I said, no, he went golfing.
He told you he went golfing?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, he went golfing. I asked how he did. He said he did great. And then he played cards.
Did he say where he played cards?
No.
Did he mention what else he was going to do that day?
There was a dance recital that he was going to go to.
For who?
For Sydney, his daughter.
What time was that recital for his daughter Sydney supposed to begin?
5 o'clock.
Notice anything unusual about the defendant's behavior at that time?
No.
Did he mention anything to you about Nicole?
At 2:30, around that time?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
No.
Do you recall him mentioning at some point during that day that he was through with Nicole?
Oh, that it was over, the relationship was over?
Yes.
Yeah,
when
it
did
was,
he tell you that?
Oh, it was just something in kind of passing that they were not together anymore.
Sometime during that day?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes,
Do you recall what time it was?
in the afternoon. I don't know the exact time.
Could it have been around that 2:30 time that
It
you
was
just
during the
described?
conversation, yes.
And when he told you that, well, can you recount for us his exact words?
No, not the exact words.
Can you describe the tone of voice in which he told you that?
It was casual.
Did not sound angry.
No.
What was the very next time you saw the defendant that day?
I believe it was after the recital.
About what time was that?
I'm guessing about 6:30, 7, around there. The exact time I don't know, but I think it's about...
Around 7?
Yeah, the playoff games ended. I remember that.
What
And it's about,
playoff game was that?
Houston and the Knicks. So it was
And-
after that. It's about 6:37.
Do you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes.
About what?
I asked how the recital was and how Sydney was, and she was great.
Is that what he said? She was great?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, she was great.
You have to say yes and no, because this lady does not have a button for mm-hmm. Okay?
You should get one.
Okay, what was the defendant's mood like at that point, about 7 o'clock?
Not upbeat, not downbeat. I thought he was tired.
Did he seem relaxed?
Yes.
Make any mention of Nicole?
At the second conversation,
Yes, at about 7 o'clock. Did the defendant mention anything to you about Nicole?
that you saw her at the dance recital.
And what else did he say?
That her and a friend, they were wearing tight outfits.
And
And it
make
was,
some mention about that? Make some comment about that?
it was a comment of being able to dress that way when they're older.
And what was his tone of voice? Was it angry?
No.
What was it?
Kind of matter of fact.
What was he saying? He wondered how they'd look in those outfits when they got older?
Yes.
Was that it? I'm
It
asking
was-
you.
Oh, it was the exact wording, I don't know, was if they're going to be grandmas, they can't wear those outfits. Something like that. When they're older.
Okay. So you spoke to the defendant for how long at that point?
I don't know the exact how many minutes. About a half hour.
Okay. What happened after that?
I asked if I could take a jacuzzi.
And did he say yes?
Yes.
Did you do that?
Yes.
And for how long did you stay in the jacuzzi?
I stayed in there about a half hour.
Had you ever used the jacuzzi before?
No.
Was that the first time?
Yeah, I mean, I swam in it once before, but I never actually used it, sat in it to use it.
How long did you stay in the jacuzzi?
I think it's about a half hour.
So you got out about when?
I think when I got out of there it was about 8:30. About.
And after you got out of the jacuzzi, what did you do next?
I made a phone call.
To who?
To a friend named Susan.
And while you were on the phone, did you have contact, when you were on the phone with Susan, did you have contact with someone else?
No, I don't think it was.
Did you see the defendant while you were on the phone with Susan?
No. I think it was after he came to my room.
The defendant came to your room?
Yes.
And what did he say to you?
That I forgot to turn the jacuzzi off.
And by that time, were you still on the phone with Susan? Or had you hung up?
I think I hung up.
And what did the defendant say to you?
To remember to turn off the jacuzzi next time I use it. And he asked me if I was done with the jacuzzi, and I said, yes, I'm done. Sorry, I didn't turn it off.
And did you come out of your room to say that to him? To have that conversation?
I was at my doorway, I believe.
Where was he?
Outside the door.
How many feet away were you from each other?
I think 3 feet.
Did you notice any injury to his hands or that he was bleeding from his hands in any way?
No.
Was there anything unusual about his behavior at that time?
No.
So he told you that you'd left the jets on in the jacuzzi?
Yes.
What else did he say?
Next time I use it, turn it off, the jets.
Okay. Did you go and turn off the jets then?
No, he had to turn the jets off.
And what did you do after that?
I made a phone call.
So you went back in your room?
I went back in my room.
And who did you call this time?
A friend of mine in town.
And during that phone call, did you have contact with the defendant?
Yes.
What happened?
He came by and he needed to borrow money because he had $100 bills and he wanted to have 5 for a sky cap to tip the sky cap. And so I lent him money.
Now, when he came out to the guest house at that point, while you were on the phone with Tom, did he call out to you or did he just show up at your door and knock?
Oh, he called out to me.
What did he call you? By what name?
Cato.
Cato. Is that your nickname?
Yes.
So he asked to borrow money for a sky cap?
Sky cap, and he was going to get a burger.
And what was your response?
Sure. What do you need? Whatever I had was...
So did you get money for him?
Yes.
How much money did you give him?
$20.
And did you put that, was it a $20 bill?
$20 bill.
Did you put it in his hand?
Yes.
Did you notice any injury to his hand?
No, I did not.
What was the defendant wearing at that time?
I don't know the exact clothing. I thought it was a sweat outfit.
Sweat outfit? Like sweatshirt or nylon type?
A warm-up. I believe. I mean, I'm not positive on that, but I think it was a warm-up outfit.
Can you remember what kind of material it was, or could you tell at the time?
No, I could not.
What color was it?
It was dark.
Black?
A dark color.
Was it black?
I mean, it was dark outside. It was a dark color. I mean, could have been dark blue or black.
One of those?
Right.
All right. Did it have long sleeves?
Yes.
After you gave the defendant a $20 bill, what did you next do?
Oh, well, I asked if I could go to McDonald's with him.
And he said?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to McDonald's with him.
Okay. Did you leave?
Yes, we left.
Okay. Did you walk through the main house to do that?
Yes, we did.
And did you get into a car with him?
Yes.
What car did you get into?
Miss Rolls Royce.
Who drove?
OJ.
The defendant?
Yes.
Can you look at the diagram to your left, that's people 7, and indicate, if you will, where the Rolls Royce was parked when you got into it that night to go to McDonald's? Please. Okay, for the record, the witness is pointing. Will you please take the pen and put an R there? For the record, the witness has placed an R, a large R on the diagram. We also ask you, sir, if you would. Point out on this diagram, if you can, on this, these photographs that have been marked as people 6, if you can see the area where the Rolls was parked that night when you went out to McDonald's. And was it parked in the same place it's shown in the photograph labeled as F?
Yes.
Was it pointing out towards the Rockingham Gate that way as well?
Yes.
Was that usually where that Rolls Royce was kept parked, sir?
Yes.
What time was it when you left for the, left to get burgers?
It was about 9:10.
And what gate did you exit through?
The gate? The
Yes.
gate that's on Rockingham.
The Rockingham Gate. Is that the gate shown in photograph F of people 6?
Yes.
Did you notice any injury to the defendant's hands as he drove the Rolls Royce to go get something to eat?
No, I did not.
When you left out, when you went out the Rockingham Gate, did you look to see whether there were any cars parked near the Rockingham Gate?
I did not.
Do you know, sir, whether the defendant owned a white Ford Bronco?
Did I know if he owned one?
Yes.
Yes.
Had you seen it around the property?
Yes.
And had you seen it around the property from the time you moved in January of '94?
Yes.
Was there one particular place where he would always park it?
It wasn't, it could be in driveway. It was on Ashford, you know, the street Ashford. It was inside the gated area. It wasn't a set spot ever, I mean, but normally my car would be parked on Ashford with it.
So you used to park either in front or behind the white Ford Bronco?
Yeah, on the same road.
And that would be on the Ashford side?
The Ashford side.
And that would be inside the gate?
No, it could be it could be parked outside, it could be parked inside. Normally it was parked outside on Ashford.
Normally parked outside the Ashford gate? Is that right?
The Ashford side. Correct.
Can you tell us, do you see the Ashford side gate in these photographs, sir?
Yes.
Which one is that?
A.
And for the record, when I say these photographs, again, I was referring to people 6. Now, the white Ford Bronco I've been referring to, Your Honor, I've asked that this series of photographs labeled A through F be marked collectively as People's 8. Do you see these photographs, Mr. Campbell?
Yes.
Can you tell us if you recognize the vehicle shown in photograph A of People's 8?
Do I recognize it? Yes, the Bronco. Yes.
Is that the white Ford Bronco that he recognizes belonging to the defendant?
Yes.
And the one that was parked, that was always parked at the Ashford side gate?
It was, yeah, it was, that's the white Bronco, yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object
May I?
to, excuse me, may I complete my objection?
Yes.
I'm going to object to the statement by the prosecutor that it was always parked on the Ashford side gate. This states the opposite.
Sustained.
Was that white Ford Bronco To your knowledge, when you were living there from January of 94 through June of 94, was that vehicle, the white Ford Bronco, always parked at the Ashford gate?
Not always, but it would be parked in Ashford, but not always on Ashford.
Where else would it be parked?
It could be parked inside the lot. And
If it was parked inside the gate, would it be on the Ashford side of the gate? The Ashford gate that it was parked. You know what I mean? You have the driveway that goes out the driveway that leads to the Ashford gate, and you have the driveway that leads to the Rockingham gate. Right?
Right.
If it was parked inside the gate, would it be on the Ashford side of the driveway?
Oh, the front of the house, it'd be parked in the front of the house, so you'd have to back it up, I guess, to go. You could go through either way.
You could go through and go out Rockingham, or else go through and go out Ashford.
With the gate, correct.
And when it was parked outside the gate, though, was it parked on Ashford?
Well, most of the time it would be in Ashford.
So is it your testimony, sir, that it was normally parked on the Ashford side, outside the Ashford gate?
Normally.
On the way to McDonald's, did you happen to notice the time?
Yes, it did.
And where were you when you noticed what time it was?
At 26th and Simpson. There's a stoplight.
What time was it when you got to 26 in San Vicente?
It was 9:18, 9:15 and 9:18 was right in there on his clock in the car.
How long after that did you get to McDonald's?
About 7 minutes.
And did you go into the restaurant, or did you drive to the takeout window?
The drive-through.
A drive-through window, thank you. Was that on your side or on the defendant's side?
It was on the driver's side, the window.
When he pulled up to the window, did you have to pay first and then get your food later?
Yes.
Who paid for the food?
I paid because he had 20, so I had another 20, so I paid for the food.
And did you hand a second $20 bill then to the defendant to pay?
Yes.
And what did he do with that $20 bill you gave him in the car?
Paid McDonald's.
Did you see him do that?
Yes.
And did he get change back?
Change back?
Okay. Did you notice any injury to his hands at that time?
No.
Did you drive forward and get the food at the second window?
Yes, we did.
Did he take that food?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He took the food.
Yes. Where did he put it?
The bag was in his lap. Then he gave me my stuff, my food.
So and what did he do with his food?
He ate it.
And he drove at the same time?
Yes.
And he did that on the way back to the house at Rockingham?
Yes.
Did you eat your food as well?
No, I had a few French fries, but that was it. I didn't eat the main course.
So, you can call it that.
Yeah.
So he drove and he ate his dinner at the same time on the way back to Rockingham?
Yes.
Did you notice any injury to his hands at that time?
No, I did not.
Or bleeding?
No.
What time did you get home?
About 9:40, 9:45, around there.
Which gate did you enter through, Ashford or Rockingham?
I don't remember.
Do you remember where the defendant parked the rolls?
Same spot as the picture we saw before.
The spot you indicated on
F.
Thank you, photograph that of People's 6. All right, would you describe the defendant's demeanor at that time, when you got back from McDonald's? How did he appear to you?
Tired.
Tired?
I thought tired, yes.
Other than that, anything unusual?
No.
What did you do when you got back to the residence?
I got out and went to my room to eat.
You took your food back to your room?
Yes, I did.
Did you see where the defendant went?
No, I did not. He got out of the car, so.
Now, who else was in the house that night when you came back from McDonald's? Other than you and the defendant, was there anyone else around?
Not that I knew of, no.
Can you tell us who usually occupied the other 2 guest units?
Arnell, O.J.'s daughter, and the maid, housekeeper.
Housekeeper? Were you acquainted with the defendant's, one of the defendant's sons named Jason?
Yes, I know Jason.
And approximately how old is he?
25?
Did he have a guest unit there that he stayed in?
No.
Did you see him there that day?
No.
Was he there that night?
No.
So neither Arnell nor Jason was there that night?
No.
And Gigi was
From
not?
what I knew, I didn't see them, so. No, they weren't.
And the housekeeper that the defendant had in, who stayed in the 3rd unit, guest unit, was she there that night?
No.
When you got back to your room, what did you do?
I ate my sandwich and called my friend back up.
For how long did you talk to your friend?
I think about 10, 15 minutes.
And what did you do after that?
After that, I was going to type up some letters, so I went to type up some letters, but the typewriter wasn't working. So I made another phone call.
Who did you call?
My friend Rachel.
And what time was it when you called her?
I called her at about 10:10, around there.
During that phone call, did something unusual occur?
Yeah, I heard a noise.
Now, how long had you been talking to your friend Rachel when you heard that noise?
It was probably a half hour into the conversation.
Okay, so about 10:40 or so you heard a noise?
It's about that time.
Can you describe for us the noise you heard, Mr. Kalin?
It was, you know, in my room, it has this wall and it's like that.
For the record, the witness thumped on the witness stand with his fist.
And you hit the witness stand like 3 times or so. Was that 3 noises that you heard?
I believe it was 3 noises. It was thumping.
It sounded like 3 thumps.
Yes,
And where did the thumps seem to come from?
right behind the bedroom wall, where my bed would be.
You said you have an air conditioning unit in a hole in the wall?
Yes,
Was it in the same wall that the air conditioning unit was in?
yes,
Was it near the air conditioning unit that the thumps seemed to come from?
yes.
What happened when you heard those thumps?
Well, I was on the phone and I asked Rachel, I said, I think we had an earthquake. Do we have an earthquake? And no, she'd said, and I noticed my picture would move, so I started thinking that maybe there was a person back there. And then I have this little flashlight, and I was going to investigate.
So there was a picture on that wall also. Is that yes?
Yes, there was a picture.
And that moved when you heard the noises?
Yeah, it almost moved off the wall.
Now, the area that you're talking about, if this diagram were to go farther to your left, my right, it would be along this pathway, the south pathway that you traced with a line here. That's just below the garage on the diagram.
Yes,
And the wall of your guest house that you're referring to, where you heard the thumps, is the wall that faces onto that little pathway?
yes.
Okay, so after you heard those thumps, you indicated before you thought it was an earthquake or maybe someone outside?
Right, I said to her on the phone as a joke, I just said, if I don't call back in 10 minutes, start to worry.
And were you worried?
Yes.
Were you scared?
Yes.
Did you think it might be a prowler?
Yes.
So what did you do?
Well, I got this little flashlight and I went out to check on the noise.
Now you hung up the phone how long after you heard the thumps?
About 2 to 3 minutes. Pretty fast I hung up the phone.
Pretty fast?
I'm pretty sure I did. I might have talked about the noise for a bit, but then I hung up and said I was going to go and do it and check on it. So 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, do you recall testifying before the grand jury that it was 1 to 5 minutes?
Yes. That's in the range, right?
That's in the range, yes. It could have been as little as 1 minute.
It might have been, yes.
So the time between hearing the thumps and you hanging up the phone could have been as little as 1 minute, as much as 5 minutes?
Yes.
You took the flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go?
To the area from my room around and went to the garage area.
When you say you went to the garage area, what part of the garage area did you go to?
Well, I walked down the pathway just a bit.
And you mean the area you've indicated earlier that would be just below where it's indicating garage on that diagram? And you're pointing to it now. Is that the area where you've previously kind of drawn a line?
Yes.
How did you get to that area? What path did you take to get there?
From my room?
Yes.
There's a path that I followed to the front area.
So did you walk through the pool area?
Through the pool area.
And is there a grassy portion on the Ashford side of the house?
There's grass, right, but I stayed on the cement. And
You stay on the path?
And then walked to that area.
To the garage area?
Yes.
When you came out on the path on the Ashford side of the house, can you show us that path and mark it?
Say it again? What was that?
The path that you say you walked on.
Right.
That's on the Ashford side of the house. Could you please mark that on the diagram?
So I'm coming from my room back here. This would be the path right here. Like that.
Okay. For the record, the witness has traced a path. I would like for you to mark that path.
This path?
Yes, mark the path indicating where you should put a B. No, we already have a B. Put a K on that path. Thank you, Mr. Kalin. And the witness has marked the path with a K where he's indicated. So you walk down that path to the driveway, down the driveway, past the garage, and down the south, over to the southern corner of the garage.
I only went so far the first time. About that far.
For the record, why don't you mark where that is? Put K1. You can step down. Thank you. For the record, the witness has placed K1 on the diagram. That's where you stopped?
Yes.
When you first came out on the path, sir, did you notice anything or anyone in the driveway or at the gate?
The limousine.
Did you see anyone sitting in the car?
I couldn't tell if someone was in the car or not. It's just the car was there.
Did you stop to talk to that person or let them in the gate?
Not the first time.
Why not?
Because I figured there's a intercom phone there that the person took care of everything. He probably called the house.
Can the gate be opened from inside the house electronically?
Yes.
Now, when you went around to the Ashford side gate, when you first came out on the path, were the lights in the house on or off?
The light upstairs, I think, was on.
How about downstairs?
No, I didn't notice any lights on downstairs.
So did it appear to you that the lights downstairs were off when you first came out on that path?
I don't remember. The lights of the, inside the house?
Inside the house, downstairs.
I don't remember if lights were on or off. I think it was dark.
After you got to that point on the path of the garage, strike that.
I think the lights were on. I think the lights were on. Doesn't matter. I mean, I think they were on.
I just want to know what you remember. Are
I don't
you sure?
remember. I don't.
If
I'm
you
not
don't
for
remember.
sure. I don't know.
Okay. You're not sure if the lights were on or off
Correct.
downstairs?
Correct.
And I'm talking about the point when you first came out on the path and saw the limo driver.
Yes.
You're not certain?
Not certain.
Okay. You walked down to the portion of the garage that you've indicated with K1.
Yes.
Why did you stop there?
I was, my light wasn't working very well and I was scared. And I decided to come back.
Okay. Was it very dark back there?
Yes.
So you came back out. What happened next?
Well, then I noticed the limo was still parked there, and I, well, geez, I should let this guy in. I guess he's waiting, so I pressed the button, and the gate opened up, and he drove up.
Now, why were you going over to that area of the garage at the southern portion of the property?
I was going to check on that noise.
And that's where you thought the sound came from?
Well, it was further down, but I never made it down all the way.
When you say it was further down, in other words, where? You mean by your guest house on
Yes.
that path?
Right.
When you turned around and came back from the garage, you went and opened the gate for the limo driver?
Yes.
He drove in?
Yes, he did.
What happened next?
He drove in, and I got out of the car, and I asked if OJ overslept or what was going on because it was getting late. I figured it was pretty late right now. He said he was coming up from Redondo, and I get some, I can't remember all the dialogue, but I remember he came up from Redondo.
Okay.
Oh, and I asked him if we had an earthquake, and I was trying to see if maybe we did. He goes, no, not that I'm aware of. And I said, well, I heard this noise, and told him I was going to investigate it, and I felt safer if someone's there, so I was going to check on it again.
So when you saw the limo driver was there, you felt safer?
Yeah.
And you thought you'd go and check on it again?
That I would, yes.
When you walked down the driveway the first time towards the garage area, right, and walked back, can you tell us if you noticed anything near the Rolls Royce on the ground?
There was a bag. I mean, it was like a knapsack, I think, kind of bag.
And where in relation to the Rolls Royce was it? For the record, the witnesses pointed to a B on the diagram. Is that where you think the bag was?
Yes.
Can you describe it a little better?
It was dark. I don't know the color. I imagine it was dark black or blue, and I thought it had a little brown leather kind of square patch.
Okay, you had a conversation with the limo driver.
Yes.
You talked about the earthquake. And at some point, did you complete the conversation?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
Well, even during that, I think it was during that I also helped load up a golf bag in the trunk of the limo.
Okay.
And then I went back there, went a little further down the path, and then there's a gate that if I...
So wait, you had loaded a golf bag into the trunk of the limo?
Yes.
And then you walked back to the garage area?
Yes.
And you went down to that southern portion that you've marked with a K1 earlier?
Yes.
Did you have the flashlight with you?
Yes, I did.
And did you indicated now that there's a gate there?
There's two gates, right?
Where's the first one?
First one's right about there.
For the record, why don't you put G? actually put a G1. Yes. There's a second gate?
G2.
Thank you. For the record, the witnesses placed G1 and G2. Okay, G1 is closer to the Rockingham exit, right?
Yes. It's not really working.
It's not really working?
I mean, you have to pick it up kind of to move it.
Is it locked? Kept locked?
No, it's just kind of leaning up against a tree.
The second gate, where is that in relation to your guest house?
How close is it to my guest house?
Yes.
About 10 feet.
And how do you open that gate, the second one?
It swings open. Sure.
This time, did you swing it open?
No, I got to the gate and I turned around.
Why?
I had this little pen light flashlight that was very dim and I was scared, so I walked back up.
So you never went all the way down to where you thought you heard the noises come from?
No.
I have here a series of photographs, Your Honor. Yeah, that's of our people's 9. They're labeled A through E.
All right.
Showing you the photographs that have been marked, labeled A through E. I'm directing your attention now specifically this time to photograph A. Do you recognize the location being shown in that photograph, sir?
Yes.
What is it?
That'd be the back of my guest room.
The wall shown here is the back of your guest room?
Yes.
And the air conditioning unit that you see there hanging over the wall, is that the air conditioning unit that is in your wall?
Yes.
And that's the air conditioning unit near which you heard the thumps come from?
Yes.
So this would be the area that you were, and I'm indicating for the record, Your Honor, in photograph A, the walkway that is just before leading up to the air conditioner. This was the area that you never made it down to.
Correct.
When you were trying to find out what happened in the wall, on the wall that night.
Yes.
And is that the same area that's shown in photograph B?
Yes.
The fence that you can see in photographs A, B, and C, I guess, is that the fence that divides the property of 360 Rockingham from the neighbors?
Yes.
When you were attempting to go down to the south, that area shown on photograph A of People's 9, were you trying to? Was there a dog in the on the property that night?
Yes, there is.
What was that dog's name?
Chachi.
And were you with the dog that night?
Well, when I was going to go back down, I said, "Chachi, come with me," and he ran away. I said, "Great watchdog."
So you went to the second gate this time, and then you came back out.
Say it again.
You went to the second gate.
Yes, up to it.
Up to the second gate that leads to the area shown in photograph A of People's 9.
Yes.
And then you turned around and went back.
Yes.
What did you do when you came back?
I came back to the front area, and
okay, the bag that you indicated, you pointed to that's labeled with a B,
yes.
For the position, was that in an area of darkness?
Yes.
Had you ever seen it before?
No.
When you came back, so you actually went down to the garage area, the southern portion of the garage area, twice.
Yes, I did.
The first time before you opened the gate for the driver?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the second time after you let him in and had a brief conversation with him?
Yes.
When you came back out from that area after visiting it the second time, who did you see out in the front area?
That was the limo driver, OJ, and myself.
You mean the defendant? You saw the
Yes.
defendant with the limo driver?
We were all outside.
What were they doing?
I think packing, getting ready to go to the airport.
Did you offer to go and get that bag that you marked with, that was marked with a B on this diagram?
That I was going to take it, pack it, yes.
Did you offer to get it for the defendant?
Yes,
What was his response?
he'll get it.
He said he would get it?
Yes.
So you did not see the defendant come out of the front door?
No.
He was already out when you got back from the garage area?
Yeah, we were all outside.
Did you discuss with the defendant the earthquake that you thought you felt or the prowler that you thought might be there?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I said, OJ, I heard this noise. I thought something might be back there.
Were you still pretty excited about that?
Pardon?
Were you still pretty excited and upset
Yeah.
about that?
Yes. So I said, this flashlight, it doesn't work very well. And I need a better one, so I asked the limo driver if he had a flashlight. And he said no, and then I asked OJ, and he said, you go inside and we'll check for one.
And then did the defendant go back in the house?
Yes.
Did you go with him?
Yeah, I was behind him.
What happened then?
Went into the house, and then OJ said, is that the right time? And I was behind him, and I said, yeah, so then I had to catch his flight, so I hurried up, got him good going, and I said, come on, you gotta catch the flight. So, and he got in the limo.
Now, do you recall having a conversation after you told the defendant about the earthquake in which you agreed to both search the property?
Yes.
What did he say? What did he tell you?
That we'd check it together.
And then what did you do?
Oh, we were gonna get a flashlight, so I didn't get the flashlight. So I never checked on it again.
So you did not separate and go and look around the property?
No.
Approximately how much time did you spend with the defendant at the point that you saw him getting ready to leave in the limo?
How much time did I spend with him before? 3 minutes.
Very brief contact?
Yes.
How did he appear to you at that time?
Hurried first flight.
In a rush?
Yes.
Did you have a lot of opportunity to watch him or look at him?
No.
Very brief contact?
Yes.
Did you see him get into the limo?
Yes.
Did you notice any injury to his hands?
No.
Which gate did the limo drive out of?
Rockingham.
Now that gate, do you know how it operates?
Sure. You press a button and it opens up.
And did you press that button?
Yes, I did.
Can that button also be pressed from inside the house? Can you open the gate from inside the house?
Yes.
When it closes, does it lock automatically?
Yes.
The front door to the house of 360 Rockingham, is that always kept locked?
Yes.
Do you know who has a key to that door, to that front door?
Which people?
Yes.
That I know was OJ and Arnell, and I think Gigi.
Did you have one?
No.
Gigi is who?
Gigi's a housekeeper.
And you did not have one?
I do not have a key.
Does the let's try that. If you wanted to get into the Rockingham gate without being buzzed in from the house, could you open it with a key?
The Rockingham gate, yes.
What about the Ashford gate?
The Ashford gate, you can get in other ways too.
Does the Ashford gate lock automatically?
It locks automatically, but there's a hinge that you can open the gate up that I use a lot.
So without somebody buzzing you in,
you could,
or a key, you could still get in?
Yes.
Can that gate also be locked,
Yes.
so that you would need a key to get in?
Oh, on the Ashford?
Right.
No, it's a intercom or a phone that goes direct, that they ring you in.
Okay.
But there's not a key.
But there's not a key?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Only the Rockingham side could be opened from the outside with a key?
There's a key there, I know. I know the other one, that Rockingham, I know you need a key.
After the defendant left, what did you do?
Oh, I got back on the phone. I went to my room on the phone. Again.
Again?
I had
Who did you call?
Rachel.
Okay. Was that call interrupted?
Yes.
How?
OJ had called and said that he forgot to alarm, so I should alarm the house.
The defendant called to say that you should set the alarm on the house?
Yes.
Had you ever done that before?
No.
So did you know how to set the alarm on the house?
No.
Did he explain how?
Yes.
And did he have to give you some instructions or a code or something?
A code.
And did he give you that code?
Yes.
And what did you do then?
Believe it or not, I got off the phone again, and I coded the house.
Okay. Had you ever been asked to do that before?
Sustained.
Can you describe the demeanor of the defendant at the time you saw him as he was preparing to leave in the limo?
I rushed first flight.
Seem angry?
No.
Depressed?
No.
Could you describe the weather that night?
It was about 65. It was kind of foggy, I think. I mean, it was cool.
Cool night?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did the defendant appear to be hot or sweaty when you went out to McDonald's that night?
I didn't notice.
You didn't notice that?
No.
What time was it when the defendant left in the limo for the airport?
I don't know the exact time, but estimating about 11:15, 11:20.
Yes.
Palin, do you remember what the defendant was wearing when he was about to leave for the airport, when he was getting ready to get into the limo?
I'm not positive. I think it was a sweat outfit.
Okay. Do you think it was the same sweat outfit you saw him wearing earlier that night when he went to McDonald's?
Oh, I couldn't say.
Overruled. Do you know the answer to that question?
No.
You don't know?
I don't know exactly what he's wearing.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Shapiro, are you prepared to cross-examine now, or did you want to defer that?
Your Honor, we would like to defer it after the motion is dismissed.
All right. It's approximately 7 minutes to 12, so I think that we'll simply break for the noon recess at this time and commence at 1:30. Sir, we will, at some point in time, have you be returning to the stand. I'm not sure exactly when that will be. I'm going to remind you, please, not to discuss your testimony with anyone except the lawyers in this matter. Thank you. You may step down.
So in Los Angeles, where it's just 7 minutes before noon, a little before 3 o'clock in the east, they're going to recess for the lunch break. We've been listening to Cato Caitlin, who is the caretaker, sometime actor, friend of Nicole Simpson's, and residence O.J. Simpson's the night of the murder. Go immediately to Los Angeles to Cynthia McFadden. Cynthia, what did you notice listening to this testimony?
Well, Peter, on the witness stand, we have a problem for the prosecution, at least a potential one. Here, Mr. Kalin is a friend not only of Nicole Simpson, but also of O.J. Simpson. It has to be difficult for him to testify, and it was really interesting. He asked him to identify Mrs. Simpson very early on by introducing this exhibit. We've seen it before, Exhibit 3. And if you noticed, what Marcia Clark did was leave that picture of Nicole Simpson in front of Mr. Cato for his entire testimony. I think as at least unconscious reminder of the victim in this case.
Mr. Filibosian, Robert Filibosian, do you notice anything here that we haven't seen or heard before?
We're having questions about Mr. Simpson's demeanor. Was he angry? Was he depressed? I think what Ms. Clark is doing is looking toward a possible, and I emphasize the word possible, insanity defense or some other type of lessening mitigation of the murder charges. That's the only reason I can see why she would be asking those questions, anticipating negative answers.
Leslie Abramson, what do you pick up?
Well, she's asking a lot of questions. That surprised me. It's almost as if she has a jury in the box. She's asking questions leading to inferences about what Mr. Simpson's state of mind might have been. I think opposite from what Mr. Filibosian said, she's trying to find evidence of someone who's just done a horrendous act and should have some emotional traces of it. And of course, she's not finding that information from this witness. But all of this is the kind of questioning you do in a trial. I'm still amazed that they're conducting a preliminary hearing this way.
Well, you've said that a couple of times now. On the basis of what you've seen and heard in the last couple of days, then, do you think there's already enough evidence to bind him over in California to trial?
It isn't so much that, but what she is doing is questioning her own witnesses so closely that she's setting them up for possible impeachment later in trial. Because when you get that much detail, witnesses always deviate somewhat. So it's kind of risky.
225.
Do you have a copy for the clerk?
The court. This is for the court, Your Honor.
All right, give it to the clerk, please.
Judge came in there a little quicker than we'd anticipated. Apologies. So we're not quite sure exactly what it is that Marcia Clark is giving to the
Ms.
court.
Clark had mentioned some page numbers in your discovery. Do you have those page numbers again, Ms. Clark, for the defense?
I just handed it to the court. I think it's 0022020225.
Those are the numbers that are stamped in the upper right-hand corner of this document?
I would indicate to the court, for the purpose of the motion, I direct the court's attention to the numbering on the items listed in the property report attached to the return to search warrant, that the numbering begins with 12.
Yes.
That's because items 1 through 11 that are the subject matter of the motion were not seized pursuant to warrant.
All right, so those items that you're seeking to admit in the course of the preliminary hearing are included within items 1 through 11?
That's correct.
This may have to do, this is a speculative comment, about evidence that they are trying to introduce into the preliminary hearing, to which the defense may have to be objecting.
Cash and incorporated inventory. I do not have a copy of the inventory.
It may also be simply bureaucratic at the moment, but as you may know, there's been quite a debate back and forth about evidence to be.
Council has segregated the pages so that they have property reports in one spot and search warrants in another. Then, of course, it won't be attached in council's copy. That's why we numbered the discovery, and that's why you have consecutive pages 00220 through 00225 to indicate what all went together.
What I'm saying is we do not have 00222, 00223, or 00224, or 00225.
All right, I assume that you can find copies of that and have someone make them so that they can be provided to the...
Yes, Your Honor, I will provide it to counsel again, but I would urge counsel to advise me if ever there seems to be numbers coming out of sequence, because we are numbering the discovery consecutively, so that if there are numbers missing, counsel's made immediately aware of the fact that something is not in place.
Cynthia McFadden in Los Angeles, can you help us with this at all?
Mr. Shapiro, did you find those pages?
Peter, I think essentially these are items that they're seeking to introduce as evidence, and the defense is saying, you know, we don't have the right numbered pages, and can we have them? And she's saying, yeah, we can. I think it's as simple as that.
We do not know at the moment whether or not this is the much contested evidence which the police acquired while in Mr. Simpson's estate at Brentwood.
Peter, my guess is it can't be. I mean, she's agreed not to admit it at this point in this proceeding. There were 34 pieces of evidence that were introduced through this search at the house, or will be sought to be introduced.
Your Honor, these reports were very recently generated, and we are going to be turning them over again in a larger package that will be numbered. These were faxed to counsel simply to give him advanced discovery before the entire package was assembled and sent to him, which will have the numbering on it. So this was just a courtesy copy to counsel in advance of the official copy that will be coming with numbers.
All right. I believe that you indicated you had an additional witness that you wished to call before we got to the motion.
Yes, Your Honor, and for the record, we have now shown pages 222 through 225 that had been requested by counsel. Counsel has seen them. People call Rachel Ferrara.
Rachel Ferrara, off the top of my head, is the young woman to whom Brian Kalin was talking on the telephone that night, or at least it was Rachel to whom he was speaking. But that's all we can tell you until she's sworn in.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please. This way.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Stand and spell your name for the record.
Rachel, R-A-C-H-E-L, Ferrara, F-E-R-R-A-R-A.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Ferrara, are you acquainted with someone by the name of Brian Kalin?
Cato, yes.
And you just said Cato?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Is that what you call him?
Mm-hmm.
His
Yeah.
nickname?
Right.
If you could please say yes and no, as opposed to uh-huh or uh-uh.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you. How long have you known Cato?
Approximately 5 months.
And during that 5-month period that you knew him, where was he living?
In OJ's guest house.
Which was located where?
Brentwood.
Do you recall the address?
Rockingham. I don't know the exact address, no.
Is it at a corner, or is it in the middle of the street?
It's in the middle of the street, I think.
What's the nearest cross street to Rockingham, if you know?
I don't know.
Don't. On June the 12th, 1994, did you get a call from Brian Kalin?
Yes.
About what time?
It's probably around 10:20.
And you were in your home at that time?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Uh-huh.
What was it? Is that yes?
Yes.
What was that about?
Well, he first talked about this typewriter that he had borrowed from OJ, and he couldn't figure out how to use it. And probably did that for about 5 minutes, and then he said that he went to McDonald's with him, and he didn't say what time, but he said earlier in the night they'd had gone. And then we talked about some other stuff that I don't remember.
Okay. Did something interrupt your conversation during that phone call?
There was, well, he called it a loud bang, and he asked me if there was an earthquake, and I said no, because I didn't feel anything, and I also had the TV on, and I didn't hear any mention of him on TV. And then that was probably about 20 minutes, or 15 minutes after we started talking.
How many miles away from him were you during that phone call?
Driving, probably, I don't know miles, but I mean, I could say 20 minutes driving.
During that phone call, before he told you that he'd heard the thumps,
Mm-hmm.
did you notice what time it was?
He said Well, I asked him what time it was before that, and he said around 10:30.
And how much after that did he tell you he heard the thumps?
It's already been asked and answered.
No.
Did he tell you he heard the thumps?
Yes, and he didn't, I'm asking her the timing of that. How long after the point when they said they fixed the time at 10:30 did he tell you it was, he heard the thumps?
My recollection was 15 minutes after the phone call.
The testimony, I believe, was 15 to 20 minutes after she started talking to him. And she testified that that call was approximately 10:20, according to the notes I have.
And now I'm asking a different question, which is, she asked him what time it was during the phone call. He said it was 10:30, and then I asked her how long after they had that exchange about it being 10:30 did he tell her he heard the thumps.
All
It's
right.
a different question.
Objections overruled.
I'd say about 10 minutes.
Somewhere around 10:40?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes? And did he, when he told you he heard the thumps, did he ask you something?
Yes, he asked me if it was an earthquake, and I said no, because his picture had almost fallen off the wall or shook or something. So.
Had you felt an earthquake?
No.
Now, had you ever been to the location on Rockingham where Cato was staying, in the guest house?
Yes.
How many times had you visited there?
I'd say approximately 6 or 7 times.
You'd go there, would you spend the night?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Did you use the pool area?
I used the pool once.
Jacuzzi ever?
No.
Do you know where the basketball and tennis courts were?
Yes.
Did you ever play on them?
Yes.
Did you ever go into the main house?
No.
But you were able to move around Cato's area?
Right.
When he mentioned to you about the sound, how did he sound to you?
He was pretty shooken up by it, and he kept saying how it scared him, basically.
Did you continue to talk after he first mentioned the thumps to you?
Yes, we talked for probably, I'm estimating 7 minutes. And then he kept coming back to the noise because he kept saying, wow, that noise is just really freaking me out. I can't figure out what it was. So he said, I'm going to go outside and check it out. And if I'm not back in 10 minutes, then call the cops or police.
So what time was it when you hung up?
Probably around 10:50, 10:45.
So you hung up around 10:45 to 10:50?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Right, yes.
And he said he was going to look outside?
Right.
What happened next? Did you hear from him again?
He was gone more than 10 minutes, probably around 15 minutes, because I actually was getting convinced there might be something wrong. So he called back after he got inside and said that that he had run into OJ outside and that he told him that he had overslept and he was supposed to be in Chicago, and he also said that he had seen the limo because the limo was out there waiting for him.
So that Cato had seen the limo?
Cato had seen the limo, yeah. Yes.
About what time was it when he called you back?
It was probably a little after 11. 11. We'll say around 11. 11:03, 11:05.
Do you recall earlier saying it was around 11:15?
I don't know. Maybe yes.
Could it have been 11:15?
I don't know. There's so many interludes. It could have been 11:15.
Okay. When he called you back at around that time, sometime after 11, what did he tell you?
You mean it's what I just told you, that he had run into OJ when he was outside, and that OJ had told him that he had overslept and he was supposed to be catching a plane to Chicago, and the limo was out there waiting. And he said something about a flashlight. I don't know what.
Was your conversation with him interrupted?
It was probably around 10 minutes later.
And how was
the phone clicked? Call waiting.
A call waiting click?
On his side, yeah.
On Cato's side?
Right.
And did Cato go off the line?
Right.
Did he come back on the line?
Yes, he came back on the line.
Tell you what had happened?
He said that was OJ, and he wants me to go set the alarm because he forgot to do it. And he had given him the code, which he said he had never done before. And he thought that was a little weird.
So he thought it was weird that OJ had given him the code now to set the alarm?
Right.
And then did you continue to talk for a while?
Then we talked, yeah, for probably another hour and a half.
I have nothing further.
Cross.
No questions at this time. You'd like to witness freedom available.
All right. You may step down. I'd ask you not to discuss your testimony with anyone but the lawyers involved in this matter, and you may be recalled. Thank you.
To this layman's ear, at least, Rachel Ferrara pretty much supports what Brian Kalin told the court earlier. It may be a little difficult to keep up with the times. As Ms. Ferrara said there, it could have been 11:03, it could have been 11:15 in answer to one question. But times to the 5 minutes or less feature quite significantly here.
We are going to deal with the defense motion to suppress certain items of evidence. We did have a conference in chambers right before the noon hour to discuss the timing and the witnesses on this matter. And it's basically anticipated that there may be a total of 6 or 7 witnesses testifying for both sides in connection with the motion only. Is there an issue of standing that needs to be established before we get to the basics of this motion, or has that been agreed to by the parties?
Perhaps we can stipulate, we can make an offer of proof, Your Honor, that the witnesses who will be testifying will establish that the Ford Bronco, although registered to the Hertz Corporation, was permanently assigned for use by the defendant, O.J. Simpson, as part of his employment by Hertz, that it was locked and that the keys to the Bronco were inside the house. And there will also be testimony that the premises at 360 Rockingham are the family home of the defendant, O.J. Simpson, shared by his housekeeper, his daughter, and his guest, Brian Kalin.
Ms. Clark?
Is counsel asking you to stipulate that there will be such testimony, or that that is the case?
Mr. Ullman?
Either way is fine, but I was just making an offer of proof that the testimony would elicit these facts.
With respect to the proffer concerning the Ford Bronco, the people agree. That is what the testimony will show. With respect to the premises of 360 Rockingham, there may be an issue as to the guest house area of Mr. Kalin. I'd like to refrain from entering into any stipulation concerning standing at this point.
Ms. Clark doesn't want to answer this question precisely at the moment because this all relates to the constitutionality of how the evidence was collected by the police on the night of June the 12th.
Around the guest house unit.
I think in the abundance of caution, I'm not sure I quite understand what the import is of what Ms. Clark is willing to stipulate to. Maybe we can just establish standing at the outset so there's no issue as to standing, and then proceed as to the rest of the motion thereafter. Are you prepared to do that at this time, Mr. Ullman?
Cynthia McFadden, very quickly, what is standing?
The issue of standing is whether or not Mr. Simpson has the right to complain about this.
Hang on just for a second, whoever's talking, because we haven't got a microphone up in here. Cynthia McFadden, can you answer this? Or maybe Peter Aranella, maybe. Peter Aranella, can you tell us what standing is quickly?
Yes. The defendant has to show his own personal Fourth Amendment privacy interest in the place in which the search occurred.
Yes.
The prosecution apparently wants to argue that Mr. Simpson can't even complain about the search of the guest house, that only the caretaker has a privacy expectation in that guest house. It's, I think, a very weak argument.
Thank you.
There is no reason for counsel to call Detective Vanner. We're not litigating the warrant, Your Honor.
I understand, and the court has not made any inquiry concerning the warrant at this point in time. In reading your responding papers that were filed today, there's an issue, as there is with any 1538.5 motion with regard to standing. It seemed to me that was put in issue by the responding papers that you filed, and I think the only purpose for which Mr. Ullman was calling Detective Van Adder is for the standing issues only, period, not with regard to the merits of the motion itself, the location of evidence that was recovered, or anything of that nature. We were just going to deal solely and exclusively, initially, with the standing issues.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right? All right. Detective, please face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth and whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. This is Detective Philip Van Adder. He's the lead investigator for the Simpson case.
Van Adder, P-H-I-L-I-P, V-A-N-N-A-T-T-E-R.
He interrogated O.J. Simpson for 3.5 hours very early on.
Detective Van Adder, did you have occasion on June 13th to visit the premises at 360 North Rockingham Drive?
Yes.
Right. We have, Your Honor, what we will ask be marked as Defense Exhibit A, which is a architect's rendering of the entire premises.
All right, that'll be marked Defendants A.
Now, before you proceeded to the premises, Mr. Van Adder, had you been told who lived at these premises?
Yes.
By whom?
By Detective Furman and Detective Phillips from West Los Angeles Division.
And what did they tell you about the premises?
They told me it was the residence of O.J. Simpson.
All right. And when you arrived at the premises, did you find that they were enclosed by any sort of fence or wall?
Yes.
Were the entire premises surrounded by one fence or wall?
The area that I could see was, yes.
All right. And the only entrances into those areas were a gate from Ashford Street and a gate at Rockingham Avenue?
That's correct.
Now, after you entered the premises, did you locate any persons residing on the premises?
One person was located, yes. There were actually two people there. One person told me that they resided there, and the other person said it was not their permanent residence.
All right. Now, let's refer to the first person you encountered on the premises. Was that Mr. Kalin?
That's correct, yes.
All right. And could you indicate on the chart where you encountered Mr. Kalin?
Certainly. May I stand up so I can look at it and see? It would have been the second guest quarters at the rear of the location.
Now, are the guest quarters attached to the main residence?
Yes.
And it is possible to go directly from Mr. Kalin's room into the house itself?
Yes, as I recall, it's true.
All right. Now, did Mr. Kalin tell you the circumstances of his being on the premises?
No, I didn't interview him other than he lived there. I heard him say that, but I didn't interview him until later.
Well, when you later interviewed him, did he explain why he was living there?
He didn't to me. I interviewed him regarding some noise that he had heard the previous evening. I was directed to him by Detective Furman, who had previously interviewed him and wanted me to hear what he'd said about hearing a noise behind his south wall.
All right, were you told by Detective Furman that Mr. Kalin was a guest in the home who was not paying any rent for living there?
I didn't find that out until later.
All right, when did you find that out?
I believe it was much later in the day, in the afternoon.
On June 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And your understanding was that he was a guest of Mr. Simpson?
My understanding when I first got in there, he was living in that guest quarters of that location. But I never found out until later in the day that he was living there rent-free.
All right. And did you encounter any other person on the premises?
Yes.
And who was that?
Arnell Simpson.
All right. And did you learn that she was Mr. Simpson's daughter?
Yes.
And where was she living?
She was living in the second guest quarters back.
All right. I believe that is designated Arnell's room on the chart?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And did she explain the circumstances of her living there?
She told me briefly when I spoke with her that she had gotten there about 1 o'clock in the morning and that it was not her primary residence.
All right. And why was she there?
She said she'd come there to spend the night.
All right. As the guest of her father, Mr. Simpson?
I think that would have been a safe assumption, yes.
All right. Your Honor, we would submit the issue of standing.
Did you wish to cover the standing with regard to the Ford Bronco also?
I believe that's been agreed to.
That's right.
You'll agree to that? Okay. Do you have some questions of the detective with regard to the standing issues?
I do not.
All right. The court is going to find that the defendant does have standing to bring this particular motion.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that perhaps I did not make my position clear. Yeah, our moving papers do not address the issue of standing. Our moving papers address the issue of expectation of privacy in the area searched around the guest house.
All right. Well, let's proceed.
That is... And people will begin with Detective Furman.
All right. Thank you, Detective. You can step down.
There are at least 2 other detectives here. We would ask that they be excluded during these proceedings.
Cynthia McFadden in Los Angeles.
All right.
Would you explain to us what's just happened?
Well, actually, Peter Aronella and I are sitting here trying to figure out what just happened. We maybe ought to have him do it, Peter. Essentially, what they're trying to do, I think, is find out whether Mr. Simpson has something that can be argued here, whether or not he wasn't present, couldn't give consent for the search, and whether or not somebody else did it. But I think Peter has more he might be able to add to it.
Briefly, Peter.
Mr. Simpson has to show that he has a legitimate expectation of privacy in all of the premises, including what's been labeled the guest homes. The judge has just found that he does have that legitimate expectation of privacy. Now we're going to move on to whether or not there was a consent given here by someone or whether it was a reasonable search for other reasons.
Okay, thank you.
Testifying witness is proceeding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Would you designate Detective Rogers, Lieutenant Rogers?
All right.
And after he would name.
ABC News coverage of today's hearing will continue, but stations that wish to cut away for their own local news may do so now. We're watching the preliminary hearing for O.J. Simpson in Los Angeles. And the prosecutor, Marcia Clark, has just called another witness. Peter Aronella, I assume that by trying to connect the guest house to the main house and by asking the detective whether or not you could have immediate access, you're trying to prove that it's all one private residence, correct?
That's exactly right, Peter. That it shouldn't be, that it wasn't appropriate to refer this to some separate home that only maybe the caretaker would have his own privacy interest in. This was part of Mr. Simpson's home. That's right.
Stated by your name for the record.
Mark Furman, M-A-R-K, F-U-H-R-M-A-N.
You may inquire.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a detective for the city of Los Angeles, currently assigned to West Los Angeles Homicide.
And how many years have you been so employed?
19 years.
And is West Los Angeles Detectives your current assignment?
Yes, it is.
Now, with respect to the case now pending before this court, you're aware of which one that is?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what time you received the call to proceed to the scene of the homicide in this case?
Yes, at 01:05 on the morning of the 13th, I received a call from my supervisor, Detective Ron Phillips.
Detective Ron Phillips?
Yes,
And what time? That was 1 a.m., 1:05 in the morning?
exactly 1:05.
And where did the call direct you to go?
To 875 South Bundy. Detective Phillips informed me we had a double homicide at that location, to meet him at the station and we would go out together.
Did you do that?
Yes, we did.
What time did you arrive at 875 South Bundy?
At 02:10 hours.
Can you tell us what the ambient temperature was that night?
I would approximate it at about 60 degrees.
When you arrived there, did you make contact with the first officer on the scene?
Yes, both Detective Phillips and I were contacted by Officer Risky.
What did you do with Officer Risky when you got there?
Well, Officer Risky informed us that the circumstances that led to the discovery of the bodies, a very kind of an overview, and then he led us to the front of the scene.
Now, when you went up to look at the bodies, sir, did you do so by walking straight up to them, or did you take a more circuitous path to avoid disturbing evidence?
Well, there was vegetation, flowers along the southern border of the cobblestone path. It was a manufactured cobblestone path. We walked up through that shrubbery and got as close as we could to the bodies.
And after you made that observation of the victims outside, what did you do next?
Well, we didn't feel that we could actually see the scene well enough without destroying evidence from that approach. So we asked Officer Risky if there's another way into the scene, and he said yes, around through the alley and through the garage.
And how did you get to the garage area?
We retraced our footsteps into that shrubbery area back out to the sidewalk. We walked onto the street southbound on Bundy to Dorothy, where we turned westbound into the north-south alley leading behind the residence.
So you actually went back out to the sidewalk, rounded the corner, and came back up through the alley to go to the garage?
Yes.
And at that point, did you go and do a walkthrough in the house with Officer Risky?
Yes, we entered through the open garage.
It was open already?
Yes, it was.
Did you notice any signs of a disturbance or struggle inside that house?
Not at all. No, not in the garage, not on the stairway, and not in any portion of the house that we walked through at that point.
And the front door of the house, did you notice whether it was open or closed?
It was wide open, yes.
Were you informed about, when you got there, concerning the occupants that were found in the house at the time that the homicide was reported?
Yes, Officer Risky informed Detective Phillips and myself that the two children that were found upstairs were taken to the police station because he didn't know what else to do at that point, so he had them transported to the station.
So these were two small children?
Yes.
And at the point in time that you spoke to Officer Risky, no one knew where to put them, whose care to give them into?
No, not at that time. I think he just wanted to get them out of the scene and get them to a place of safekeeping.
When you had walked through the house, did you come out onto the landing looking down on the crime scene?
Yes, I did.
From that vantage point, looking down on the victims, were you able to see any items of evidence?
Yes, looking down directly below the landing there, I believe at that point there was a heel print which appeared to be going in a westbound direction away from the bodies towards the alley. There was also a knit cap, or what appeared to be a knit cap, dark cap type object, and what it looked like a glove at the feet of the male victim in the shrubbery area just to the north of the female victim.
Okay. Can you describe the glove any better?
At that time, it was difficult to see it. There was another location from the north residence that I got a better view of it a little later. And then I noticed that it was a dark brown or could have been even a black at the light that I was looking at it. And it did appear to be a stocking cap when I got a closer look.
So it looked to you to be a dark brown or even black leather glove, and did you say what color the hat was?
It was very dark. It would be dark blue or black.
Knit cap?
It appeared to be knit, yes.
Now, after you stood out on the landing and made those observations, how did you leave the area? How did you walk away from the residence?
Well, from that location, Officer Risky pointed out footprints that led away from these stairs going west. We followed to the right side of those prints, saw a few footprints leading westbound and drops of what appeared to be blood to the left of those prints.
So you saw a heel mark down by where the victims were that appeared to be pointing away from the victims in a westerly direction that would have taken the path up over the landing and towards the alley?
Yes.
And
to the prosecutor continuing to ask a question, get a response, and then summarize that response back to the witness. And she just virtually repeats everything he testifies to.
Sustained.
Your Honor, that's not a legal objection that I'm aware of. Can I be permitted to
It's basically asked and answered, Ms. Clark. If the witness has given that response, you don't have to ask again for the response a second time. Proceed.
The other footprints that you saw were going in the same direction westerly over the landing?
Yes.
And to the left of that, you indicated you saw blood drops?
Red stains that appeared to be blood, yes.
Did those go all the way back on the landing to the alley?
There was drops up until there was steps going into a trough area that was a few feet wide, and then steps that came back out of that trough area up into the sidewalk at the same level as the front of the residence, and then there was more drops seen, but no footprints.
Now, these footprints, are these bare feet that you're seeing?
No.
Where are they?
It appeared to be a shoe with a sole and a heel, not one continuous shoe print.
And how is it that you were able to see these prints?
They were imprinted in red onto the pavement of the sidewalk.
Did it appear to be in blood?
It appeared to me, yes, it was in blood.
After you made those observations walking to the right of the prints as you've indicated, what did you do next?
Continued into the, continued west on the walkway to a gate. It appeared to be about 5.5 foot gate that was very similar to the front gate that led into the residence. I observed blood on the top of the gate, red stains that I thought was blood. It looked like a small speck of blood on the turnstile of the lock and at the bottom rail of the gate. Walking further west, I saw change that Officer Risky pointed out to me that was strewn on the driveway, and drops of red stains that I believe to be blood.
Near the change?
Yes.
After making those observations, sir, did you make contact with any other detective?
Detective Phillips and I were in communication. We walked through the scene at the same time. He made similar observations, and then we returned inside the residence.
Did you do so through the garage?
Yes.
At some point, did you make contact with Detective Philip Van Adder?
Shortly thereafter, Detective Phillips notified me that robbery homicide had arrived and they would be taking over the case.
And did you wait for him?
Yes, we went out onto the street and we waited, it seemed like more than an hour.
When he arrived, what did you do?
We explained the situation as we knew it thus far. I believe Ron Phillips informed him where the children were. I was standing there listening to the conversation, and Ron Phillips took Detective Van Adder into the scene and showed him what we had observed and what Officer Risky had pointed out.
At some point, excuse me, strike that. Were you aware of who one of the, at least the female victim was at that time?
I was notified that when I was notified at my residence at 1:05 that morning, I was told that one of the victims was the ex-wife of O.J. Simpson.
And did you relay that information to Detective Van Adder?
It was relayed, yes.
At some point, did you leave the location of 875 South Bundy?
Yes, we did.
Why?
At the direction of Detective Lang and Van Adder, they asked Detective Phillips and myself to take them to 360 North Rockingham, to O.J. Simpson's house, to make a notification and to get him to come to the police station and take custody of his children.
So the purpose of going to 360 North Rockingham was...
She's asked the question and said what the purpose was.
Sustained.
Did all of you then proceed to 360 Rockingham?
Yes, we did.
And about what time did you get there?
About 5:05, 5:10.
Do you recall what portion of the property you went to first?
We went to the Ashford Gate. There's an intercom buzzer there and speaker, and we started buzzing the intercom.
I'm going to show you a diagram that has previously been marked. As people 7. Can you see that?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the area on that diagram that you went to with the other detectives
Yes, I do.
when you first got to the location?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please point it out?
The speaker box is right here on this pillar, and I believe we parked just west of the gate.
Now, when you pulled up to that location, can you describe the route that you took? Which street did you drive up to get to Ashford?
Rockingham.
When you drove up Rockingham, did you observe any vehicles parked near the gate, the Rockingham gate?
There was a white vehicle parked just north of the Rockingham gate on the east side of Rockingham, next to the parkway, adjacent to the property.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was a sport utility truck that we later recognized as a Ford Bronco.
Now, when you were at the Ashford gate, you indicated that you rang the intercom bell.
Yes.
When you did you push the button?
I believe 3 of the 4 of us pushed the button, and we could hear the ringing inside the residence, but no one answered the intercom.
For how long did you continue to do that?
It was at least 10 or 15 minutes.
Did you observe whether there were any lights in the house?
Yes, I personally have observed that there was a light upstairs front of the residence. That would have been the most westerly upstairs bedroom or whatever room it was. I later knew it to be a bedroom. And in the lower level in the southwest corner, there was a light on.
After you received no response for 10 to 15 minutes, what did you do next?
Well, Detective Phillips was on his cellular phone attempting to contact West Tech to find out if Mr. Simpson was in town or not.
What is West Tech, sir?
It's a private security firm that has contracts throughout that part of Brentwood and Bel Air.
And why was it that you called West Tech?
Well, a lot of times when when people leave on vacation or business, they notify West Tech that they're not going to be on the property, and if there is an alarm that they're not home, and to, you know, sometimes use a passkey, make entry, or whatever's necessary, but basically that they're not home.
So were you calling to find out if they knew there had been plans made for the occupants of that location to go somewhere?
We were hoping that we could find that out, yes.
Was there a sign on the property somewhere to indicate it was protected by West Tech? Is that why you chose that particular company?
I'm not sure if I saw that sign. We have knowledge that West Tech handles that area. Not to say that another one couldn't, but predominantly that is the service that is contracted in that area.
What information did West Tech give you, if you know, over the phone when Detective Phillips called?
Well, I remember a unit being there, I believe.
A unit? What do you mean?
A West Tech unit arrived at the scene. I'm not sure if it was at Detective Phillips' response, or excuse me, from Detective Phillips' phone call. Detective Phillips was contacting the station, who in turn was calling West Tech. At some point, West Tech arrived within a few minutes while we were still ringing the intercom. They informed us, to their knowledge, that Mr. Simpson was not out of town. While we're still attempting to make some kind of contact with anybody inside the home, Detective Phillips is attempting to get a phone number from West Tech so we might call directly into the residence.
So a unit from West Tech came out to the property?
As they were on the street, they were parked southbound Rockingham at Ashford. They stayed at that location. He did not get out of the vehicle.
Did you have a conversation with him?
Not that West Tech officer. Detective Phillips approached him and asked him about getting a number for the inside, but he said he couldn't do that without a supervisor's approval, and a supervisor was requested. A supervisor did arrive a few minutes later, and I approached that man.
Did West Tech Security inform you that they had no... Did you ask them whether the occupants had travel plans?
They had no knowledge that he was not supposed to be home. I don't think it was carried any farther than that.
Did you ask him whether anyone was supposed to be home there?
I did not personally know.
You don't know what the other detectives did in that regard?
No, I don't.
Did they ever give you information that a full-time maid lived there?
They did not, but the sergeant that did respond to the scene who pulled up, he was going northbound in Rockingham. I stopped him just before he got to Ashford. He got out of his vehicle and was walking towards me, and I asked him, I informed him of the situation, that we were trying to ascertain if there was anybody at the residence. He says, well, there's a full-time maid that's supposed to be here all the time.
When you say the sergeant of West LA PD?
No, West Tech. It was a West Tech
Tech
supervisor that the West Tech officer that was already at the scene notified.
What happened next?
While Detective Phillips was on the cellular phone, and he was trying to call inside the residence, he did obtain the number. Detective Lang and Van Adder were still attempting to raise somebody on the intercom. They were standing by the gate. I walked around to the Rockingham side and went towards the white vehicle that we previously saw when we drove up Rockingham. I was walking towards the vehicle, the Bronco, and I noticed that the vehicle was parked rather strangely. It looked like it was parked in a very haphazard manner. The rear end was kicked out a little bit towards the street. The front end was real close to the curb with the tires turned into the curb. It just, when I was walking towards it, it looked a little strange for the area since there's no parallel parking. As I walked closer, I noticed a piece of wood lying on the parkway, which is very well manicured. It looked like it came from a picket fence. I looked at it closer, and it looked like it was freshly broken. The wood hadn't been weatherized, the exposed part. I walked around the vehicle, and I had a small flashlight, the type you just put on your belt, very small. I was looking over the vehicle from the front, and I came to the driver's door, and I saw a red stain above the chrome handle to the driver's door that was about 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch square round, and I believe that to be blood.
Now this car, this Ford Bronco you're describing, it was parked where?
It was parked northbound on Rockingham, just north of the Rockingham gate to 360 North Rockingham, adjacent to the east curb of Rockingham.
So it was on the street? It was not inside the gates?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you the series of photographs that have previously been marked as people's age. Can I ask you if you recognize the vehicle being shown in photograph labeled A and B?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That's the Ford Bronco that I observed parked in Rockingham the morning of the 13th.
That's the one you're describing that you looked at with your small pen light?
Yes.
Can you tell us what is shown in photograph B?
In photograph B, this small red stain here is a stain that I saw that I believed was blood. And this is right above the driver's side door handle.
And what else did you see?
At that time, there was, I inspected the door more closely. I got down on the ground and looked at the door jamb area, which would be in photo A. This area, the seam of the lower door where it opened.
Where the door meets the floor of the driver's side of the car?
Yes.
What did you see there?
I saw 3 or 4 little lines, red stained lines that looked like a brush mark, and which also looked like blood. They were very small, about 1/4 of an inch long.
Was the car muddied and dirty?
No, not at all. Very clean.
Was it as you see it in photograph A?
Yes.
Did you attempt to find out who that car belonged to?
I ultimately did run the license plate via my radio. The DMV came back to Hertz Rent-A-Car.
Was there any way of determining who was supposed to be in possession of it at the time that you were seeing it?
Well, after I observed the stain on the driver's door, I looked in the interior of the vehicle. I looked closely in this area right here. It's tinted, and you can see that there. I pressed my flashlight against it, and I observed a package in the rear cargo area, all the way in the rear. It was a package that was addressed in handwriting to O.J. Simpson, and I believe it was care of Kathy.
Can you recall whether it was addressed to O.J. Simpson or to a business with that name? Overruled.
I could not tell you the address. I did see it just said O.J. Simpson. I'm not sure if it was Enterprises or O.J. Simpson. I noticed the name.
Did you notice anything else?
Yes, in the rear cargo area, in the same place as the package. The package was all the way against the rear seat area in the Bronco, and lying in the rear cargo area there was a shovel. I would approximate it 4.5, 5-foot shovel. There was also what appeared to be from looking through the window, a heavy gauge plastic that was tucked in the right storage area of that rear cargo area.
What happened next?
I went around several feet in front of the Bronco. I didn't want to yell. I did call for Detectives Van Adder, Phillips, and Lang to meet me. We met at the corner of Ashford and Rockingham, and I told them what I had discovered. I said, I believe I found some blood on the Bronco. I showed all three of them what I had found, and Detectives Lang and Phillips returned to the Ashford gate, still attempting to raise someone inside the house. Detective Van Adder and myself discussed the situation at that point, just several feet in front of the Bronco.
Now, when you said they were trying to raise someone from the house, by what means were they doing that?
Well, I believe they went back to the Ashford gate, and I know Detective Phillips was trying to call somebody in the residence. I didn't know if he ceased that attempt at that time or continued it.
Did you have in your possession, or to your knowledge, did the other detectives have in their possession at that time a phone number for the house itself?
Yes, I'm absolutely sure that Ron Phillips had already acquired a phone number inside the residence and was trying on his cellular phone to get somebody to answer the phone.
So West Tech did finally give that number to you?
I'm not positive if he got that from the watch commander or West Tech directly, but I was told that he obtained it, and that's what he was in the process of doing.
Was there any response to the phone calls made to the residence?
None.
So at that point, after the observations you made and failure to raise anybody in the house, did you have a conversation with Detective Van Adder?
Yes.
What was the nature of that conversation?
I told Detective Van Adder, I said, we got an emergency here. We got a problem. We don't know if we have people inside that are in danger, dying, bleeding to death. We have to do something. I don't care whose house this is. We have to do something. We don't know if we have a murder-suicide, a kidnapping, another victim. And Phil agreed, and we took our opinions to Detective Lang and Phillips, and we discussed the possibilities.
So what was it you wanted to do, and why?
Well, I believe that we had to find out if there was anybody in the residence that was injured to save their life, save other people's lives. We didn't know what the situation was, and from what we knew and where we just came from, I think it was imperative that we contact someone and make sure everything was okay.
Now, what time was it at that point when you were all conferring about what to do?
I believe we were out there for at least 30 minutes, attempting to get somebody on the phone, attempting to have somebody open the gate. While they're continuing to do that, I walked over and made the observations on the Bronco. And I would say 30 to 40 minutes.
So what time was it approximately then?
It was probably 5:40, 5:45, 5:50.
ABC News coverage of today's hearing will continue. Stations that wish to cut away for their own local news may do so now.
Out of 875 South Bundy?
I don't know that exact time, no.
You arrived there, again, what time?
I arrived at the Bundy scene at 02:10.
The children, were they there at the time you got there?
No.
So at the time that you were at the Rockingham address, to your knowledge, had anything been done to arrange for the care and custody of the children?
No, to my knowledge, they were still at the station.
Did that play any part in your determination to go into the, as to what to do at that point?
Well, I believe immensely. We had to find out if anything was wrong inside the residence. We had children at the station. We had the possibility of somebody being injured. We had to go in, but I don't think that was the paramount reason. It was preservation of life from what we knew at that point.
So what did you decide to do?
We decided, Detective Van Adder decided that we will go in, and how are we going to do that? And I said, I'll go over the wall. So I jumped the wall and went over and opened up the hydraulic gate.
And then the other detectives were still outside the gate, right?
Yes, I opened the gate and they walked in.
What did you do when they all came inside the gate?
Well, we all four went to the front door of the residence and knocked on the door.
What happened?
Nobody answered.
How long did you continue to try and knock on the door?
I think that was just a few minutes, maybe 1, maybe 2 minutes.
Did you receive any response?
No.
What'd you do next?
There's a walkway that leads on the north side of the residence back towards the pool area. We walked on that stone path past the rear of the residence, adjacent to the pool, and there appeared to be pool houses or guest houses, and we went down to one of those.
I'm going to show you defendant's exhibit if there's no objection. Can you point to the pool area on this exhibit?
Yes. This is the pool.
For the record, the witness has designated the area marked as pool.
And just north of the residence, this curving path that's designated on this drawing, it arches and comes down through a patio area directly to the rear of the main house at 360 Rockingham. It walks past, you walk past this, and there's bungalows or pool houses to the southern, that would be the southeastern corner of the property.
Where did you go?
I was not leading the group. Detective Phillips was in front, and he knocked on the first bungalow door. Prior to him knocking, there was louvers on the front door. He looked inside and saw a male lying on the bed. I remember him looking back saying, there's a guy lying on the bed. He knocked on the door, and the male got up and answered the door.
Did you make contact with the person that answered the door?
I did eventually, not at that exact moment.
Detective Phillips spoke to him?
Detective Phillips explained the situation, that there was a possible emergency and we needed to find out if anybody was in the house and if everybody was okay if they were.
And what was the male's response?
I don't know if anybody's in the house, and then he referred to the next bungalow where, well, O.J.'s daughter, Arnell, is in the next bungalow.
So that's what he said? What you're
Yes.
reporting is, I don't know if anybody's in the house. That's what he said?
Yes.
Okay. And when he directed you to Arnell's place, what did you do?
Well, I stayed with, we call him Cato, and Mr. Kalin. I stayed with him, and the other three detectives went to Arnell Simpson's.
You subsequently found out his name, of this person you've been referring to, as Mr. Kalin?
Yes.
And he, what was the name, Cato?
That's the nickname he goes by.
When he referred you all to Arnell's room, did the others then leave and go to that direction?
Yes.
And you stayed?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I didn't know who Mr. Kalin was, and I wasn't sure if he was even supposed to be there. I stayed with him and engaged him in a conversation about who he was and what he was doing there, and a few other things.
So you were trying to determine if he was an intruder?
Well, I think there was an officer safety issue for myself and the detectives. We really couldn't leave somebody just standing there. We didn't really know much about the crime scene at Bundy, and we didn't know anything what was going on Rockingham, so no, I couldn't.
Did you go into his guest room?
Yes.
Can you describe his appearance, the appearance of Mr. Kalin at the time you saw him?
Well, he was disheveled. He was just woken up. His eyes were bloodshot. His hair was mussed. He seemed disoriented, as I suppose anybody would be if they're woken up at that time of the morning.
Okay, did you ask his permission to go into the guest room?
I asked him if I could look around. He said yes.
Did you have a conversation with him at that time?
Yes, simultaneous with, I walked to the bathroom, which I couldn't see into from where I was standing inside the doorway. I walked in just to make sure nobody was in there, and I opened up the closets to make sure nobody was standing in the closets. I engaged him in conversation while I was doing that. I noticed a pile of clothes to the, if you were lying in the bed, it would be the right side, next to the right side of the bed, and a pair of shoes. I asked him if those are the clothes he wore, and he said, last night, and he said yes. I said, mind if I look at them? He said no. I picked up the shoes, I looked at the soles. I picked up the clothes, and I looked at the clothes. There didn't appear to be anything unusual about them. I put them back where they were, and I was still talking to Mr. Kalin. I asked him if there's anything unusual that happened that night. Before he answered, before I let him answer, I asked, who drives his Bronco? He says, well, that's OJ's. I said, is that all? Is that the only person that drives it? And he goes, yeah. I asked him if there was anything unusual that happened the previous night. And he said, well, about 11:15, I heard some crashing on my wall. And I thought there was going to be an earthquake. But that was the only noise. Just one time my picture shook. And he pointed to a picture that was just to the west of his bed, which would have been at the far right of the room, looking into his room from the doorway. And then he said, I went outside to see what was going on with the noise, and I saw a limo at the gate. At that point, I interrupted him, and I took him into the house where now Mr. Simpson's daughter and the 3 detectives had already entered the rear of the residence, and the door was open.
Did you ask him whether or not he knew if the defendant had driven the Ford Bronco that night?
I believe I asked him, but I don't believe he answered. I said he didn't know or he didn't remember.
So you brought Cato into the put in.
There's a bar inside. It looks like a recreation room, a billiard room, and just to the right of that, as you're entering the rear of the residence, there's 4 or 5 bar stools. I said, why don't you just sit here for a second? One of the detectives is going to talk to you in a few minutes. Just sit here and relax. I continued towards the front of the residence, and right by the kitchen, I saw Detective Van Adder, and I told him, I says, talk to the man that was in the bungalow. He's seated at the bar. And I continued out the front of the residence.
Why?
Well, I was, from the statement he made, the crashing sound, and the time that he heard it, combined with the blood in the Bronco, the way I was feeling is there's a possibility there could be another victim or a suspect that had collapsed or escaped via that route on the southern border of the house.
What time was it that Cato said he heard that thump on the wall?
He said about 11:15.
And did he show you where on the wall that thump seemed to have come from?
There was a, right behind the head of his bed, there's a space in the wall. Right at the edge of his bed, there's an air conditioner, and to the far left of his bed, there would be the picture. He heard the crash right in that area.
In between where and where?
Between the air conditioner and his picture, right behind his head, which would have been probably 2 feet to the west of the air conditioner vent.
And did he point out the picture that he said he saw move when the thump occurred?
Yes, I believe it was the only picture in the room.
Now that wall that he pointed out to you as being the wall where the thump came from. Could you tell where the exterior of that wall faced in terms of the property?
Well, I couldn't at that point. I had to go outside and become a little oriented with the layout of the house. I've never been at the southern border of that house. So I exited the front of the residence and I went to the southern border of the house, and I looked down and I saw a cement path a couple of feet wide with a 3.5, 4-foot cyclone fence running on the property line between the house to the south and the Simpson residence.
Can you see that portion of the property on the defense diagram in front of you?
Yes, I can.
Can you please point it out?
Yes, if you come out of the front entrance.
Can the court see?
Actually, no.
If you come out of the front of the entrance of the home, you're going directly west. As soon as you get to the driveway, you go directly south. You walk past the garage. I guess you'd have to swing out. Go past the garage. When you reach the cyclone fence, it's the southern portion of the property. And then you go east. And then you're running along the garage. There's a little indentation for the maid's quarters. And then you get into another structure. And it looks like the beginning of the bungalows, but it's not. You go a little farther and there's another indentation, and then you can see a connecting corridor, which is an office stairway area, and then there's Cato's room.
And that's indicated as Cato's room on the diagram?
Yes, and there's another way you can tell. As the bungalows start, they have a sheer wall on the southern border. It goes up, I would probably say, 20 feet, 15, 20 feet, and it has a single pitched roof that slants in towards the pool. And the rest of the structure doesn't have that type of architecture. So at that point, I knew that that was approximately that wall. And there was also an air conditioning unit that was sticking out.
Overhanging the walk?
Yes, I think it was even braced.
And did that appear to be the air conditioning unit that you'd seen on the inside of Cato's guest house?
Well, to the best of my estimations on where it would be, yes, and I didn't see any other air conditioning duct in that general area.
So did you walk over to that location near the air conditioner?
Yes.
On the outside?
Yes.
Did you see anything that drew your attention?
Yes, as I walked closer and I got oriented to where this noise probably came from, I looked down and I saw a dark object. I was probably still 15, 20 feet away, and I kept walking closer, and then I saw when I was a few feet away that it was a glove.
Now, when you went back there, what were you actually looking for? What were you expecting to find?
Well, I thought somebody had collapsed back there.
So you're looking for a body?
Yes.
Showing you the series of photographs here that have been marked as People's 9. Do you recognize the location shown in photographs A, B, C, and D?
Yes, I do.
And what is that location?
This is the walkway. I would be looking east from the front of the residence. I don't know how deep this lens makes it appear, but this would what I would be viewing from the front of the residence, looking directly east down the south border path of the residence.
And in B?
B is just a closer view of the same item. This dark object is the glove I discovered.
C?
C is, once again, a very close view in the condition of the surrounding walkway.
And D?
D is a very close-up view of the glove.
When you saw that glove, did it have some significance to you?
Yes, it looked very similar to the glove that I observed on Bundy hours before.
And based on that observation, sir, what did you do?
I looked at it a little closer. I noted that it did not match the terrain. As you can see, that there's a lot of dirt and leaves. This glove was not dirty in the least. It looked a little sticky and moist. 2 fingers were stuck to the glove. It looked like it was stuck there with some type of a liquid. I didn't touch it. I went past the air conditioning duct that you can see in photo A. And as soon as I went past that air conditioning duct, looking for the person that might have dropped this glove, thinking that they were farther down the walkway, I ran into spider webs immediately.
Which indicated what to you?
I would say nobody had walked on that path lately or recently, especially within hours, where I encountered no spider webs going up to the glove.
Only after the glove?
Only after the glove.
Having made those observations, sir, what did you do next?
I continued all the way east on this path, and then there was a probably 25 square foot area that looked like a plant potting area, or maybe a place where they start plants to put on the property. And I looked for any evidence of blood or a victim that had collapsed. I found that there was none, and I returned to the location and notified Detective Phillips of the find.
The find being?
The glove.
Did then Detective Phillips, Detective Lang, Detective Van Adder go out to look at the glove as well?
Individually, I took each one of them down to where I had found the glove, indicating what I saw as I went and what I did. I took Detective Phillips first, Detective Van Adder second, Detective Lang third.
If you know, sir, do you recall at what point a criminalist was called for to come to 360 Rockingham?
You mean what time did he arrive?
No. Do you recall, do you happen to know when he was called?
I don't have specific knowledge. I did not make any notifications on this.
At some point, did one arrive?
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
I couldn't give you an exact. I'd say 8, 7:30, 8, 8:30. I'm not positive.
At some time after the glove was located, were you requested to secure the house for the purpose of getting a search warrant?
Yes, almost immediately after the discovery of the glove, within minutes, Detective Van Adder said, "This is now a crime scene. Seal it. I'm going to go write a warrant."
And seal it means what?
Protect the evidence that has already been discovered. Keep everybody out of the house. Ask the people that are in the house to please leave if they're not necessary personnel, and to protect the premises.
And was that done?
Yes.
Now, at the time in the house, do you recall who was there inside?
I can remember Mr. Cowlings was there, but I can't remember exactly what time he was asked to leave. I believe it was shortly after we decided that we had to write a search warrant for this residence. So I don't know specifically when he was asked to leave. Arnell was asked to leave the property. I believe Arnell contacted Mr. Cowlings, but I'm not sure on that. I have no knowledge.
So to the best of your knowledge, by the time the decision was made to secure the house and get a search warrant, Arnell was there, A.C. Cowlings was there?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Did you see any children there?
Yes, and I don't know whose children they were, and I don't know how that transpired.
But they were all there at the time the decision was made to get the search warrant.
Yes.
Marcia Clark, as she does often.
All right, we are going to take the afternoon recess. We'll take a 15-minute break at this time. And start
Consulting
again
with
just
Bill
after
Hudgman, her
the
co-counsel for the prosecution. Marcia Clark, the deputy district attorney in this case. And they are now going to take the afternoon break. That's Los Angeles time, a little before 3 o'clock in Los Angeles, a little before 6 in the East. And we have been listening to the testimony of Detective Mark Furman from the Los Angeles Police Department, who said at the beginning of his testimony he was called at 1 o'clock in the morning to go to the scene of the
Where
murder.
the bloodstains leading to the crime scene at Bundy, at the Bundy address.
All right, but that's not part of this motion, I assume.
No.
Okay. So it's those 3 items of physical evidence from the Simpson home and grounds or vehicle that is the subject of the motion to suppress.
It might be, in general, yes, Your Honor, that's correct. It might be more than 3 items because there are a number of blood spots on the driveway.
Okay.
But collectively, that's correct. Those 3 places.
And those items are enumerated in the property report somewhere in items 1 through 11?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. I believe that the Detective Furman is still on the witness stand. Sir, if you retake the stand, you've previously been sworn and remain under oath.
Your Honor, with respect to the limitation of the scope of this motion, we'd like to make it clear for the record that the defendant will then reserve a de novo hearing on the issues raised by the motion to quash the search warrant prior to trial. That is not being addressed in this motion.
That's correct. The people have indicated that they're not offering any of the items that were recovered in the execution of the warrant, and therefore the warrant would not be an issue in this proceeding.
Thank you. Detective Furman, we have located the notes that you made in the course of your investigation in the murder book at pages 00198 through 00200. Did you review those before you testified?
No, I didn't.
Would you like to review them?
I don't think it would be necessary. Maybe during the questioning, if you need to show it to me, I would like to.
All right. The notes begin with your observations upon your arrival at the scene at 02:10, right, in the morning?
Yes, sir.
Now, you indicate in these notes that Officer Risky received a radio call, quote, possible 459 suspects there now, 874 South Bundy. Is that a direct quotation of the radio call?
Well, as much as it was relayed to me, and at that time I didn't know the weight of that call, if it was part of the homicide scene or it was something independent. And that was Officer Risky giving me that information. I picked up on that. I just made a notation to question him later.
All right. A possible 459 refers to a possible burglary, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it refers to plural suspects. Was it your understanding that there were suspects who were observed at the scene?
I had no other knowledge other than what he told me. I didn't pursue it at that point. He was just briefing us slightly on the scene, what he knew. Then he took us into the scene, so I just made a notation.
And you also noted where that original call came from, that a resident of 874 heard something across the street?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that last?
Resident of 874 heard something across the street?
That's just what Officer Risky said. Again, the way I take notes is I put a numeral by each notation, and then as I go back and start doing the investigation, I'll refer back to that note number and then write maybe as much as several pages on one area that I have to go back to. These are just quick notes that I made very first few minutes that I was at the crime scene.
Right, so these notes are actually prepared while you're there to keep track of all of your observations and information.
Yes, what to go back to, what I should be noting at that time. There's no measurements involved in those preliminary notes. That's the first run through the scene and talking to the officers.
Excellent. And these 3 pages are all of the notes that you took on the morning of June 13th. Is that correct?
Well, I was stopped. I was in the process of taking notes, putting my thoughts to paper, and I was told that Robert Homicide would be taking over the case. I stopped taking notes at that point and gave those notes to Detective Phillips, who then passed them on to Detective Van Adder.
Okay, so essentially you stopped taking notes because you believed you were off the case. Is that correct?
No, I knew I was off the case. It was no longer my case, so I stopped there because the way that they conducted the crime scene or their notes, I would be giving them mine and they would be taken over from that point. They review mine notes up to that point, and then they continue making their own from the beginning of when they arrived at the scene.
Then the notes actually stop at 875 South Bundy.
Yes, sir.
You took no notes whatsoever of any of the events in which you participated at 360 North Rockingham.
That's correct.
When you left the scene at 875 Bundy and went to the Rockingham address, did you bring any of the evidence with you that you had encountered at the Bundy scene?
I touched no evidence and I authored no reports.
Now, you indicated yesterday that one of the reasons that your attention was drawn to the white Bronco was because it was parked rather strangely, I believe, as you put it?
Well, just when I was walking towards it, it was the front of the truck was facing my direction of travel, and it just looked a little strange the way it was parked.
All right. You indicated that the front was much closer to the curb and the back was out into the roadway?
Well, it was just wasn't parked parallel to the curb. It looked like it was parked hurriedly or haphazardly.
And you indicated the wheels were turned in toward the curb?
They were turned in towards the curb, and that could be the way the vehicle was sitting with the rear end jutting out would give me that impression when I'm walking forward. I couldn't tell you how many degrees to the right they were.
All right. Your Honor, could we mark Officer Furman's notes as Exhibit E, Defense Exhibit E?
All right, and you say that consists of 3 pages?
3 pages?
Yes, that'd be E.
I'm handing you what we've marked as Exhibit E. Are those all of the notes you took of your investigation in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, we've also located among the photographs supplied to the defense 4 pictures of the Bronco automobile taken the morning of June 13th. If we could mark these Defense Exhibit F, Your Honor.
Yes.
And they are numbered 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do those photographs accurately represent the position of the Bronco automobile as you observed it in the early morning hours of June 13th?
If I could point to the photos. Photo 1 we previously saw. Photo 2 really doesn't show the direction I was walking in. Photo 3, it seems that the camera is more to the left. When I was looking at the Bronco, I was several feet back, and I believe I was more to the right of the vehicle, where the line of the vehicle seemed like the rear end was out a little bit more. As you can see here in photo 4, the right tire is about 4 inches onto the concrete part of the asphalt roadway, where the rear tire is completely on the asphalt with a couple inches to spare. And that's what I'm talking about. It looked like it wasn't casually parked or carefully parked. It wouldn't be how I would probably park my vehicle. It just looked a little strange when I'm walking up on it.
All right, but these photographs do accurately depict how the car was parked.
I remember that it was more extreme, and I'm not sure that this photo shows the way my view of that was walking up towards it from a greater distance from this and a little more to the right. But I would say it would be fair to say that it fairly depicts.
Are you suggesting the automobile was moved between the time you saw it and the time these photographs were taken?
No, I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm just suggesting that where our photographer took the photos from, it doesn't really show exactly where I was walking. I was walking almost in the middle of the roadway, walking down more to the right of the vehicle. I'm not saying it was moved. It just seems that my view might have given me a more extreme angle than these photos show.
Okay. Now, when you walked up to the automobile, did you check to see if the engine was warm?
I touched the hood, and it was not warm, but I also didn't feel any moisture. Of course, I'm not sure how much of a dew there was that morning. I also didn't look at the lawn, so.
Right. When you first observed the stain on the door, did the stain appear to be wet or damp?
I didn't touch it, and it didn't appear like it was flowing or moving. I would say it appeared to be dried.
Now, I asked you yesterday about some coffee stains, and you indicated you did not observe any other food stains or possible coffee stains on the car.
That's true. I didn't observe them.
We've located 3 different impound reports which appear in the murder book at 00108, 00110, and 00111. And I would ask that these be marked as exhibits G, 1, 2, and 3.
All right.
Yes. Now, these are all vehicle investigation reports related to a 1994 Ford Bronco 3 CWZ 788. That's the Bronco in question. Is that correct?
I believe it is. I don't recall the plate.
All right. Now, one of these reports is filled out when the automobile is moved. Is that correct?
Well, yes, it could be filled out prior to, but it's generally yes when the impound's completed.
All right. And the first of these reports indicates June 13th at 7:30 in the morning. Were you aware of the car being impounded at 7:30 in the morning?
No.
The second of these reports, which refers to a time of June 13th at 3:30 in the afternoon, 15:30, notes special instructions: take vehicle to Print Shack, PAB across street of Parker Center, 2 coffee stains on hood, disregard, not related. What does that mean?
Officer Don Thompson, who was handling the security on the Rockingham gate, said that when the media was at the scene and there was a rush of activity, one of the news people running by or walking by placed a cup on the hood of the Bronco. They immediately grabbed it, admonished him, obviously don't do that again. And he informed me that there was coffee stains. I believe he also informed other detectives at the scene of the same thing.
Now, had any yellow tape or crime scene tape been placed around the automobile?
No, and I believe the reason for that is we didn't want to draw more attention to the vehicle than we wanted at that point. We had 2 officers assigned specifically just to that vehicle to secure it. And they did that, and when the Russia media came by and the cup was put there, it was something that they really couldn't foresee and they really couldn't do anything about.
Okay. If we could mark these reports, Your Honor, as G1, G2, and G3? Are these the vehicle reports?
I've never seen these reports, sir.
I want to take you back to your...
Sir, I might add that, if I could, I do recognize the name on the bottom of the one report. One of the authors of this report is Officer Thompson that talked to me at the scene about the coffee
stand. Is his
stand.
name on the first of those reports, the 7:30 a.m. report?
No, this is the time of occurrence is 15:30. That's Officer Thompson's report. I have no knowledge about the other two.
All right. When you were in the room of Mr. Kalin immediately after you went to the back of the premises at Rockingham, were there any windows in that back wall of Mr. Cato's room or Mr. Kalin's room? Let me look the chart.
I can answer that, sir. There's no windows to that wall of Mr. Kalin's room.
I want to have you, could we have Defense Exhibit A? Your memory is that no windows in the back wall.
No, there was windows in the back wall, but there was no window at the wall where the air conditioning duct or west of that air conditioning duct. On that wall of Mr. Cato's room, no, there wasn't.
All right, well, let's have you refer to where in the wall the duct was. Referring to Defense Exhibit A, would you point out where in that wall the air conditioning duct was?
Mr. Cato's room is the first bungalow. The air conditioning duct was probably just a little off center of this wall of his room, probably just to the right of his bed. There's no windows west of there. I'm not sure if there was a window for the bathroom. I'm positive there was a window, maybe two windows for Arnell's room, and I'm not positive in the back. I see a window that's depicted here, but I don't recall that.
Did you make any effort to look through those windows at all to see if anyone was back there?
To look through which windows, sir?
The windows in the back wall of either the bathroom or Arnell's room.
No, I didn't look through there, no. I believe, excuse me, but I believe this window, the one window here, was the frosted type of opaque window, and I'm not positive, but this, I think, was a higher window, elevated past my point of view. I'm not positive on that.
All right. Would you like to write a W where you indicated there was a window in Mr. Cato's bathroom?
A little light of a pencil. You want a W where?
At the location where there was a window in Mr. Cato's room or the adjoining bathroom.
I don't recall a window in his bathroom. I said there possibly might have been one, but I know there was a couple windows when I went past the air conditioner, but I don't know if one of those was his window.
All right, so you don't recall ever observing in the quarters occupied by Mr. Cato a window?
No, I don't.
Now, in preparing your testimony for yesterday and today, did you confer with the district attorneys who are prosecuting this case?
Well, yes, we talked.
Was this just a conference between yourself and the district attorneys, or were the other detectives involved in the case present?
No, we didn't talk about the case in the presence of the detectives. In fact, at one point, Marcia and I just talked between ourselves, but it was nothing very pointed, just about the tactics of the defense, and that everything's going fine. Just tell everything that you did, and you're doing fine.
All right. Now, was this after the motion to suppress was filed a week ago today?
I'm sorry, are you talking about which conversation?
The conversations with either Ms. Clark or Mr. Hodgman.
We discussed my portion of this case prior to the motion to suppress. They asked me just exactly what went down, and they said, well, we're comfortable with that, and that was pretty much it.
So you did not have any discussions of any of these events after the motion was filed on June 29th?
Well, we reiterated the same thing we talked about before. They said, you know, what'd you do then? Much the same as they would be bringing me through a testimony, and they felt comfortable with what transpired and what I had to say.
When you say they, who were you meeting with?
Mr. Hodgkin and Ms. Clark.
And were any other detectives present at that time?
No, I talked to them by themselves.
Now, if you were giving someone directions to go to Mr. Simpson's home on Rockingham, how would you direct them?
From the Bundy location?
Yes.
I would probably say go northbound on Bundy to, there's two ways. You could go eastbound on San Vicente past Cliffwood to Rockingham, or you could go up Cliffwood northbound from San Vicente. That would probably be the easiest way. Cliffwood northbound to Sunset, and Sunset east to either Bristol Circle, Rockingham, and then go northbound once again. Bristol Circle will eventually curve you around to Rockingham. Cliffwood, if you went northbound from Sunset, would eventually bring you to Ashford, and Rockingham would go directly to the house.
Wouldn't the simplest way be just go up Bundy to Sunset and then go left to Rockingham?
Well, it's the simplest in some of those streets is the ones that have lights to get across Sunset, and the simplest way is not to get lost. If you give somebody Bristol Circle, it's kind of confusing. There's Bristol Court, there's Bristol Circle. It's kind of confusing.
Right. And finally, if you could reiterate for us the precise time as you remember it that you first observed the glove on the premises at 360 Rockingham.
It's pretty hard to be precise, but I'll get as close as I can. We arrived at approximately 5:10.
Now, I'd just like to know the time that you observed the glove.
Okay, if you give me a moment. I'd probably say approximately 6:15 to 6:30.
6:15 to 6:30?
Maybe it could be as early as 6, but like I said, I didn't look at my watch at that point.
Thank you.
Ms. Clark, any additional questions?
Thank you.
State your name for the record.
Philip Van Adder.
Spell your last name, please.
V as in Victor, Annatter.
Ms. Clark.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Van Adder, tell us what you do for a living.
Yes, I'm a police detective, Los Angeles Police Department, assigned to Robbery Homicide Division, Homicide Special Section.
And how long have you been assigned to Homicide Special Section of the Robbery Homicide Division?
I've been assigned to Robbery Homicide Division for 15 years, the Homicide Special Section for about 8 years.
How long have you been on the force altogether?
25 and a half years this month.
And how many homicides have you investigated in those 25 and a half years?
Well, I've been assigned actually working homicides, started in 1973, and have probably been personally involved in over 200, and have probably been to or assisted in 500 to 600 crime scenes.
Can you tell us what the Robbery Homicide Division does?
I can tell you what the Homicide Special Section does, yes.
Okay.
We are a section set up to handle high-profile or very involved or serial-type murder investigations.
And in that regard, sir, with respect to the case now before the court, what is your role in this case?
What is my role?
Yes.
I was assigned this case at, I got the original phone call on the 13th of June at 3 o'clock in the morning, responded to the scene, and took charge of the investigation.
So you are one of the investigating officers in charge of this case?
That's correct, yes.
And how many others are there?
Well, there's my partner, Detective Tom Lang.
And is he also assigned to the robbery homicide special?
Yes.
You got the call, you tell us, at 3 o'clock in the morning?
I got the original phone call at my home at 3 o'clock in the morning, that's correct.
And where did you go pursuant to that call?
I was instructed to go to 875 South Bundy. I prepared myself and responded to that location.
What time did you arrive?
At 4:05 in the morning.
What did you see when you got there?
I was met by Detective Ron Phillips and Detective Mark Furman. Detective Phillips is the homicide coordinator for West Los Angeles Division. I was told that there was a double homicide at that location and that one of the victims had been identified as Nicole Simpson. Detective Phillips further told me that two small children had been taken from the residence and were presently in custody at West LA Division.
Now, did someone walk you through the crime scene so that you could see what you had there?
Yes.
Who was that?
Detective Phillips gave me a walkthrough of the crime scene.
Now, when you say a walkthrough, did you step through the evidence?
No. Well, we approached the actual scene of the two victims through a planter area that would have been south of the actual location of the two victims. And then after viewing that location, he gave me a walk through the walkway that headed west to the back of the apartment building that led to the alley.
So you stood from a position where you would not disturb anything in terms of the crime scene or the evidence in it?
Definitely. I was standing in the foliage in a planter.
Can you please describe for us the condition in which you found the victims in this case?
Yes. Nicole Simpson was lying at the entrance gate on the walkway right in front of the front step that stepped up to go up toward the residence. The gate was open, and Ron Goldman was lying directly north of her location in a planter area that would have been on the north side of the walkway.
Now, were you able to tell what the cause of death was at that point?
No, I could not. It appeared to be massive injuries. There was a lot of blood. Blood had actually drained and run down the walkway toward the sidewalk. There was a lot of blood there. I couldn't tell other than there was some type of massive injury.
Now, were you able to see any evidence near either one of the victims?
Yes.
What did you see?
I saw at the feet of Ron Goldman a man's leather glove, left-handed leather brown glove. Just below that, which would have been just directly southeast of that, was a blue knit watch cap. Also, between the two victims, I saw a white envelope lying on the ground. There was a set of keys and a pager.
Did you go into any other areas of the crime scene to examine them other than that front area where you saw the victims?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Detective Phillips took me west on the walkway that would be on the north side of the residence to show me, and I observed bloody footprints appeared to be leading from the actual crime scene, the locations of the two victims, to the rear of the building along the walkway. I also observed, as he's showing me, as we're going through, blood droplets that appeared to be not associated with the two victims, as if the person leaving the bloody footprints was dropping blood from something, as they appeared to be straight down drops on the ground.
Did they appear to you, those blood drops, to be alongside the bloody footprints?
Yes, definitely.
Now, when we say footprints, were those bare footprints?
No, they were shoe prints.
Could you see a definite heel in those prints?
There was a pattern, yes, I could see a pattern.
And I'm sorry, did you say, to what side of the footprints did you see the blood drops?
The left side.
Thank you. Now, having made the observations that you did at the crime scene, sir, did you continue to confer with the West LA detectives, Detective Furman and Detective Phillips?
Yes, that's correct.
Why did you do that if this was your case?
Well, I was waiting for the arrival of my partner, who was approximately 20 to 25 minutes behind me. I instructed the two West LA detectives that we would take charge of the scene, and I waited for my partner to arrive to acclimate him with the scene also.
At some point, did you leave the scene of 875 South Bundy?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Well, a number of reasons. Knowing that one of the victims had been identified as Nicole Simpson. Knowing that her husband or ex-husband at that point was a very well-known person. That we had two children in custody, two minor children that had been taken from this very traumatic scene. We made a determination to go to Mr. Simpson's residence in an attempt to notify him of the death before the media got word of it, and to also make arrangements for the disposition of the two children that were his children.
So who went with you to the location of Mr. Simpson's residence?
There were three others beside myself and my partner, and Detective Furman and Detective Phillips.
Why did Detective Phillips and Detective Furman go with you?
They had been originally involved in the investigation. They were assisting us, and we went up there for a number of reasons. Again, I say, also knowing the close proximity of the crime scene to where Mr. Simpson lived, it was also my feeling, my belief, that we needed to check the welfare up there also. This was a very traumatic, bloody scene.
Tell me, sir, so you drove actually that night from 875 South Bundy to 360 Rockingham Avenue?
That's correct.
Can you estimate for us about how long it took you to get from 875 South Bundy to 360 Rockingham Avenue?
Probably not more than 5 minutes.
So what happened when you got to the Rockingham Avenue address?
We drove up Rockingham, north from Sunset Boulevard, to Ashford Street, turned right east and parked at the curb, and walked to the gate. And as I drove in, I noticed a white Ford Bronco parked at which would be the east curb of Rockingham. Parked on the Ashford south curb, and got out and attempted to utilize the intercom to raise someone in the home.
And the intercom that you're talking about, where was that located?
The intercom is located on the east side of the Ashford Street gate. And looking at this diagram, it would have been right in this area right here.
For the record, the witness has pointed to the area where what appears to be a wall indicated up by the Ashford Street meets the edge of the driveway that is to the right edge of the driveway, at that corner. Was that a button you pressed?
Yes, that's correct.
When you pressed the button, did you hear anything?
Yes, I could hear the phone ringing inside the residence.
Did you get any response?
No.
When you drove to the Ashford Street side, did you come up Rockingham first?
Yes, that's correct.
As you drove up Rockingham, did you notice whether there were any cars parked outside the Rockingham gate in front of the residence?
Yes, I did.
And what did you notice?
I noticed a white Ford Bronco parked at the east curb of Rockingham, just north of the Rockingham gate to the residence.
Showing you the exhibits that have previously been marked as collectively People's 8. Can you tell me if you recognize what you see there in photograph A, B, and C?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That's the Ford Bronco that was parked at the curb.
So you rang the first time and you received no answer. What did you do next?
Well, we rang the bell for a period of time, probably 10 to 15 minutes, attempting to raise someone in a residence. There was a light on the bottom floor. It appeared to be toward the south side of the house. And there was also a light on in the upstairs portion of the home. We rang the bell for a period of time trying to get some response, and we didn't.
Could you estimate how long you rang the bell for without getting a response?
Oh, I believe it was in the area of 10 to 15 minutes, probably. During this time, I noticed a West Tech security sign, which is a private security company that works in that area. And I requested Detective Phillips to contact them to see if we could get a telephone number for the residents.
And did he do so?
Yes.
Did you have a phone with you? A mobile phone?
He did. I didn't.
Did he use that
Yes.
to make the phone call to West Tech?
Yes.
And after making that phone call, what happened next?
We continued to ring the bell. In the meantime, I walked back around while the other detectives were there. I walked back around and looked at the Ford Bronco and noticed that the Bronco was parked like it had been hastily parked at the curb, with the front end a little closer to the curb than the rear end. And Detective Furman was with me, or there, when I got there. And he directed me to look in the rear of the vehicle. In the rear, there was a package that was addressed, I believe, to Orenthal Productions. There was a shovel and a piece of plastic wrapped up in it. I asked Detective...
I'm sorry, sir, but the package that you said was addressed to Orenthal Productions, did that mean something to you?
Well, yeah, it indicated to me that it was most likely Mr. Simpson's vehicle, because I knew his name was Orenthal. I asked Detective Furman to run a Department of Motor Vehicle registration check on the vehicle.
Did he give you the results of that check?
Yes.
And what was the result?
That the vehicle was registered to Hertz Corporation.
And what, if any, significance did that information have to you?
Well, I knew that Mr. Simpson was a spokesperson for Hertz Corporation. I believe it was his vehicle.
So you made the observations of the Ford Bronco.
Yes.
Then what?
Walked back around. By this time, West Tech had sent a unit to our location.
Did you speak to them?
Detective Phillips did.
In your presence?
Yeah, I was standing back. I didn't hear the total context of the conversation.
You are viewing CBS News coverage of the suppression of evidence hearing in the O.J. Simpson case.
That he was having a hard time securing a phone number.
In the proceedings so far today, Los Angeles police detectives Mark Fuhrman answered more questions about the circumstances that led police to enter the Simpson home the night of the murders. And the prosecution questioning has continued to try to make the case that the police entry was made in the belief that there could be an emergency inside the Simpson home. The defense is trying to make the case that the entry was unjustified and all evidence taken from inside and around the home should be suppressed. Questioning is now underway of Detective Philip Van Adder of the Los Angeles Police Department. He investigated the actual murder scene and is the detective who made the application for the warrant once that application was made.
Ring the bell to raise someone in the residence. At that point, I was becoming a little worried. It seemed like that there were lights on. We knew there and pointed out an area along the driver's side door handle of the car. I looked at it, and it appeared to be blood to me also. At that point, I told Detective Fuhrman that I was really worried based on the fact that we had a very violent murder scene within 5 minutes of Mr. Simpson's residence. We had no knowledge of any travel plans that he had. The security company was not notified. There was supposed to be a live-in maid there. There were lights on in the residence, and there appeared to be blood on the outside. I became very concerned at that point.
Now, at some point, did the West Tech supervisor arrive?
Yeah, he was there. He was there. He came. He gave a phone number to Detective Phillips.
And did you dial that phone number?
Detective Phillips did with his mobile phone, yes.
What was the result of that?
We got an answer phone from inside the residence indicating the voice on the answer phone something to the extent, "This is O.J. I'm not here, leave a message," or something like that.
So there was no response using the home phone?
No, there was an answer phone.
So at this point, having received no response through phone calls to the house or ringing at the gate, with lights on in the house, and all that you learned from West Tech, you saw the blood on the Bronco.
That's correct.
What did you decide to do?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question.
Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Ullman apparently is handling this part of the
No,
motion.
I'm going to do this.
You're going to do
Yes. So I would make the objection at this point in time that the question, 90% of it is restating his testimony. The question was, what did you do next? Motion to strike the question.
Well, the question's not answered.
No, I understand that, but we object to the form of the question.
Ms. Clark, I really am paying attention. You don't have to repeat everything.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't mean to indicate that you weren't. I was just making a foundational showing with the officer to bring him along. But, so based on all you knew, what did you decide to do?
I conferred with my partner very briefly, told him my concerns, and made a decision that we should go in there to check and see if everything was okay.
What were your concerns, sir?
Well, my concern was, again, we were within 5 minutes of a very, very brutal murder scene. I knew that the scene was connected with Mr. Simpson because it was his ex-wife and children were there. After arriving there and learning that that no one had any knowledge of any prior travel plans, seeing lights on in the residence, being told that that there should be a live-in maid, I was concerned that something had occurred there, whether I had a second murder scene, whether I had someone injured, whether I had someone that was stalking Mr. Simpson and his wife, whatever. I become concerned that someone could be hurt or injured in that location.
At that point, how long had you been outside the residence at 360 Rockingham attempting to reach someone inside?
I would have to estimate that, and I would say in the vicinity of 40 minutes.
Did you make any attempt to verify whether the blood, what you thought was blood on the Bronco, was indeed blood?
Yes, after I was shown the area and come to the conclusion that it looked like blood to me, I requested a criminalist respond to my location, knowing that regardless of what I had there, whether I had another scene, someone injured, or whatever, there was going to have to be collection of evidence. So I requested a criminalist respond to my location.
And to confirm or refute what you thought was blood?
Exactly, yes.
So at that point, what did you decide to do?
Go over the wall.
Did you go over the wall?
No. No, I asked Detective Furman to. He's younger and I believe probably a little more athletic than me, so I asked him to go over the wall.
And he did?
Yes.
When he did, what happened next?
He opened the gate by releasing a hinge, and we walked to the front door of the residence. Knocked on the door several times. Got no response.
You knocked, after knocking several times and getting no response, what did you do next?
Again, I still had concern that this could be a second crime scene, a second murder scene. So we began checking the property to ensure that no one was hurt, injured, or not a second scene there. So we moved from the front door area around the north side of the residence to check the area to make sure no one was down or whatever, and moved to the back of the residence.
For the record, the witness was pointing to the path indicated by two parallel lines curved to what appears to be an indication of foliage on the illustration on the Ashford side of the residence. And did you go, where did you go when you went up through that Ashford side of the residence?
I was actually behind. My partner and Detective Phillips were in front. And as I walked through, I noticed a pool area, a tennis court area behind, and I was looking to see if I could see anything on the grounds as I'm going back.
What do you see? What do you mean by anything? What were you?
Any persons down? Anybody hurt? Anything? I didn't really know at that point what I had or what I was looking for.
Did you? So you were just walking back there and scanning the area?
Yes, as I walked back on the walkway.
Was it lit back there? What was the lighting like?
No, it was dark.
Where did you go?
I followed Detective Phillips and my partner, Detective Lang, to a guest house area, which is at the rear of the location on the south side of the property.
Do you see that indicated on the defendant's exhibit?
Yes, I do.
Can you point it out for us?
Yes, I crossed along the back of the residence between the pool and the home into this area.
Should I hold it if you're honest with this? That's right. If I stand up. Can you point that out to the court, please?
Yes. We came down the walkway around the back of the residence, observed this area, and walked over here and started to knock on the doorways.
And is that the area on the diagram marked Cato's room?
That's correct, yes.
Were you standing at the door of Cato's room when someone knocked?
I was standing back. I was up, there's, I believe, 3 steps that go down to a walkway to the door. I was standing up at the top of the steps when Detective Phillips knocked on the door.
What happened next?
The door was answered fairly quickly by, turned out to be Brian Kalin. Detective Phillips asked him if there was anybody else on the property, and he said, yes, Arnell Simpson was in the room next door, which would be the room which would be directly south of where he was at.
On the defense diagram?
Yes.
And is that marked as Arnell's room on the diagram?
That's correct.
Prior to doing so, did he or you or anyone in your presence inform Cato that what was going on, what had transpired?
No one did in my presence, no.
Do you know what, if anything, they gave him as a reason for needing to contact someone who could gain access to the main house?
You know, I didn't talk to him at that time. I don't really know.
You don't know what the conversation was with him?
After this Cato directed you to Arnell's room, what did you do?
I followed my partner. My partner knocked on the door, and it was fairly quickly opened by Arnell Simpson.
So you did not remain with Cato?
No.
Did anyone?
Detective Furman, I believe, remained with Cato at that point.
When you went to Arnell's room, what happened?
She answered the door, and I believe Detective Phillips had come up, and Detective Phillips told her that we needed to get in touch with her father. Did she know where he was at? And she responded, she answered the question with another question. She pointed toward the house and says, "Isn't he here?"
Indicating the house when he said here.
Yes. And I asked her, I says, "Well, is he? I don't know. Is he here?" And she looked sort of quizzical, and she says, at that point, I believe myself, I asked her, "Well, do you have a key? Can we check and see if your father's here? We need to get in touch with him." And she says, "Yes, I have a key. Let's go into the house." And she took us into the house.
Did you or anyone in your presence inform her of why you were there in these early morning hours asking about her father?
I believe she was informed as we walked toward the house by my partner that we were investigating a double homicide that involved Nicole Brown.
Was there any indication given to her at her door of the guest unit, that there was something going on, some emergency?
Yeah, that it was an emergency, that we needed to contact her father.
So she opened the door with a key?
Yes.
And invited you in?
Yes.
Once you got in the house, what did you do?
I immediately asked her, knowing that there was supposed to be a maid there, I asked her, where is the maid's quarters? Isn't there supposed to be a maid here? And she took me through the back of the house into the kitchen to an area off the utility room that would be on the south side of the kitchen.
Why did you ask her to do that, take you to see the maid?
Because I was worried. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know whether the maid was there, whether she was injured, whether she'd been murdered or what. I needed to find out.
So Arnell took you to the maid's bedroom?
She took me to the room, opened the door, and you could look in and see that there was no one there.
Did you look to see whether there was any signs of struggle or violence that occurred there?
There didn't appear to be in that area of the house, no.
Now, why was it that you asked to go into the house to check on the whereabouts of the defendant?
To try and find out if he was in the house, or if the maid was in the house, or if anybody was in the house.
But you received no response when you called the phone and rang the bell on the intercom. Didn't that tell you that he certainly was not at home, or the maid was not at home?
No, not at all. Going back again, we had knowledge that West Tech had no prior knowledge that there was any travel plans. We had knowledge that there was supposed to be a live-in maid. We had just come from a very violent murder scene. We see what we believe to be blood. We could have had a second murder scene there, or we could have had someone injured there. We needed to check that.
So you were inside the house with Arnell after seeing the maid's room. What did you do next?
She came back into the kitchen area where my partner and Detective Phillips was, and this is all happening very quickly. She believed she told Detective Phillips that she could find out her father's location by calling his office. They would always know where he was at. And she placed a phone call.
Now, while she was placing that phone call, where were you?
I had moved back toward the back of the house. I was intending on going out to look around the grounds.
What for?
To see if there was anybody hurt or injured there.
Where were the other detectives?
Detective Lang was with Detective Phillips, and Detective Furman was, I believe, still in the back with Brian Kalin.
Now, you say Detective Lang and Detective Phillips. Where were they?
They were in the kitchen area with Arnell Simpson.
With Arnell. Did you search the house?
I briefly looked as I moved back toward the back. I didn't see anything unusual in that portion of the house. And shortly thereafter, Detective Furman came to me and says, hey, you've got to talk to, he was calling him Cato, Brian Kalin. Listen to what he has to say.
When I say did you search the house, did you go upstairs?
No.
Look around?
No.
Did you go into the den area or the living room areas or the dining room areas?
I could see the majority of the downstairs of the house from where I was at.
Did you go to look under cushions or in cabinets or in
No.
linen closets?
No.
So the nature of your search, quote unquote, was that you walked to the back of the house and looked around to make sure you saw no one.
Exactly. I was looking for people, not other things.
People, not evidence.
Yeah.
Were you present in the house while Arnell made the phone call to try and locate her father?
I believe at that point when she was making the phone call was when I started walking toward the back, and was shortly thereafter approached by Detective Furman, who directed me to sit down at the bar area and talk to Cato.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
What did Cato tell you?
Well, prior to that, Detective Furman had told me that Cato had told him that he'd heard a very loud noise on the south side of his room, and that he was going to go back there and check and see if everything was okay. And he told me, ask him or have him tell you about this noise that he heard. And I sat down there and talked with him, and he told me that that evening he had heard a very loud thumping noise outside, that he thought it was an earthquake, and it had actually moved the picture on the wall of his room.
Having heard that, what did you think?
Well, again, I had the same suspicion. It's very unusual to hear loud thumping noises outside your bedroom. I thought possibly somebody was hurt or somebody was down out there, and that's why Detective Furman was going to that location to check.
At that point, when you sat down and talked to Cato, had contact, to your knowledge, yet been made with the defendant?
I believe it was being made at that point.
Were you privy to that conversation?
No, I was not.
And when I say that conversation, I mean between the detectives and the defendant.
No, I was not.
At the point that you spoke to Cato, what were your concerns?
My concerns that, again, knowing all the information I knew, my concern was that someone was hurt, someone had been killed, someone had been injured at that location.
After receiving that information from Cato, what happened next?
While I talked with Cato in the bar area, which is toward the rear of the house, there was a bar area set up. Within probably 10 to 15 minutes, Detective Furman came to me and says, you've got to come with me and see this. And he led me to the south side of the house.
Detective Furman did that?
Yes.
Do you know whether before he took you outside, you saw him leave the house with anyone else?
Detective Furman?
Yes.
The last time I saw Detective Furman, he was by himself.
Then you were not privy to his movements, I take it?
No.
Okay. Where did he take you?
Do you want me to show you with the pointer?
Sure.
He
On the
took me-
defense exhibit, the defense diagram?
Yes. He took me from the back area of the house around the north side, across the front, and into a small walkway on the south side of the residence, which would be the common wall that connects the main residence with the guest house residence on the south side here.
He didn't take you out the front door?
You know, I believe you're right. I believe he did take me through the house and out the front door, now that I think about it. There was a lot of movement going on. But I think you're right. I think we walked from the back through the front door and came around.
But you could...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the point of the question. Clearly was obviously leading and suggestive. The officer now is saying, yes, you're right. That he's referring to the leading and suggestive nature. It's totally improper. Should not have asked. The answer should be...
Your Honor, I think a simple...
Overrule, Ms. Huff?
Oh.
All right. We are going to take the morning break at this time. It is a little bit after 10:15 for 15 minutes. I remind you, please do not discuss your testimony with anyone, and we'll continue in 15 minutes.
And ABC's coverage of the preliminary hearing for O.J. Simpson will continue with